you admire. Only you can hinder you from truly reaching triumph. I'm destined for greatness because I imagine that. My skin light, but baby, I am blacker than black. I got a mean code switch voice for work type black. I'm so black that my pale teacher called me a nigga in the middle of class. And I just sat back and laughed because that word don't make me boo. It makes you miserable. Don't gotta go to the circus to know it's clowns in there. Honeybee, you deserve all you desire. So fly away, black butterfly, to what you admire. Only you can hinder you from truly reaching triumph. I'm destined for greatness because I imagine that. My skin light, but baby, I am blacker than black. I got a mean code switch voice for work type black. I'm so black that my pale teacher called me a nigga in the middle of class. And I just sat back and laughed because that word don't make me boo. It makes you miserable. Don't gotta go to the circus to know it's clowns in there.
Your peace reflection. Welcome back.
Yerp. Peace
All right. All
reflections.
right.
Welcome back. Oops, I stopped sharing my screen. I didn't mean to. Well, y'all come on in. We got a lot today. God mama, what we got today, baby?
Child, we got a lot going on today. So today's gonna be a long day. So I suggest you get it together, get what you gotta get your earbuds. Because today's going to be a long day. Eligio, in true Eligio fashion, has shown his complete ass this morning, this rising. He said he ain't doing this. He's not putting himself in jeopardy, you know, whatever.
Mm,
And then we got to listen to the police that interviewed the victim because I want to make sure I get my words right. We have that today. And then some more got dropped in our lap right before we were about to hit live. So we've got a lot to go with here short.
yes, we have a lot. Salute to the chat. Leighton. Hi, baby. Thank you for joining us early. Vicky, I see you. I see you, Queen. Yes, what a rising already. Like Godmama said, we have a full schedule today. I planned on doing some day drinking. Looks like that's been put to a halt. We'll see. First things first, though, we are going to get into, we have a live stream of Court Live today, right now. There is, who is it? Juju, Jax, who's on the stand, Godmama?
Jax is on the stand.
It was
Was
Jax
on the
that was on the stand. Okay.
mhm. In this video, shout out to Hip Hop Inquirer.
Mhm.
Um, I'll get the link to get it dropped in the chat. But yes, we've got us some live feed footage today from inside the courtroom, and we are grateful and thankful for that.
Yes, yes, we are. But we're going to back it up a little on this live footage. Eligio Bishop had issues with the judge having COVID, and this is where we're going to kind of step in. Uh we're going to dive a little deeper on this, but just to get the gist of how court started this rising. Hey, sweet Gemini. Hi, baby. Just to give y'all a little taste of how court started today. Okay. Bishop was on that bullshit.
I don't want to lose you. Let's go. I don't. Turn your mic on, Mr. Booker. Oh, that's fine. Either way. All right. Good morning again, Judge. Good morning. So, after having an opportunity to speak to my client is standing on his objection as far as going forward with the trial. He is concerned for his health. He's indicated to me that he does not want to be in a courtroom where someone who has tested positive for COVID within the last 5 days is at. He believes you're outside the CDC's advice and guidelines, so he does not want to be present. He wants to be present for his own trial, but he doesn't want his own health at issue. And so he is objecting to you being here for that purpose. Secondarily, he is not going to sit in the back with an iPad. I can state, Judge, as an officer of the court, I've known Mr. Bishop for a while. He has no desire to post on social media or anything like that with an iPad. But he has indicated he's going to take advantage of going back to the jail. He will go back to the jail and he will observe his trial from there. He also has indicated that he would be happy to listen to you for purposes of his right to testify or not. But he's going back to the jail. He understands he will not be brought back here. He'll observe his trial from the jail.
All right, have you discussed his ability to testify or not
I have,
testify in
Judge.
that context?
And that's another objection that we would have, Judge, because obviously his ability to testify and to defend his case from the jail, he doesn't feel like the choice or the option that he has. He's happy to be here in court if the C.C.C guidelines are followed in his opinion, but if the C.C.C guidelines are not followed, he feels compelled to follow his own health and his own best interest. And so he is going to go to the jail and observe his trial there. He understands that his ability to testify, and I believe his ability to testify will certainly be encumbered if he chooses to testify. But at this point, I think he's going to take his own health over anything else. So I advise him of his right to testify or not testify. I do think that he will not choose to testify under these circumstances, but you can certainly inquire of him and explain to him his right, because obviously that's what the court will do.
All right. Well, the trial is going forward. We've been through that significantly. We, just for the record, we did recess Tuesday afternoon for the rest of the day Tuesday and all day yesterday. We are back here this Thursday, and we are ready to go forward. We had a company come in and sanitize the courtroom. We have a machine, an air circulation filtration system going in the courtroom. I've provided masks for all of anybody who wants them, spectators, anybody, jurors, lawyers. And you can have 2 masks. You want a double mask? You can double mask. I am going to continue to wear a mask during the trial. And I think, frankly, folks are safer now than they were on Monday, because now I'm wearing a mask. Oh, we have shields? Where's the shield? Okay.
The judge got jokes.
All right, put it over the mask. All right, we can, where is it? Will you get one? Okay, we have a face shield too. We can put a face shield on them. Deputies, are they okay with that?
He's not going to want a face shield.
He's not gonna want, he doesn't want a face shield.
He's not asking for a face shield.
I understand.
He's indicating that the court is still positive for COVID, and because of that, he does not want to be in the courtroom. He's elected to take advantage of his own health. He's entitled to do that.
Sure.
That's
all right. Just make sure the record is clear that I am not instructing that he leave the courtroom. My preference is for him to stay and participate in his defense with his attorney. However, if he does not want to be here, we will make arrangements for him to observe the proceedings from the jail courtroom.
But he does want to be here, Judge.
It's his choice. So I want him here. Everybody else is here. Everybody else is fine.
I'm not their judge. I want to be there, but I'm scared too.
Lord, please forgive the gentleman.
If he is uncomfortable being in this courtroom, I will consider it a voluntary absence, and we will bring him back to the jail, where he will put on his orange jumpsuit, and he will observe the trial.
Is it really voluntary?
He is aware of that, Judge, and he would just go ahead and go through his right to testify or not.
Yep. All right, Mr. Bishop, do you understand? I need to know you understand these things. Mr. Bishop.
Judge.
Yeah.
Mr. Bishop would like to inquire if the court would state on the record whether you're still positive for COVID.
I have no idea.
What? You don't have any idea, Judge? You could have took it, Judge. What are we doing here, Judge?
Better today than I did on Monday night.
He just wants the record to reflect that you're here in court. You could be potentially still positive for COVID, and his options are to be positive, be in the courtroom with someone who's positive for COVID.
All right, we've gone through. Yeah, I understand. You've made your record, Mr. Bishop. You've made your point. It's interesting to me for all sorts of reasons that's your concern, but
wow, she took shots fired. Whoa, she whoa.
That if we have made at your request, because you are in.
I am so sorry, chat. Please forgive us. For anybody with PTSD, we don't need shots fired during a trial, but Lord, please forgive us.
If you do not want to be in this courtroom.
Whoa,
We've made arrangements for you to go
hold on,
back to the
hold on.
jail and observe the proceedings in the jail courtroom. Do you understand that if you
Hold on, before we continue, did you hear what the judge just said?
No, because you
That
were
judge
talking.
said,
I'm
it's
sorry.
surprising that he's concerned. Well, she didn't say exactly like that, but what I'm deducting from what she just said is, boy, you out here raw dogging, doing it in the front and the back, no protection, and you worry about my little COVID. Well, you don't sit your anyway. She didn't say you. Okay, you know what I mean. But I get a point. You out there in the jungle, ain't taking baths, taking crap by trees. You know, you're hitting them. You know what I'm talking about. This is he's. But this jury is, Bishop is saying, because you'd have the.
well, your attorney can explain it to you. Also, you will have the right to testify in this case in your own defense if you would like. You do not have to. It is entirely up to you. If you choose to testify, you will be subject to cross-examination like any other witness. If you do not testify, I will instruct the jury that they are not allowed to hold that against you in any manner. And you can consult with your attorney about whether or not you want to testify, or whether or not it's in your best interest, but ultimately the decision has to be made by you. So,
we have we discussed whether or not he wants to testify or not. But he wants to make sure the record is clear that his ability to be here in court, he doesn't feel like he's had any other option but to take his own health. That issue is not something he's just electing to do. He's indicated that he's not going to be here in a courtroom where someone testifies with a COVID. He's not going to. And so he understands that going to the jail is his option until he comes to the next. He has indicated that he does not want the trial to start until he's at the jail and on the camera and able to see what's going on in his own trial.
okay, well, again, as I mentioned, he's the only person who has an issue with this. So the trial is going forward.
Well,
with him here or with him in
Judge, I do
jail.
too, but
That is
we'll talk about
his
that later.
decision. Also, Mr. Bishop, if you choose to go back to the jail to observe the trial, you're not going to be able to change your mind and come back. There's too much involved. Time, it's going to take about 30 minutes to get you there, just out and back into the courtroom, and we don't have time for the back and forth business. So once you exercise this option that I'm giving you, and this is, make no mistake, this is your choice. This is your choice. Okay? If you exercise your option to do this, that's on you, and you're not going to be able to undo it. You're not going to be able to come back for parts of it. So you either stick around and we finish this trial, or you go to the jail courtroom and you observe. Well,
he is asking, he understands it, he's asking that we will just give him time to get to the jail, because how, and we were just asking whether or not he intends to testify. Ms. Bishop, do you intend to testify in this case? Do you feel like you have an option to testify? I have an option, but I don't know if I want to. Okay. If you are, so you're gonna have to do the part of yes or no, do you intend to testify or not? I don't know.
okay, well, then we'll ask him again. I notified him of his rights on the record. I will ask you again outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of the defendant's evidence, if you want to testify or not. And if you do, you'll have to testify from the jail courtroom without having your attorney there. Your attorney will be here.
He shouldn't have a problem testifying from the jail, Your Honor. He was on Instagram Live giving his motherfucking testimony. He ain't got no problem with that. There shouldn't be no problem for you, Bishop. Shouldn't be no problem. Hey, shout out to the chat. What's up, hippie soul? Hi, Mayor. Mayor. Last night was hilarious. And shout out to our mod squad. 504 and G5 are in the building. Y'all go ahead and hit that like. God, Mama, what is this?
Child, a mess.
Hmm. Let's get back to it.
Do you understand that? Okay, well,
Well,
I can't make it any
well,
clearer. Yes, Mr. Coveney?
I understand.
I can just put two things on the
Yes,
record.
please.
One, I just want to establish that we do have technology that would allow Mr. Bishop to testify from the jail courtroom
Yes.
and stream that live into the courtroom.
Yes,
That
we do.
is possible.
Yeah, I said you could testify from the jail court.
Secondly, I think there was some confusion earlier about the current CDC guidelines. We all know they're in the process of changing, but I have it pulled up cdc.gov isolation protocols. If you test positive for COVID-19, stay home for at least 5 days, but then it counts day zero is the onset of symptom or is the day of symptom onset regardless of when you test positive. So it also says you are most likely to be infectious during these first 5 days. Wear a high quality mask if you must be around others at home and in public, and don't go to places where you're unable to wear a mask. So it contemplates being around
Of course
other
it
people.
does.
It says wear a mask. We are in 2024, the end of February, beginning of March tomorrow.
It's been
We are
4
nearly
years.
4 years removed from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a legal system, we need to learn to live with this. The state is asking the court to go forward and
Judge, if I got a chance to respond to that. Only, I get that we're 4 years ahead, but right over here in this box where the jurors are sitting, we still have plexiglass up that the jurors can't be beside each other. We had only 4 years ago a few million people across this world and country that died as a result of COVID-19. There are people, the hospital cells were overwhelmed. My client, he gets one life, and he's elected not to be in a courtroom with someone. His position is that we don't even know if you're positive or negative at this point. You haven't taken another test. And so ultimately,
Can we add into evidence his because I didn't hear too many people talk about Hawaii. But since we're having such issues with COVID, can we bring up somebody that want to bring up Hawaii?
Mm,
Please and thank
mm,
you.
okay.
Since y'all want to follow CDC guidelines now. Okay.
Out there touching them turtles and shit.
Judge, his position is that he understands the prejudice that will exist, but it's not a prejudice that he feels that he has created by being placed in the jail court. He's going to go back to the jail court. Whether he chooses to testify at that point or not will be a decision that he will make. Because at this point, I don't know that he's made a ultimate decision, but he's elected to go to the jail court, and he will dress out in his own garb, and he will pop up on the screen and watch it just like everybody else. So we're ready to get going.
All right, let's do it. We'll be in recess until we get, Mr. Bishop on the jail courtroom. Oh, yeah, and to the woman who, the witness, you're just gonna have to hang tight. We gotta take a recess to get Mr. Bishop back. Okay. Yeah.
So he elected to go to the courtroom in his oranges. So the next time we see Mr. Bishop, he should be not him getting sanitizer, child.
Dramatic
Girl, get
drama
that shit
queen.
off the screen for a moment, girl.
Drama queen.
The hell
Mm, 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 mm,
is
mm,
going on? This
mm.
man said he didn't want to be in a courtroom with her because she don't know if she got COVID still or not. But he was all up in Hawaii talking about COVID ain't real.
Mhm. Him and Ronnie fucked around and found out in Hawaii. Okay. I don't know what they think this is.
But
And by they, I mean the spirits that reside in Bishop.
right? But Hydrix, she wasn't playing that shit. She even said it. She said, "I don't know why you trying to make this an issue, but okay."
And it doesn't need to be to this extent where you're pointing out the glass framing. Let's look at this, y'all. He talking about, let me get my pointer over here. Y'all see this is what he talking about. The inches. You see
Mm,
these little gaps right here. He pointing shit out. I don't see this person with the mask on. Look at the bailiffs.
right.
If you don't get your, but they work in the jail, so they look at this black man. He going off. Oh yeah. Thank
And
you, sir.
baby,
We
your
appreciate
own
this.
lawyer's not even wearing a fucking mask.
Lawyer don't
Child.
give a damn.
Don't give it,
But
man.
he pointing out the difference in this, that, and the other. And you know what? Let me play devil's advocate. Let me play Bishop's advocate real quick. Maybe his well, let me stop. I can't even do it with a straight face. But I was thinking that maybe since he's done his B6 diet and he's healed all those herpes and HIVs and everything that's come through his camp, maybe his immune system is a little bit more sensitive than the rest of us who've been in Babylon. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just throwing it out there. You know what I'm saying? Throwing
What's
it out there.
happening?
Not his face was peeling off. Oh
That
my
whole face.
god. Oh my gosh.
He is putting on a show. But again, like we have said since the first day, it wouldn't
Mhm,
be an Eligio Bishop trial if it wasn't for this mess. And shout out to
mhm,
Hip Hop and Choir. I know we was kind of giving you a little hard time at the beginning, brother. But shout out to you for
mhm.
getting this live feed today, because that's what's up. We needed the live feed today.
Yeah, we did. We're fixing to hit the weekend. So if we can get caught up on some testimony as it comes out, that'd be great. But real quick for y'all in the chat, we are going to recap the incident that happened with Bishop, and we're going to include some other people's feedback on that. We're going to go straight to the Court TV link, catch it there towards the end of the show. So we do appreciate Hip Hop and Choir, but we will be sharing it again without commentary and hearing from professionals, quote unquote
These are
professionals.
multi-song.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it did.
Audio
So
visual has to be on point. If it's going to
his lawyer.
multi.
I'm trying to
And
get it from the
so
very
I'm
beginning, guys.
considering you absent for these proceedings.
we back. We are back, Laser. We're back.
All right, fam. I'm
Okay.
out of here. Talk to you later.
Did that
Hey.
help promote attention to
Courtney,
Mr.
sorry.
Bishop?
All right. Caution to everybody's microphones. I don't
Okay,
control this
so
man's microphone.
Did you guys also create music?
Yes, we did.
Okay. On Spotify, do you have music on Spotify?
Yes, sir.
How many albums do you think you guys have on Spotify?
2 or 3.
2 or 3 albums.
Mhm.
These are multi-song music albums.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they under the name of Carbonation?
Yes.
Okay. And were these things that you guys recorded and created there together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did it include singing and other things?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Sustained, you have them on direct.
Sure. Thank you, Judge. So when you were present in the house, was Mr. Bishop in a...
For those of y'all who do not know, real quick, this is an active member. This is the defense's turn to call their witnesses. The prosecution has rested. This is an active member in Bishop's cult. Okay. I will not say his name. They can say his name. I don't care what y'all say in the chat, but because we're going to treat him the same way we treat the victims. We're just going to remain nameless while we are streaming the actual court. So just a quick update for y'all.
a relationship with several women?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Bishop in a position where he was being violent toward women?
No.
Okay. I want to take you specifically. I think you said you got there first in 2021. Was there a time that you were in California in 2021?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there a time that you were ever with the group in California?
No, sir.
Were you with the group everywhere they went?
Well, when I got there in Puerto Rico, yes.
Okay. So from March of 2021 until how long were you with the group? For what time frames?
From March 2021 to March 2022.
Okay. All right. So let's go to March 24th of 2022. Were you at the house that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. At that house, that's the same Atlanta house we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
How many people had cars there?
There were 2 cars.
Okay. Do you know what kind of cars they were?
No, I don't remember. I know it was a burgundy car and a black car.
Okay. And were those cars used to transport everybody around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know who had access to those cars?
Yes, I had access to the car. Mr. Bishop, True had access to the car. believe
Musa did?
Yeah, Musa did as well.
Okay. All right. And
Ooh, warning, warning, volume warning, volume warning.
on the board back there, which name did you go by? Jax. Okay. And was that a name that you had before you got in the group, or was that a name that you had after you got in the group?
That was the name I had before I got in the group.
Okay. What is that? If you could tell us, what does that name mean?
God has been gracious and shown favor.
God has been gracious and shown favor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was a name that people before. So did people know you by that name before 2021?
No, that's the name I gave myself before I left Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay. So on your way to Puerto Rico, you wanted to create a name for yourself, so that's the name you created.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So going to March 24th, 2022, can you describe what's happening in the house that day? Is there a party? What's happening in the house?
That day we had company over.
Okay.
The usual. I think we went live, had some music playing.
Anything unusual about that day?
Well, we had a meeting with Miss Newell. Miss Newell wanted to leave.
Okay.
In the midst of that meeting, I was cleaning up, organizing because we were about to take it down for the rest of the night. She wanted to leave. I was asked by True to go get her bags along with another member of the shed with her painting and bring it to the door.
Okay. All right. So you were asked to go get her bags because you understood she wanted to leave.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said before we go further, you said you were shutting down for the night and cleaning up. Shutting what down?
We were cleaning up.
Okay.
We were going to take it down for the night, go to sleep.
Okay.
We were cleaning up while the meeting was going on. We were in the midst of cleaning up, getting the house ready.
Okay. So did you go get her bags?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where did you take her bags to?
From the shed, took her bags and her paintings to the front of the door on the landing where the door was. You see her Uber outside.
Okay. Where was she at?
I don't remember. She was upstairs going to get the rest of her things, her belongings.
Okay. Were her bags already packed, or do you know?
Most of her luggage was already packed in next to the door. She probably only had to grab a few things from the stairs.
Okay. All right. Did you witness her leave outside the front door?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you witness her leave at all?
No, sir.
Did you ever see her again after the bags were placed at the front door?
Yes, sir.
When did you see her?
She came downstairs, and I seen that. I continued to keep cleaning. She went back upstairs.
So she came downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear anybody say anything to her?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she appear to be disheveled or anything like that when she came downstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody hit her, punch her, or anything like that when she came downstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. So she came downstairs, and you said she went back upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm teasing myself. Yes, sir.
Okay.
When she went back upstairs, how long was she downstairs before she went back upstairs?
A couple seconds.
Okay. Did you hear anybody call her to go back upstairs?
No, sir.
Okay. When she went back upstairs, what did you witness her do?
I didn't witness her do anything. She just went up the stairs, and I continued to keep cleaning up.
Okay.
Forgive me for interrupting. The beeping is people's names being redacted from the testimony for the public, not for the jury. So forgive us for that. We did not edit that in, but it has to be edited that way for us to be able to get this testimony out to the public. Please hit the like. Thank you.
All right. Did you ever see her come back downstairs after that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you hear anything or any noises of anybody fighting upstairs, anything like that?
No, nothing of that nature.
Did you hear anything that sounded like any type of violence or confrontation upstairs?
No, sir.
And was that all that you witnessed from her on that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her bags being moved by anybody from the front of the house?
No, sir.
Okay. And as far as the time that you spent in the group, is it your testimony that you never saw Mr. Bishop punch or hit anyone while you were present?
I never seen that happen.
Okay. How many devices would you say were within the house, electronic devices were there that you guys would use? Was it a lot of computers and everything, or what was there?
There were a few computers.
Okay.
Everyone had a cell phone.
Okay. So the cell phones, was that the primary method of production?
Yes.
Okay. And did the production, was everybody in the production every day?
Yes, everyone was included in the production.
Okay. Did Mr. Bishop have different characters that he would do for the production?
Yes, he did.
Can you tell us some of the characters he would do?
Mr. Bishop, Dr. Bishop was like a psychologist character that he would play to help some of the members go through anything that they were going through. He had Uncle Fernando.
What was Uncle Fernando?
It was just like a comedian.
Okay.
Just, you know.
Okay. Anyone else that you saw him act as?
3 God.
Okay, what was that?
That was just a character. If you look at the spiritual meaning of 3, it's the perfect number. It means knowledge, wisdom, being in harmony with the universe. Okay. So that was a character that he played, and we all agreed to push that character to the public.
Okay. Anything else that you witnessed that you can remember as far as characters?
No, sir.
Was there a time that was called Real Talk?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
What was Real Talk? And maybe what was it called? I hate to say it. Real
It was
Nigga
called
Talk?
Real Nigga Moments.
That, okay.
Yes,
What
sir.
was that about?
It was just, well, I actually wasn't there when those moments were
Okay.
happening.
Then I won't be that sure about it.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Okay. But there was another segment.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Outside of the music on Spotify, was there any other produced music outside of Spotify?
On YouTube, SoundCloud.
Okay. Was Velvet Marquez ever at the house when you were there?
No, sir.
Okay. Was Brianna Jacobs at the house when you were there?
No, sir.
Had you ever met Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
And you had never met Velvet Marquez either?
No, sir.
Okay. But Janae Newell, you were around her?
Yes, I was.
Okay. How long do you think you were around Janae Newell during the time? How often did you see her?
Lord, they not even beeping it out at the right time. Y'all, please forgive us. They not even beeping it out at the right time. Here we go. And this is coming from, I won't say where this is. It's coming from hip hop, whatever.
He doing his best, girl. He doing his best.
Not too often. In Puerto Rico, she was only there for like not even a month. Atlanta, probably was there with her for a couple weeks.
Okay. All right. And you never saw Mr. Bishop hit her or have any act of violence on her?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Britt.
How you doing today?
Still morning, I'm doing all right. My name is Michael Coveney, I'm a prosecutor on the case. You were pretty good at wrestling as a kid, were you not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you got a scholarship to go to Pitt for wrestling, right?
Yes, I did.
I think you testified you started watching videos online after you left Pitt and left the other college you attended for a little while. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? And it was at that point in your life that you found Mr. Bishop's teachings to be appealing.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you still find Mr. Bishop's teachings to be appealing, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're currently a follower of his.
Yes, sir.
And do you reside with other people who follow Mr. Bishop?
Yes, sir.
You reside with Tanisha Dulé?
No, I don't, sir.
You reside with Juliana Diaz?
Yes, sir.
Jayon Hamilton?
No,
Caleb Buckner?
no, sir.
Does Mr. Bishop pay you rent?
Pay who's rent?
Pay rent on the place where you reside?
No, I pay rent where I was.
Now, you said you were not in California with the group, right?
Yes.
Because that happened. Are you familiar with where the group was before you joined, just from learning about it?
Yeah, I'm familiar with a few spots.
So they were in California during 2020.
Yes.
And you said Mr. Bishop provided for the majority of your meals and things like that, right?
Yes, sir. Well, we all will provide. All of us will provide.
Were you working jobs?
No, we will all pull in resources.
Asking for donations?
No, we will all pull in resources. We want to ask for any donations per se.
You testified about the 2 cars at the Arbor Chase property. Do you
Yes,
remember
sir.
those?
Yes, sir.
And you said you had permission, Aaron had permission, and maybe Musa had permission to drive them, right?
Yes, sir.
But the 3 of y'all would still have to ask Mr. Bishop before you could go somewhere, right?
No, sir.
So your testimony today is you could just up and leave.
Not just up and leave, but if we need to go get groceries, we didn't have to ask Mr. Bishop to go get groceries. We could just go get groceries from home.
Anybody else to drive those cars? If Janae, someone else, they would need Mr. Bishop's permission, right?
They wouldn't need his permission. They weren't driving at all. They weren't driving at all. The men were more so driving to go get whatever need to be get. We would bring it back to home.
Those cars belong to Mr. Bishop.
Yes, sir.
He made the rules related to who got to drive them, where they go, stuff like that.
There weren't necessarily any rules. He didn't make any rules.
He didn't make rules for
He
that?
didn't make any rules on who was driving the car. There was just a specific people that were able to drive the car because they were able to drive and they had licenses.
Okay. And he did make rules about a lot of other aspects of your life, right?
No, sir. I wouldn't say any rules. I would say more so morals and principles for us to abide by, and we all agreed upon to live with those morals and principles.
Okay. So as a condition of being a part of the group, anybody who's joining would agree to abide by certain morals and principles, right?
Yes,
and there would be consequences if they failed to abide by those morals and principles.
No, there wouldn't be any consequences. There would maybe a meeting. We would have a discussion, or those people would just leave in the middle of the night.
That's usually when people left, right?
Well, I've seen two people left in the middle of the night. One person decided to call and Mr. Bishop talked with them, and they decided to leave still.
You said you were telling the jury a little bit about the last night Janae was there. Do you remember that night?
Yes.
And I think you kind of finished that conversation by telling Mr. Booker that was everything important that you witnessed with Janae that night, right?
Yes, sir.
So everything important that happened with her, you just testified to.
That I've seen.
So is it your testimony that you did not observe Zoka hit the cherry that night?
I did not observe that. I was cleaning up.
Sorry about that.
Any redirect?
Okay.
All right, may you be excused? Thank you. All right, free to go. Call your next witness.
She said, "All right, you're free to go." Girl, she
Mhm.
even treating them different. Whatever, Judge Hydrick. I ain't mad at you, but if this wasn't a different case, baby, I might be a little shimmy
Mhm.
with you. You
This
know.
is I still haven't gone back and seen where she saw him during the bond hearing. So I need to read her energy from that to now.
Oh, even back then she was over him. As soon as his name and his file and what he was accused of and all his background slid across her desk, she was over it.
Well, then maybe I need to investigate some of her other cases then.
Mm. Eligio gonna
And
fight you.
will, because I ain't heard Bishop say nothing bad about her.
No. Well, he said what she referred to in his live, the worst thing he said about her was that the nature or the universe made her catch COVID because she's not doing her job properly.
Yeah, but I haven't heard him like we've heard Bishop throw some people under the bus.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
I've heard other people threaten their judge way more than what Bishop has. I mean, I'm just saying. So
Mhm. Yes,
the
but one
chat
of the
talking about perjury. Hmm. Hmm.
you know, j the person who was just on the stand, his timeline ain't timelining for me because I remember, them having a fight in a circle. Remember that?
Mhm.
It was, like, in the middle of the jungle type of thing.
Yeah, and I thought the prosecution was really gonna dig in more to that, but he didn't. So I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, that was kind of
Like,
weird.
as far as yeah, the I mean, it was kinda like, "Oh, you guys were allowed to leave? Oh, you could do this? Oh, there was no abuse? Oh, you didn't see any come on, get
Right,
out
and
of
there
here."
was no, making him retract or his statement or catching him lying, or it was none of that. What are we doing
Mhm.
here? Please don't
What
drop
are we
the ball, and we right here.
Mhm. That's
Mm,
that's my hang up right here. Like, do y'all have that much faith in the jury? Do y'all know some again, I've said this from the beginning. Does the prosecution know something we don't?
mhm.
Because you guys are coming out pretty good. And by the way, side note, this is totally off the wall, and y'all know how I am about them white boys. I really like the prosecutor's voice. Mm. It's just like a good old Southern comfort trial movie for me or something. I don't know.
Mhm.
I like the
Straight up
prosecutor's
trial
voice.
movie.
One of them where, whatever. I'm not talking about Mississippi Burning. I'm talking about one of them like love affair type stories. Anyways, something you'd see on Lifetime.
An Alex Murdaugh type movie.
Mm. Yeah,
Mm.
it's giving Matthew McConaughey almost.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah. I haven't
Oh,
I mean, I've seen him, but I need to look at him again so I can see if
he
I'm
he
vibing or
looked a little small and nerdy, Jack. A little
not.
small
Yeah.
and nerdy.
And caution to the chat, y'all. I will be day drinking today, so, let me with that being said, let me keep my commentary to a minimum. Wasn't the plea
Y'all
deal
gonna
for 30
love this
years?
next person who hits the damn,
Oh,
uh,
look.
man.
Hold on, look at this goofy nigga. We got him right here, godmama. Look at him. Alright, y'all ready? Me and godmama just cutting up for a little bit.
We cutting up, sorry. And hip hop, he up there cutting up too, child. And I'm gonna
Mm,
keep saying it because we did it for Neek, so I'm gonna do it for you, baby. Shout out to you for doing what you
mhm.
had to do to get this lanky lank.
And yes, the plea deal was for 30, hippie.
Mhm.
At first, it was for like 10, do 7 or something. He was getting a lot of some leeway. All right, y'all, let's get to it.
Some
Me
negative
too.
critics online. Is that correct? Who was a negative critic you saw online?
Well, there's actually a lot of them inside of this courtroom today. Well, the main one that has been emailing the detectives to.
All right, stop, all right.
The main one.
Hold on, stop, stop.
Okay, let me rephrase the question.
Could you guys approach for a sec?
Sure, Judge.
Baby Juju getting active. Okay, Juju.
This
Okay.
is what I anticipated from the actual tribe members.
All right,
I
something
anticipated
just happened,
hostile witness.
and
Yeah. 'Cause why he
Mhm.
judge has
throwing
got to
in
stop.
he said, actually, a lot of them are sitting in the court right now."
Look at them turning around. Look at the lady turning around. They want to see. Look at
Mhm.
his face.
Ugh.
Oh, they didn't come to play. I was gonna say that about the first guy. I was gonna say his demeanor was very you could feel that energy. Like they did not come to
Mhm.
play. They ready to go murder people after this. Let me stop. I'm not saying they're going to
They
murder
on
anybody.
Demon
I
Time,
don't know.
baby. This is that Demon Time video.
Yeah, there's demon time, God
That's
mama.
2021. And
Okay, let's go
where'd
back
you
a
meet
little
him
bit.
at?
A member or a follower of Nature Boy. I did see him throughout the proceedings, but he was asked to leave the courtroom.
They talking about world news.
When did you physically meet him?
March 29th, 2021.
March 29th, 2021. And
Yes, sir.
where'd you meet him at?
Puerto Rico.
Okay. And how did you get there?
I caught a flight.
Okay. Where were you coming from?
Chicago.
Okay. Were you a student in school or what were you doing?
Well, during that exact time, it was, I think COVID was going on, so all the schools were shut down.
Okay. All right. And how did you fund the flight from Chicago to Puerto Rico?
Well, I had a job that was, the job closed down, so they had sent me a check, $2,000 check.
Okay.
And then I just used that expense to pay for the flight.
Okay. And so when you got to Puerto Rico, what was the living arrangements there?
The living arrangements were actually very beautiful. The men, we were just together. We were just together, united. Mr. Bishop, he actually went in his own space. He actually ended up leaving to Atlanta in his own space while we were actually alone, isolated, not isolated, but we're alone instead of holding down the hub by ourselves. We're actually alone.
Right, he just asked you about the living arrangement, so just answer the question.
Yeah, yeah. It was really beautiful. It was really beautiful.
Anybody, hold up, if there are any comments, you're gonna be kicked out of the courtroom.
And Judge, I'm gonna try that, but I want him to have an opportunity to explain it.
He certainly can, but he has to answer the question. If it warrants explanation, that's fine, but we're not gonna go off on tangents that are not relevant.
Right, I
Ooh.
think he's determined that it does want explanation. So, you met, Mr. Bishop left and went back to Atlanta, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We were at the house.
Okay. And how long were you in Puerto Rico for?
Say one time.
How long were you in Puerto Rico for?
For about 6 months.
Okay. How many people were there with you?
About probably like 30. It was probably 7 men. 7 men.
Okay.
Yes.
Were there any women there?
The ones that had wives, the men that had wives, they were there too.
Okay.
Also, Mr. Bishop's wives were also there.
Okay. So there were women there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
But except for his main wives, they went to Atlanta with him.
Okay. Do you know who his main wives that went to Atlanta with him were?
The main wives would be Malia, and Ashley. Yes.
Okay. All right. Again, apologies. Y'all, I'm sorry about the beeping. Jay Solo, hi, how are you? We're listening to live testimony from Bishop's trial. This is some of his cult members. This is the defense witnesses. And y'all, I'm going to do my best to be working on that beep right there with Mr. Hip Hop, okay? Right. And they stayed there because they were not a main wife or they were in a relationship with another guy?
Well, the thing about the whole tribe is we're spiritualists, we're spiritual teachers, we're spiritual gurus. So we teach spirituality. So people come and join on a spiritual journey. Nobody is being recruited, nobody is being persuaded to join. Like for instance,
Unresponsive.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. So let me re-ask the question. 3 women went to Atlanta with him. Does that sound right? His wives went to Atlanta with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you were mentioning that you don't recruit and things like that. People were just showing up?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after you were in Puerto Rico for 6 months, where did you go after that?
After Puerto Rico, we went to Atlanta.
Atlanta? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so from the time that you got to Atlanta, did you remain in Atlanta or did you go somewhere else?
After Atlanta, we went to Philadelphia.
Okay. And when you say we, who was we?
The men, we went to Philadelphia to the network. I did a few music shows.
Okay.
Really to network.
Okay. All right. And you did some music shows. What kind of music do you do?
It was a music video I did on YouTube for music. I just did a video. It was a open mic, some type of open mic night.
Okay. And was Carbonation, were there music production happening within Carbonation as well?
So one time?
Within the group, was there music production being happening as well?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of production.
Okay. All right. Were there albums that were created and produced?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they placed on Spotify and other places?
On all streaming platforms.
Okay. All streaming platforms?
YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, really everywhere.
Okay. All right. So during the time that you were in March 20th, 2021, did you know Velvet Marquez?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know Brianna Jacobs?
No, sir.
All right. And Kendra Carter, did you know her?
Yes, sir.
You knew Kendra Carter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what name Kendra Carter went by?
Sheba.
Mama Sheba. And did you know Janae? Okay. Do you know what name? Okay. During the time that you were there, how often would you see Kendra Carter?
Kendra Carter, well, she was actually Dixon's wife.
Okay.
And their Dixon's wife, so it was quite often I was seeing her.
Okay. Aaron Dixon was okay. So when she was around, was she staying around Aaron Dixon? Okay. And Janae knew.
Well, when she had got to Puerto Rico, she had came to Puerto Rico and she wasn't there for long. She ended up wanting to leave again. Okay. So when she left, she ended up going back to Atlanta. Okay. So I didn't really see her. I seen her more when we was in Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In March of 2022, were you at the house in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
March 24th to be exact?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was the living arrangements in the house? How did people stay? How did they sleep?
Well, we ended up dividing ourselves into the living room, the dining room. Mr. Bishop had his headquarters. There was also two other rooms that were open and available.
Okay.
The middle room it ended up being turned into like a studio / production room. Yeah.
And a typical day, how much production was done on a typical day?
It was a lot of production. Like it was music being done. It was videos being edited. It was a lot of acting that was being done. It was a lot of production.
Okay. And the acting would entail, was it dramatic acting, comedy? What kind of acting?
It was really all type of acting. It was like entertain. It was really all for entertainment purposes. We decided that right now humanity is in a very special time right now, and we come with a very important message that needs to be delivered to humanity. So us.
Jay Solo, it's not me. I'm trying to mute the beeping. The stream that we're listening to did the beeping. It's not me. I'm trying, y'all. Dang. I'm listening intently. I'm sorry, I got a little carried away on my phone, but y'all, the beeping is not me. I got my finger on the trigger. I got my finger on the trigger for the mute when I hear the beep before y'all do. Okay? Hit my Cash App if y'all want me to do better. Hit my Cash App if you want me to do better.
Realizing that humanity is being distracted through entertainment and drama, we chose to meet humanity where they are and give them drama and entertainment.
Okay.
So collectively, I was actually there when we came to the collective agreement to do this, to do certain performances, to say certain things, to deliver the message within that performance. Spiritual improv is what we consider.
And was the purpose of that to get people to some shock and awe so they would pay attention to what you were saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. So March 24th, 2022, was there anything, was there a party going on in the house or anybody over that day that you can recall?
I think we were having an interview, a Sonnetter interview. I'm not sure, but the most that I can remember that day is cleaning up. We were cleaning up. I was cleaning up. I was helping cleaning up the kitchen, and then we ended up feeling the energy inside of the house as if it was a meeting going on. So as we dismissed the kitchen, that's when we attended the meeting, and then the conclusion we already came to a conclusion that she was ready to depart from the group.
Okay, so Miss, when you say she was that Janae Newell?
Yes, sir.
In the meeting, what happened after the meeting? How did you know she was getting ready to leave the group?
Well, it was discussed, and it was said that she was ready to leave and to make arrangements for her Uber to pull up. So after that was discussed, I was asked to get her belongings from the back. So I went to the back and I got her belongings, I got her paintings, I got her suitcases, and I organized them. I helped organize them right there by the door so she could leave.
Okay. Where was she while you were doing all that? What was Miss Newell?
I didn't really see her.
Okay.
I think she was right. She was in the living room. Yeah, she was in the living room. As a matter of fact, she was right there.
Okay. And where was Mr. Bishop?
I did not see him.
Okay. So when you came back in, were her bags, did you give them to her or you put them by the door?
She was standing right there by the door, so I remember coming in, placing them right there by the door, and she had certain paintings that I actually liked. She had a Pharaoh painting, and I remember asking her about the Pharaoh painting, and she said she wants to keep it. Okay, so I remember placing them right there by the door.
Okay. You want to keep the Pharaoh painting for yourself?
Yes, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she didn't let you?
Yeah, she was like, she wanted it, so okay.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. So after you did that, did you continue to stay there with her, or what did you do next?
After I helped organize her bags, I just went about my business and waited until she left. Once the Uber pulled up, she walked out the house. I thought that's when I went about my day. She just no longer existed for my people. Like, okay, now she's going into the world, she's leaving.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Did you see her come back in the house?
I did not see her come back in the house, but I know she did. When she came back in, it was
Hold on.
Or can you state how you knew she?
How does he know?
because the Uber, when she had walked out to the Uber, she had ended up turning around. And then I was told that she came back.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay, you can't base your knowledge on.
She turned around.
Hold on. You cannot talk about what someone else told you. Talk about what you saw and what you observed, but that's it.
Okay, so what I observed that the Uber was no longer there, and her bags were still outside.
Okay.
So I went outside and grabbed her bags because we're not going to leave them out there. And she has a history of coming and leaving several times throughout the years.
Okay. All right. And so you brought her bags back inside?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't see her yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see her go back upstairs or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. And so what did you do with her bags?
We just organized them right there. I left them right there. When we brought them back inside, we left them right there by the staircase.
Okay.
Because I didn't know she was going to leave again because she has a history of leaving and coming back, like I said before.
Had you ever witnessed any acts of violence between Mr. Bishop, seen him punch or hit or kick somebody?
No, sir.
How about surround them and body slam them or anything like that?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen him commit any physical acts of violence against Ms. Newell? Any bruises or anything like that that Mr. Bishop would have placed on her?
No, sir.
What about women? Did you see or hear Mr. Bishop direct women to hit other women on his behalf?
Not that I've seen, sir.
Okay. All right. During the time that March 24th, 2022, were there was a mixture of men and women staying there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you were for sure there that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you hear any scuffling upstairs or any fighting or anything that sounded like violence upstairs in the house?
No, sir. It was actually very it was peaceful. The music, we went back to cleaning. As we went back to cleaning, it was just a peaceful night. Everybody went about their business about their day. Okay. And this is why I feel as if Mr. Bishop.
All right, no.
This is why I know.
Stop.
You can't convert it to I know and I feel. The judge is not going to allow you to say that. Okay. Okay. March 24th, 2022, April 7th, 2022. Were you interviewed by police?
No, I was not asked no questions, and I wasn't asked no questions.
Okay. Did police come and search the house?
They did.
Okay. Who else was there during the search of the house that you can recall? Was it a lot of people?
As far as the police?
No, not the police. Who was staying in the house when they came to search the house? Do you remember?
It was probably about 15 maybe.
Okay. And then
12, 15 was
12
around that range.
Okay. All right. Do you know who the police questioned there?
No.
Okay. But they didn't question you?
No, I was not questioned. Okay. And this is why I have reason to
No.
No.
Sir, stop.
Unless we
Stop.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna end this if he keeps this up.
You have to answer the question.
Y'all see that little side eye? Y'all see that little side eye he gave the judge?
Mm-hmm. He ain't playing.
They're not used to a white woman, a Babylon queen, aka a judge, telling them we about to shut this down. You can't go from I feel to I know to this, that, because we're in court. This is not a real nigga moment. I know y'all outside doing the most. Okay. But this ain't a real nigga moment.
Question. Okay. So there were 12 to 15 people there. Were the devices that were there, were they devices that were used for production, the phones and cameras and things like that?
Yes, sir. We actually had cameras set around the house. We were working on a documentary for production purposes, so there was cameras set up.
Okay.
Still be flicking.
Okay. All right. Want to run back over something, then we'll sit down. You said you first came across him. You're 21 now. You were 17 when you first came across him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were living in Chicago.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were what year were you in high school? Had you dropped out of high school or were you in high school?
Currently during that time of period, I was not in high school. I was in alternative school. And that's when I started tapping into the realization that nature.
Okay. And were your parents in Chicago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you continue to communicate with your parents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your parents know where you were?
They actually did.
Okay. How frequently do you think you talked to your parents during that time frame?
When I was in Puerto Rico,
Yes, sir.
but when I was in Puerto Rico, I was actually FaceTiming my parents. I was FaceTiming them to show them that everything's okay. I'm here. I'm protected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the group? Did most people have cell phones in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody has cell phone.
Okay. Were they allowed to use them?
Of course.
Okay. And do you recall if any other parents came to Puerto Rico or any other family members while you were there?
Puerto Rico.
If you can recall.
Not that I can recall. I was there.
Okay. And during the time that you were in Atlanta, did everybody have cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were people allowed to use it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. The state's gonna have a few questions for you, okay?
Yes,
And just remember to be responsible with what they're asking you. Okay?
Don't be preparing the witness. Y'all had time. Don't be
You
preparing him now for what the prosecutor about to do. And I hope Matthew McConaughey comes in here. And now, let's see what Matthew McConaughey got to do. Just because I
well,
like his little accent.
he said responsible and not respectful. Girl, press play.
Prepping him for the prosecution in front of the jury, bitch. And Bishop left the court. What a pussy, nigga.
This is a shit show.
Yeah, let me stop. Let's keep going. I'm sorry.
All right, Cross.
All right, Mr. Diaz, just a few questions for you. You just said that your family knew where you were.
So what's that?
You just testified that when you were with Mr. Bishop, your family knew where you were.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not true, is it?
It is true.
Okay, there was an occasion when the police came to the house because you had not contacted your mom in several months and she was concerned about you, right?
The police have popped up, but they popped up because it's a lot of online hates. It's a lot of online critics online that make us look bad. So her being a mother, caring, of course, but she sees these online critics making us look bad. She's gonna be worried of her son. So she reported that to the police. It's a lot of videos that's making us look bad. So she's worried. But I told her where we were. I told her where I was.
Here's my question. She was concerned because you had not contacted her in 4 months. Yes?
That's not true though,
Okay.
because I was in contact with her. I would actually call her and FaceTime her.
Okay, and you just testified on direct that you had never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group.
That's fact.
And that's not true, is it?
That is true.
There's a video where Mr. Bishop is there with you and Loyal, right?
Right.
And he slaps Loyal in the face. And you were present on that video, weren't you?
Get
I
'em.
was present on that video, but I have already stated on the record that a lot of things that we had did were for production purposes. It was called spiritual improv. Like I said, we have come with a very important message to proclaim the kingdom.
Okay, all right, you're getting far off the response now. Hold on.
I would ask that he be allowed to answer the question. She asked a question. He should be able to.
And he has a right to explain his answer, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on about things that are not relevant.
But I would argue that it is relevant. He's explaining why the slap that she's alleging that was violent. He should be able to explain why that happened.
All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Mr. Diaz, here's my question. All right, on direct, you said you have never seen Mr. Bishop be violent with anyone in the group, right?
Right.
That is a lie. That is just not true, is it?
That is true.
You've seen him be violent with people in the group, right?
For production, it wasn't violence. It was out of a joke.
But
I was there collectively when we came to the agreement. We came to a collective agreement. We were actually in the living room watching the TV so-called Living Colors with Jim Carrey and Jimmy Fox. We were in the living room collectively. I was there that night. And we came to the collective agreement that we need to do certain things and say certain things, performances, to slip in the message to humanity. Give humanity entertainment, give humanity drama, and meet them where they are so we can slip the message, the divine message that we have for them inside that performance. So any physical activity that is being presented online, we have already stated, and it's actually a live video on the internet where the telephone will be passed around. Like for me, instance, the phone will come to me and I'll be like, "Hi,
Judge, I'm not responsive.
Judge, she's asked a question, he should have a right to explain.
And he does, but he doesn't have a right to go on and on and on indefinitely and about information that isn't responsive to the
Well,
question.
he's given an example, but she's
Okay,
accused
well.
of lying.
Judge,
Wait a
we
minute.
just sat here and listened to you listen to Velvet tell you, give me a second so I can figure out the timeline and
Right.
we done listened to all these
Yeah.
prosecutor witnesses go on some stuff that wasn't coming back to the relevance. Now that's the defense's problem because he should have been fighting the way the prosecution's fighting. The way and now why the judge is intervening, I don't know. But Godmama, let this rock because we shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's hard. It is hard for me today. Hey,
Hey,
Captain, please hit
hey,
the like.
Chad. Ooh-wee. How y'all feeling? Because I'm over here like,
Mhm. She's bringing a whole different song today than she was bringing for the prosecution witness. But go ahead, Mr. Booker. And again, I know I sound like a Nature Boy fan, but it is what it is. We're here for a fair trial, Your Honor.
And of being involved in violence, and he's given an example.
All right, overrule the objection. He's had ample opportunity.
I didn't make an objection.
You,
I'm asking.
I'm overruling you, whatever it is you're saying. Sorry. No, they objected, you responded, so I am sustaining, I'm overruling.
I don't believe there was an objection.
Y'all have gotten me so confused now.
Well, I just asked that you find that the answer is
Non-responsive, thank you.
All right, Mr. Diaz, I'm gonna ask a really, really specific question. It's a yes or no question. All right?
He does have a right to explain his answer, but you need to answer the question first.
There is a video on YouTube with you, Mr. Bishop, and Loyal. Yes?
Yes.
In that video, you are all three facing the camera. Yes?
Yes.
In that video, Mr. Bishop slaps Loyal in the face. Yes?
I don't joke.
Okay. All right.
It's called spiritual improv.
Wonderful. All right. So you joined when you were 17 years old, pretty young.
Right.
And you said that you were going through some things.
Yes.
And so you looked at Mr. Bishop as God.
Yes.
You still think he's God.
Yes, but I also know that I am God too, and you are God too, and everybody in this courtroom is God. God is energy, molecules. When we observe reality, if I was to take a microscope and zoom into the essence of who you truly are, it's just a whole bunch of energy vibrating. So I understand that Mr. Bishop is God, and I am God, and you are God, and everything is God, and we are all God.
Okay.
Lord.
And with Mr. Bishop, you look to him for your spiritual guidance.
Yes.
And y'all talk pretty regularly.
Since when?
Since this case has been going on, you guys still talk, right?
It's kind of not as much as we used to because it's been a lot of not as much.
But you have talked to him since this trial started, right?
Since the trial started, not really.
Not yes or no. Have you talked to him since the trial started last week?
Since the trial started last week, yes.
Okay. And he kind of gives you an update about what's going on in court, right?
Not really. It's just the more so it's like Mr. Bishop. I look to Mr. Bishop as a mentor, as a tutor, as my tutor, as a teacher. So since we're going through it's trials and tribulations that we are going through right now. So as like a disciplinarian, a father figure, that's how I look like a father figure. He keeps his students, make sure he motivates his students. He inspires his students. He inspires me. He motivates me to keep going, to stay strong.
And when he motivates you to come in here and tell him what he said, right?
No, he just motivates me to speak the truth.
Okay. Now, let's talk about when you joined the group. There were some rules, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you had a $2,000 check you got from your job, and that helped fund your fare to Puerto Rico?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the rest of that money you gave to Mr. Bishop when you got here.
Yes, ma'am. It was just a pot. I just gave it to the pot. It was a donation from my heart.
Okay. Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got here or to the group?
Did I what?
Did you have any belongings that you had to sell before you got to the group?
No.
And any credit cards or anything like that?
No, I have no credit cards.
And as far as sleeping, if Mr. Bishop was up talking and teaching or having your meetings, y'all couldn't go to sleep until he said y'all could, right?
I mean, it's not that we couldn't go to sleep till he said that we could. It's just if we're in a classroom and the teacher is teaching, it's like, why would you want to miss out on a lesson that the teacher is teaching? Why would you be here? Why are you here? You're gonna miss out on a lesson. If we're in school and you're in class, and the teacher is teaching, and you fall asleep during class, isn't the teacher gonna say, hold on, pay attention to the message?
Okay. And as far as eating, y'all couldn't eat until he ate.
That's not really true because I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop not eat. I've witnessed multiple times Mr. Bishop fast for 7 days while the rest of the members inside of the tribe eat as much as they want to eat. So that really isn't true.
Okay. When y'all were out in Puerto Rico or wherever you guys were, y'all couldn't use the bathroom inside, could you?
That's not true because we actually had an inside bathroom that was connected to a septic tank. So
There was
it's not
no-
that.
Go ahead, I'm
So
sorry.
it's not that we couldn't use the bathroom inside. It's just we understand what the earth is and we care for the earth. And we understand that when you flush that toilet, it goes through a plumbing system to harm the waters of the earth, which is causing the earth to be harmed and destroyed. And that's when natural disasters occur. So us being naturalists and spiritual gurus, we like to live in tune with the earth and protect the earth.
And a part of being in tune with the earth was pooping in a hole outside, right?
I know it sounds crazy. But poop is not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is. It's actually soil. When you eat a lot of toxins, you fill your body with these toxins and these parasites, and then that's when the poop turns into something parasitic. But it's actually soil and dirt that's supposed to be given back to the earth.
Okay.
But when we were inside the bathroom, it was connected to a septic tank. So if you flush the toilet, it's gonna get pushed through a septic tank and gets to the earth. So we were never not allowed to use the restroom inside.
Okay. And so when you released your soil into a hole in the ground, you were allotted 6 squares of toilet paper, right? 6 squares of toilet paper. That's what y'all got to use when you had to use the bathroom, right?
No.
No.
I don't
Okay.
know where you got that from.
All right. So Mr. Bishop, he defined the roles between the men and the women, right?
Define the rules as far as what?
Women being less than men.
Women being less than men. It's not that woman. Mr. Bishop never stated that. Mr. Bishop actually stated that women were actually equal in value. We are not equal in function. And you can clearly see that when you look at how our bodies are structured. We are all equal. We are all one. We just have different purposes. We have different genomes. We have different activated genes that make us who we are, that make us different from each other.
All right. And he told you all that if you left the cult, that outside would be hell.
No, not really. It's not a cult. It's not a cult. It's a tribe. For instance, me, I joined the tribe on my own free will, on my own accord. I'm the one that texted Mr. Bishop saying that I like what he's doing. It makes a lot of sense. I can feel it. I see the movement, and I wanted to join and be a part of the movement. You understand? So me doing that, what was the primary question?
Yeah. The question was, he told you that when people left the group, that outside was hell.
Oh, no. Actually, this whole realm, hell is a mentality, it's a state of mind. So when you are at discontent with who you are, when you are miserable within yourself, when you are depressed with yourself, this is when you are in hell. It's all a state of mind, it's all mental. It's the first Hermetic law of principle, the law of mentalism. So hell was like a moment in a state of mind. You could, just because you're with us, don't mean that you can actually be in a heavenly state. You could be anywhere you want to be and be in a state of hell because you're depressed within yourself, because you are going through a lot of situations that you don't have proper answers to. So it's not that when you believe you're going to hell, it's just that with us, we hold a very healthy perspective. So you trying to turn your back and denounce us and join the online critics, that's you believing into your lower self because now you're going against what we stand on, which is truth, morals, and principles.
Okay, just a couple more questions. I
Mhm.
want to talk about social media. Mr. Bishop, back in March 2022, had a Twitter page. Yes?
Yes.
And nothing got posted to that Twitter page without his permission.
I'm not really sure about how he ran social media. I wasn't really running the social media. I was more so doing like the editing videos, working on studio. So I'm not really sure how he ran the social media.
And you talked about Mr. Bishop being your God, your Lord, your Savior, all that, right?
The Messiah, yes.
The Messiah.
Yes, he is the Messiah.
The Messiah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you can't say no to the Messiah, can you?
It's not that you can't say no. Mr. Bishop never said Mr. Bishop puts everybody to be real and be themselves. That's actually one of the MODs, which is morals over desires, morals of principles that he teaches, transparency, which is you being your authentic self, being you. So whenever somebody was holding back, he will feel it. Whenever like he will push people to speak their truth and be real. So he never said don't say no. He never said that.
And if someone said no, there would be consequences, right?
Not really. If someone said no, it just be like, okay, elaborate on why you're saying no. Put your ideas out there.
All right. Redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, if you remain quiet.
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop
No,
is here.
also-
Let's be prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
No.
What did she just said?
No.
But let's just
You know what? He just lost his right to stay in the courtroom, deputies. He can be escorted out. All right. He is no longer welcome in the courtroom. Call your next, who's your next witness, Mr. Booker?
Judge, I'm not sure if the court wants to continue work about something.
We're gonna continue on. I would like to get as much evidence done as possible.
Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Can I rewind that just a little bit? Let me rewind. I'm sorry. Give me 1 sec. Let me rewind this just real quick.
The editing videos, working on studio. So I'm not really sure how he ran the social media.
And you talked about Mr. Bishop being your God, your Lord, your Savior, all that, right?
The Messiah, yes.
The Messiah.
Yes, he is the Messiah.
The Messiah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you can't say no to the Messiah, can you?
It's not that you can't say no. Mr. Bishop never said Mr. Bishop puts everybody to be real and be themselves. That's actually one of the MODs, which is morals over desires, morals of principles that he teaches, transparency, which is you being your authentic self, being you. So whenever somebody was holding back, he will feel it. Whenever like he will push people to speak their truth and be real. So he never said don't say no. He never said that.
And if someone said no, there would be consequences, right?
Not really. If someone said no, it just be like, okay, elaborate on why you're saying no. Put your ideas out there.
All right. Redirect.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. May he be excused?
Yes, if you remain quiet.
He may.
Also, Mr. Bishop
No,
is here.
also-
Let's be prosecuted.
Hey, sorry.
No.
What did she just said?
No.
But let's just
You know what? He just lost his right to stay in the courtroom, deputies. He can be escorted out. All right. He is no
Malicious
longer welcome in the
prosecution.
courtroom. Call your
Look at
next,
this
who's your next
clown.
witness, Mr. Booker?
Judge, I'm not sure if the court wants to
Mr. Booker, are you not embarrassed?
We're gonna continue on. I would like to get as much evidence
I
done as
have two
possible.
more witnesses, Judge.
Okay? Okay.
Portia Wade.
Here we go. Child.
Portia Wade. Portia Wade. Let's go. Let's
He was
motherfucking. Sorry. Go ahead.
no. I'm just still sitting over here like, what the hell did he just do on this stand?
He was testifying, Godmama, exactly what we wanted them to do. We thought the girls were going to do it, but we haven't listened to the girls yet. We wanted the girls to do exactly what these two gentlemen did. Okay, I'm using my words lightly. But let's get into it, Godmama. Let's get into it. Can y'all hit the like real quick? Thank y'all.
It's a mess.
And if I didn't say hello to you, my apologies.
Happy motherfucking Thursday.
Let's
Uh-oh.
Trump, deputy, stay right there. I'm not gonna let her do this again. I'm gonna give you
What?
one
Oh,
Go back.
let's rewind. Let's
You know,
rewind.
that's one thing I was gonna say, when those 2 were on the stand. If it was such an issue, their leader was
Who's your next
making
witness?
such an issue over, the judge having COVID, why didn't they have masks on to, help better state their leaders in
Child.
stand?
Girl. Oh, we're gonna break this down today, Godmama, because we still have more. We still have more. Which is, I would say, is unfortunate, but it's not. It's
Mhm,
unfortunate that we're having to catch it late.
mm.
Okay, let's go.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you present to the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name and spell it for the court, please.
Thank you, Ms.
Hold on. She has no papers. Yeah, she can't.
Okay, you won't be able to use notes this way. You'll have to turn
Can you
those.
grab them from her, please?
Sure.
I cannot use my notes? No, ma'am. Why not? Ma'am.
Oh,
Belong. Okay, take.
Is she wearing turtle earrings?
baby.
Child, anyways, no, you cannot use your notes on the witness stand. You can only give what the lawyers give you. No, you can't have your own fucking girl. No, no. Your notes on the stand. You don't need. Oh,
Girl, the
see,
way
here I
she
go.
was
Mm-mm,
shuffling, oh, girl, press play.
mhm.
All right, very good.
I have a purpose, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Wade, how old are you?
Okay, before I start, no, before you start, you answer the questions. I do want to put on the record that I did file a complaint. Okay. Judge Hyder. No.
Judge, if we get.
You're not listening. You're not
Are
listening.
you gonna listen? Are you gonna answer the questions? You don't get to just.
I can answer the questions.
Okay, so, let's try, Debbie, stay right there. I'm not gonna let her do this again. I'm gonna give you one more chance to act appropriately. Otherwise, you're gonna be removed from the courtroom. So ask a question, Mr. Booker, and answer that question and that question only, ma'am.
Ms. Wade, how old are you?
I'm 36.
Okay. I know that there are more things that you want to say. Let's just try to get through the question, okay?
Okay.
All right. Where were you born in, Ms. Wade?
I was born in Pasadena, California.
Okay. All right. And how long have you lived in Georgia?
I've lived in Georgia for going on 3.5 years.
Okay.
To 4.
Okay. What kind of education do you have?
I have a high school education, some college.
Okay. Where'd you go to college at?
I went to college, Pasadena City College.
Okay. Do your parents live in California?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Do you stay in regular contact with them?
No.
Okay. Is that by your choice?
My mother is deceased just recently, and my father is honorable discharge from the military.
The U.S. Army?
Yes.
Okay.
U.S. Marine Corps.
Marine. Okay. Do you stay in contact with him?
No.
Okay. Is that by your choice?
No, it is because of his medical condition from being
In the military?
in the military.
Okay. All right. Do you have any children?
I have one.
Okay. And how old is your child?
14.
Okay. All right. Where did you live in Atlanta?
I lived at 2993 Arbor Chase in Decatur, Georgia.
Who did you stay there with?
I stayed there with Eligio Bishop and a few other people. Do you want me to name them all?
No, you just, about how many people stay there?
Oh, it was roughly around 15, 16.
Okay. Was it a mixture of males and females?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. And during the time that you lived there, was there music production, video production happening?
Yes, there was a constant music and video production daily.
Okay. And did you take part in the music and video production?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I was an actor.
Okay.
So basically, I was one of the main people who were always on camera. Whether it was we were singing, whether we were dancing, whether we were doing a skit, or whether we were just teaching.
Okay.
I was one of the main persons that was on.
Okay. And was it decided before you got online what the skits would be about, or was it just improv?
Sometimes we would decide what they would be before. Most of the time we would improv. But before we would improv, everybody was well aware that we were, because people were, there were certain designated cameramen.
Okay.
So you had the camera around you that it was, we were live.
Okay. And was that something that was done every single day?
It was done every day. There was a time that we did take off for a few weeks on social media, and that's when we were harassed.
Okay. And when you were harassed, was there were there people that came? Did the police come thinking that you were in some sort of trouble?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Yes. Okay.
She is giving everything that she is supposed to give at this moment. I'm just saying.
She riding and dying.
Mhm.
All right, guys, make
She's
sure
not
you
come
are
to play
smashing the
about
like,
his,
smash.
she wanted to make sure she told the judge that she was not, up for this, being that the judge has COVID. She wanted to put that on record, but the judge was like, "Hell no. If you have another outburst, you're out of here." So, uh I listen, I know who's on trial, and I know what it means, but, mm, it's hard to watch a little bit of this.
I'm enjoying this one.
Reason why
The reason why there's no audio is because they're still talking with the judge, and that can't be heard by the court. The court cannot hear
Uh-oh. We got a camera pan away. What happened? Uh-oh.
once again, the judge mutes the sound from her bench. We're back.
Okay.
Rather than
Use the mic.
rather than me watching it and not looking, sorry. Rather than me watching it and then making a relevant subjection, I know I'm going to make a relevant subjection. So
That's
she
fine.
can
Let's
play
just
it.
go ahead and play. Just for the record, can you explain what we just said at the bench conference, Mr. River? Put that on the record.
Yeah, at the bench conference, the state indicated to the court that they would have an objection for relevance regarding the body cam video that I'm attempting to play through Ms. Wade. The body cam, the state has now in their computer, they're setting up their, they're going to play the video for the entire court. The question was whether or not it was relevant or not. My response was it was relevant because it deals with whether or not people were being held against their will, and it also goes directly to the question that she just asked, and she just responded to it in the witness Ms. Wade, of whether there was a time that they were not online and that people were being sent to the house in order to control them. And this deals directly with that. She's on video. She's actually the first person to get out.
Okay. Go ahead and play. Mr. Booker, do you know which portion of the video it is?
It's a very short video.
That's fine.
Look at Eligio sitting over there on the monitor. Child. If you talking, I can't hear you, girl. And I don't know if it's me or you.
It's the entire.
Where, all right, let me, hold on one second. Yeah, I've got to fix this. Let me, okay.
I'm waiting for it to pull up on the.
Oh, it's, well, you have to get it to where, is that your computer screen?
Yes, John,
Okay.
it's the program is opening now.
So from the looks of it, we're about to view a video that the defense has presented to the court.
Is that it? Okay.
Do you know how to make it? So there we go. Okay.
Okay, go ahead and play it.
And 6 minutes.
Okay, 6 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be.
You want to keep the witness on the stand while we're doing this? It doesn't matter. Okay.
She was there.
Okay.
This is a body cam footage, so I will not be muting it because it's public record.
Oh, I haven't seen this. Oh, okay. Come through, court. I watched it live from Bishop. So, okay, court. It's not Tracy.
Yeah.
Can I speak to her real quick, just make sure she's okay? Yes, I do say that's your portion. We got schools on, I need to meet you. I'm online. Do I say Bishop? Bishop. Yeah. So the trolls online, they keep calling the cops to get attention to us. So they can- Let me ask you a question, because it seems to be, because I've done a little research on it, seems to be one person. Do you know who that one person might be? Well, this is a group of people, who's probably world news. A group of world news. But it's the same, on most of these calls, it's the same phone number, it's the same person that's doing it. Yeah, they're trolling us. They're just doing that to troll. Can I ask what kind of stuff you might be doing on the internet? It's spiritual teaching, but we get into arguments and debates online, you know, about young Pharaoh, and I'll be debating young Pharaoh, it's just like, I was watching a whole life show. And you're good? Okay, that's all I have. Last name, let me double check. Okay. They don't know our last name, they just, let's see, whatever. So, but they may have access to your first name? Yeah. Yeah, of course. They keep doing this, they just making us look crazy. That's that Portia fan vision? Yeah. My name is. How do they know where you reside? How do they track that? Well, on my house, they look up, like, things that look, you know what I'm saying, similar, and they look up online, and then they find your address, and they post it online. Who else is here? A couple more people. Couple more people? Like, people. Oh, you two girls? I just heard voices, that's why I said, yeah, no, it's okay, y'all can come in and check if y'all want, we got. I'm sure that that way we can maybe add comments. Yeah, come on. How you doing? That's who we are. This leads to a basement or something?
You haven't been online in like 4 days. Usually I go live every day. On Instagram, you know, some legal. That's what's happening. I'm just, again, I appreciate you. Okay, cool. I want y'all to report it. Yeah, I can go upstairs too. Okay, you got it? You okay, man? All right. That's a closet. This is a closet bathroom. We got a call for somebody saying they're being held against the will. You okay? Absolutely. That's why I'm asking if everybody's okay. I just want to let you know so I'm not crazy. And it's been, my body cameras record everything, so I just want to make sure for my body camera purposes, say y'all okay. Anybody here? Right, in the bathroom? Oh, okay. When they get done, y'all just tell them. Yeah, I know that door. Go ahead, check this in. Anybody in the bathroom? She's in the bathroom, I mean, she's in the kitchen, I already spoke to her. If everybody's okay, everybody's here on free will.
Not they had bunk beds, child.
Don't say cold, bro. Like when I say why you my girlfriend, I ain't even married to you. But we do have a good situation. That's what makes it like, you know what I'm saying, a thing. So like, if they been watching us all live, you know what I'm saying, we get paid. I'm gonna get out y'all here. You know what I mean?
The objection is relevance to any issue, also hearsay to almost all of it. Obviously, Mr. Bishop's statements that he made to the police officers are not admissible. Obviously, I would also argue that the statements at the beginning that Ms. Wade made to the police officers explaining why she believes people are there because there are trolls online that are attempting to essentially swat them.
Didn't she say that nobody was being held against their will?
She testified.
She testified to that, right? Mr. Booker, she testified to that, so what is the relevance of this?
This is the most relevant issue. So I'm assuming the state in their opposing is not going to argue that people were held in this house against their will. That's been the thing that we've been in this entire trial, that they have argued that people have been held against their will by Mr. Bishop. There's count 2 on there for false imprisonment. All these people are there, they can't leave, they got to run out at night. This is an extraordinarily relevant issue. Secondarily, it goes toward the fact, we're not saying that she's held against her will. What she said is that police would come there because there were times they did not produce videos, and they came there during a time that they were down and they were being trolled, and she's explaining that. Thirdly, if the state's going to argue that this is somehow hearsay, across this entire state, Judge, there is body-worn camera that people are saying all types of things on throughout the entire camera. It has not been used as hearsay throughout our courts, and it's not hearsay here today. It's extraordinarily relevant. It's not hearsay.
Body-worn camera, there's no hearsay exception for body-worn camera.
It's true, I agree, Judge, but it's played every day in the courts.
Well, that's a separate issue, Mr. Booker. Mr. Pevney, what's your response?
It's not relevant to the extent it's relevant. All audio needs to be redacted with the exception of a few statements near the end.
She's already testified that people weren't, I mean, I think you can ask her about what happened that day and, nobody indicated they were being held against their will. I don't have a problem with that. And she's already testified it, but I don't think this is relevant.
So what's the legal ruling, Judge?
The legal ruling is it's irrelevant. She's already testified that they weren't being held against her will. So if you want to ask her that on a particular day when the police were there, nobody said no one reported that they were being held against her will, that's fine. But I don't see the need for the video footage. I don't think it's relevant.
And it's not relevant to what issue is what I'm asking the group for.
Well, she's already testified to it. Whatever the information on the video, she's already testified about it.
No, that's not the relevant issue, Judge. Now, I'll state it so we will have a clear record here. The relevant issue is that throughout the entire case, the state has had a common thread that these women and men have been held there against their will. Okay, this video gives the exact opposite. I agree that she said that, but it also further goes to support what she just testified to, which was that they were getting trolled. There were times that people would call the police and make certain assertions to them that, hey, police, these people are being held there against their will. That's exactly what that video shows.
She can say that the police came out, nobody reported that they were being held against their will. That's essentially what the purpose is of this video footage. So I'm fine with her saying that, but I don't see the relevance or the need for the video. So I'll allow her to say that the police came out on whatever date that was, and that nobody reported to the police they were being held against their will. The police came in, searched everything, and nobody said anything about being held against their will.
Okay, but your rule is that it's irrelevant because
it's cumulative, and
so not relevant.
It's both. It's both, Mr. Booker.
All right, thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. All right, bring the jurors back in.
She got her some sass. She's a sass. Oh, I love when they pan over to this
Defense.
area.
Mhm.
Who is this white man over here? He's a
don't
married
know.
man. Wait, go back. Hold on, go back. Who is this white man? Let me dissect real quick. But go ahead, Godmama. I'm
No,
just looking at this.
I really hope, which we're in Georgia, so, when he takes this to appellate court, because he's
Hold
going
on.
to appellate court.
This the white boy right here that's watching all of our live streams.
Mhm.
This the white boy right here that's got the tea on what's going on outside, the tea that's going on inside, the tea on it. Look at him. He looked frazzled and dazzled. He looked concerned.
Very, very. We might have to give him a call, child. He looks crazy.
Oh, he looked frazzled and dazzled. But go ahead. What happened, Godmama? What is going on?
I just don't, I mean, I don't like the energy that Miss Heydrich is giving right now. I know she's over it. I'm over it too, ma'am.
Mhm, mhm,
But what you need to what she should understand is that the more hostility she gives them, they're gonna amp it up on you.
mhm,
Okay. And I
mhm,
don't want these types of energy exchanges because I don't think she realizes um, the capability of these people who have just hit the stand in shifting the
mhm,
mood of the room.
mhm,
And I don't want technicalities
mhm.
to, in the end, mess this up. Because in my
We
opinion, I do kinda see a little bit of irrelevance because they're honing in on the fact that nobody can leave, and they have actual body footage of the entire house, what the entire house looked like, and it was immaculate, to say the least, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
Now
Bishop didn't have any he wasn't a nasty listen, I
no.
know we joke about hygiene and whoop de whoop, but we knew you could eat off the floor and that
Mhm.
you wouldn't want to, but you could.
Yeah. So I just don't want her to fuck this up because she's over it.
Well,
Um,
while she's here running a thing, I have been looking up Hydrix cases.
mm,
So that's something we might end off of or something we might bring back tomorrow.
mm.
But I've been over here. I'm sorry, y'all, that I haven't been paying. I've been listening. I have my earphones on so I can hear things, but I'm not worried about y'all in the chat. I love y'all in the chat, but I'm not worried about all that. Also, something else I want to bring up real quick while the white man's here scared, just for the people coming in. Bishop is not in the courtroom.
Mm-mm.
This man has decided that COVID was too much for him and he left. So his people are on the stand getting persecuted.
And what a
Okay.
bitch, right?
And
He's
look
like,
how hard they're repping him. Do you see this is a tactic he did. Now let
mm,
me remind the viewers, we have 7 black women, 3 black men, 2 white men, 2 white women on the jury. Okay. So these are tactics that Bishop has done before.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know if these women, how the jury's going to feel. Are these women against, oh, he was trying to bring something better? Because I've said this before, God Mama, and then we got to get back to it. I don't want to hold y'all. But I've said this before. Some people are driven to that militant lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
They enjoy having a free spirit, per se, but they also enjoy somebody being under them. They enjoy ranking.
Right. They thrive
And
on. Mm-hmm.
you're an average Joe. You don't know about cults, or if you've never been to the military, that's something they should have asked the jury. Has anybody served any time?
Right.
And I don't mean time for prison, people. Has anybody served our country? Because that would relate to this dynamic as well. But
Mhm.
let's get back into it, baby. Let's get back into it. It's a shame and a scandal.
Hit the like, please.
On YouTube.
Oh, they brought
I saw what he was
they brought a witness back.
searching.
On the pill because this is very significant. They were being swatted.
Negro
Have
hush.
a seat. Thank you.
He
All
was
right,
giving
we
the
are ready to
rundown.
continue.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Was there a time that law enforcement came by and attempted to search the house because they believed that you were being held there against your will?
Yes, there was many times that they came to the house to search because people were calling saying that we were being held against our will.
Okay, were the police allowed to search the entire house
They were allowed to search many times
and inside the house?
inside the house.
Did they
Yes.
question people in the house?
Yes, they did.
Were they allowed to look in every room in the house?
Yes, they were.
Okay, and were the police wearing body-worn camera when they did that?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And was everything shared? Was Mr. Bishop there? Were you guys there during that time frame?
I didn't understand your question.
When the police came to search, was Mr. Bishop there?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and
There was a time that they came to search where he wasn't there. We were just, me and Caleb Buckner were just coming back from the grocery store.
okay,
And they pulled up on us. It was just me and her. We were getting out the car.
okay,
And they asked us if everything was okay.
okay,
And we let them know that, yeah, we were just coming from the store.
okay. When do you remember what year that was?
That was the same year, 2022.
Okay. All right, and you and Kayla were coming back from the grocery store?
Yes, we were.
So you were actually allowed to go to the grocery store?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. And how did you get there?
I drove.
You did?
Yes.
Wow, okay. You could actually drive to the grocery store. All right, and Mr. Bishop didn't have to follow you or anything like that to go to the grocery store?
No, that's ridiculous. No.
Okay. All right. So women were allowed to go to the grocery store if they wanted to go.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now,
Book is
going back
dramatic
to
too.
Improv versus acting, singing, things like that. Were you trained in acting or singing, or is something you just learned how to do?
It's something that I just learned how to do.
Okay. When you were in high school or college, what was your major?
My major changed. It was nursing, and then I changed to arts. But when I decided not to pursue nursing any longer, I did withdraw.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Bishop, where did you meet him at?
What was that question?
Where did you meet Mr. Bishop at when you first met him? How did you learn about him? Where did you meet him at?
Yeah, so I met him, initially, I first saw his videos online. It was a music video, Shining Bright song. And then, I started to go and learn more about his teachings on YouTube. I saw what he was teaching and I saw that he was very handsome. And I was like, oh, I want to know more about him. So I started to learn more.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I met him September of 2018. That's when I first met him.
In person?
Yes.
And where was that at?
Mexico.
Okay. And from September of 2018 until now, have you been around him?
Yes, every day.
Okay. All right. And so going back, 6 years? Sounds about right?
It sounds right.
Okay. During that 6 years, have you ever been hit by him in a violent manner? Has he ever punched you, kicked you, or beat you?
No,
Okay. Have you seen him act violently toward other women?
No, I've never seen him act violently toward other women. Now, he's a communicator. He likes to talk, so he is very passionate when he speaks, and most people mistake that for being violent, but he's not aggressive. He's just very passionate about what he says.
Okay. Has he instructed other women, including yourself, to hit other people in the morning to have?
There was a unanimous decision made by the group of people that were there. We all had a meeting, and it was a unanimous decision that we would implement the slapping part as a part of spiritual improv for the documentary we were recording.
Okay. And what does that mean for people who are not under? What does that mean?
Which part?
Well, we were slapping each other for improv. What was it for attention purposes?
It was for attention mostly because what we teach doesn't get a lot of views. The drama gets more views than the teaching.
Okay.
We're more interested in people learning about what we have to teach. So we did get creative on different ways where we can get more attention. The slapping was a part of it because once we saw once we saw Will Smith slap Chris Rock, we thought it was very funny, and everybody thought it was funny. And it was like, that's how you get a lot of attention. We'll do that. Everybody agreed.
Okay. It wasn't for purposes of intimidation or to punish people or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. So during the time that you've been in the group, you got to know, do you know Velvet Marquez?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Caleb Butler?
Yes, I do.
Rihanna Jacobs?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. He woke back up with that beeper.
Brianna Jacobs.
He woke up, child. Mr. Hip Hop.
Maybe she came twice.
Okay, for those of y'all just getting here, still just got here. Hi, still. Yes, there, Nikki. I know you're rewinding and fast forwarding. There is beeping. Again, that is not from our side of the edit. All of us know edits had to happen, but this testimony happened today. We're getting it to you live, so pick and choose your battles. Okay, you guys can go find a way to watch it for yourself, unedited. If we could do that, we would do that for y'all, but we can't. So we're working with what we got. Okay. Yeah, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. Okay. Yeah, spiritual improv. We'll get into it. Okay, back to y'all.
Us a lot.
Okay.
She had her own relationship that she was in, so she mostly was just staying with us.
Okay. Was there a time in 2021 or 2022 that she called and asked to become a member of the group again?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And had she been gone from the group for a while when she did that?
Yes, she's been gone for years.
Okay. But she called and asked, could she come around?
She called and asked to come around, and then when she did come to our house in Atlanta, we did an online interview of her, asking her why she decided to come.
Okay. Was she permitted to come back?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
She was.
Did she in fact come back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And Kendra Carter, how often were you around her?
I was around Kendra Carter a lot. We both cooked in the kitchen.
Okay.
A lot of times.
Okay. And during the 6 years you've been in the group, Kendra Carter was in the group for a good portion of that time?
Oh, yes.
We're just muting her, but we don't have to mute that name.
Really? Okay. All right.
It's good practice for me.
Was Velvet Marquez
She was, when she decided to come back, she was.
okay. Did she and Mr. Bishop have a child?
Yes, they do. Beautiful girl.
Okay. Was she around when you first got to, I think you said Puerto Rico or Costa Rica? Where did you meet him first at?
Mexico.
Mexico. I'm in the wrong place altogether. So was she around at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. All right. Have you ever seen Mr. Bishop hit her or punch her or body slam her or anything along those lines?
No.
Have you ever seen Mr. Bishop tell someone else to go hit her
No.
in order to? Okay. All right. Now there was production done every day. Was production done in such a way where it was recording frequently?
Yes, there was recording all the time.
And these were these videos that were placed on the internet?
Yes, they were.
And were the people that were following you are following your group on the internet?
Yes.
Okay. Was the acting, were there different characters that you would act with?
We had a lot of different characters. Eligio had a lot of different characters as well.
Okay. What were some of the characters that he had?
His most popular character was Dr. Bishop. He had Leroy. He had Totally Todd, Uncle Fernando the Commando, and his most recent character was Three God.
Okay. And these were all characters that he used online?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to jump on forward to March 24th. Well, let's deal with the next door out of the country
Who
first.
is Uncle
When
Fernando?
you were outside the country, did you guys use the bathroom outside the house?
Using the bathroom outside the house was everyone's choice. We had restrooms everywhere that we went. There's restrooms in house. You could use the restroom in the house if you wanted to. Everybody did. They took showers. It's regular. It's normal. If they wanted to use the restroom outside, they could.
Okay.
And the reason why there was using the restroom outside is because of our beliefs, which is protected by the First Amendment. I mean, that we believe that essentially there's a natural flow of exchange with the earth that we live on. So use the bathroom on the earth, you get blessings.
Okay. All right. So after you left there, jumping forward to March 24th, 2022, were you in the house that night?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Was Janae Newell, let me ask you.
Yes.
Okay. What name did she go by?
She went by Natia.
Saying regarding Janae Newell. Tell the jury.
Oh, what was that question again?
What did you 2022 about her interaction with Mr. Bishop? What did you witness?
Well, I know that she did get into an altercation with the women. And then after there was an altercation with the women, she decided that she wanted to leave. She did tell us that she really didn't want to leave, but she was just upset with the women. After she said that she wanted to leave, I mean, we helped her get her stuff. She went upstairs to get her bags. I mean, and of course the women were arguing with her. I believe when she went upstairs to grab her paintings and stuff, Kendra Carter was upset with her and giving her throwing her paintings in her suitcase.
Okay, ladies.
Oh, yeah. Listen, sis is just as draining on the freaking stand as she is listening to watching live. He used to say she was the most boringest one, child.
Well, and at least the judge is letting her talk. I really don't have too much more commentary after this, Godmama. I am on number 4, so I'm gonna be in the bushes with everybody else. I'm just backstage studio production.
Period. Listen, she is just, oh my God. Ugh.
It's a lot, y'all.
The
It's a lot.
defense is he's trying. I'll give Booker that. He's working with what he's got. He's trying to make sense out of no sense. And it's just not, she is doing a good job in presenting that he doesn't keep them hostage and he allows them to leave. There's views of them being able to leave and what have you, but
Oh Lord, he got a something restriction, y'all. Look.
uh-oh.
I shared the channel in the chat, y'all, for y'all. This is where we're watching it at. I don't recommend anybody go troll, but this is our main source. You know how we like to share. But he got to see. Y'all see it right here. I don't want to say it out loud. Can y'all see it? So we might get one too. I don't know. Because we're also going to play the also going to recap with the other people. The
Well, I
court
think it's
TV
in its
people.
title. I think that's why, because I think it's
Vic hit the link. Oh my. What?
It was just, when you have to lie.
Are you?
Child, get back to the pacifier. Get back to the
Hold on. Let
pacifier.
me see where we ended off, y'all, because he cut us off. He said, "Hold on, let me get
I
back."
think
I'm
it
sorry.
might have been a little bit back even more because we were a pretty good ways.
Let me see, Mama. Let me listen to her.
About
Okay,
Yep.
we were here. Okay, we were right here. Not Vic hitting the link. Oh my! Of course, Vic's hitting the link. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bear with the show. There we go. Yeah, we good.
I want to get where she starts. Right where homeboy stop talking. Because he had no reason to stop. All right, he stops right about here-ish. Okay. Just trying to get everybody on board. All right, we're gonna start here, y'all.
Please. So put a 1 in the chat if you want me to continue. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't, and I'll wait.
Now let me hush. Let me hush. Y'all go over there and hit that man like, please. Go over there and hit his like.
Or don't.
You know,
We don't peer
or
pressure anybody in our chat. We don't peer pressure over here. Hit
It
the like
appears
or
the
don't.
consensus is for me to continue, and I will.
Chad, ain't it in true nature boy fashion?
And this was on the second floor of the house?
Second floor of the house.
Okay, and which room was this? Was it a bedroom or?
It was a bedroom.
Okay, was it a bedroom with bunk beds in or what bedroom?
The bedroom was bunk beds all the way to the end.
Okay, all right, and were bunk beds the only beds in that room?
Yes, there were.
Okay, and were you laying on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
The bottom bunk.
Okay, does this bedroom have a bathroom as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay, does it connect to another room?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right, so you saw her come in first and him come in afterwards, is that what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay, was he pulling her, pushing her, prodding her
No.
anyway?
No, when she came in first. They weren't holding hands or anything like that. He came in shortly after her.
Okay, all right, and they talked and they asked you to excuse them?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what you witnessed?
Well, when they first came into the room, they like did a quick hug or whatever, and they were talking. They were talking very low, so I did not hear what they said actually. But then they turned to me and they were kind of sad. Said, "Oh, you're laying in the bed," and I was like, "Yes, I'm right here." And then they were like, "Well, can you excuse me for a moment so we can talk?" I said, "Yes, I will." And I went into the bathroom that's right there that connects to two bedrooms.
Okay, all right. What was the next thing that you witnessed regarding Janae?
I was in the bathroom that whole time.
How long do you think? Just an estimate.
If I could estimate, I would probably say I was in there for around 6 minutes.
Okay.
During that time, I had turned the lights off and it was kind of lower, dim, because I did have a headache.
Okay.
And so I could hear everything that was going on because this bathroom is very small and it connects both bedrooms.
Okay.
So when I was in that bathroom, I didn't hear any noises or anything that was like irregular.
You didn't hear anybody hitting anybody or crying or
No.
anything along those lines?
No.
Okay. And so do you see Janae Newell again after you come out of the bathroom?
6 minutes So around 6 minutes after I came out of the bathroom, I opened the door. The door was back open again. So I came out and I saw Janae. She was there. And I said, I smiled at her. I was like, yeah, of course. Why are you asking me that? You know you can use the bathroom. And then she was like, oh, yeah.
Okay, I don't think it's for the purpose of the truth of the matter asserted, but sure, we'll skip beyond that.
All right, well, just for the record, I'm sustaining the objection. Go ahead.
All right, you're not able to say, they don't want you to say what Ms. Newell told you. After?
She went into the bathroom after that. Sure.
Okay. Did you see her again after that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did you see her at?
I saw her walk into the master bedroom where we were. We were all in the closet getting ready to go to bed. Mr. Bishop was live. We were in the bathroom, the closet, we were getting dressed. She came in briefly and she gave us a hug. And then I asked her, was she going to sleep? Which room was she going to sleep in?
Okay.
She told me which one.
Sustained, don't repeat what someone else told you.
Okay.
So you communicated with her and you learned, without saying what you learned which bedroom she was going to sleep in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you see her again after that time?
After that, I didn't see her.
Okay. All right. Did you guys go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Mr. Bishop was on live?
Yes, he did a live that night.
Okay. All right. And that was in the main bedroom?
He was in the main bedroom.
Okay.
And he was in the main bedroom and he would walk down to the bottom of the living room area. He would walk around.
Okay. All right. Had you seen Miss Newell and Mr. Bishop being affectionate together? Were they affectionate in front of the other people?
They were affectionate all the time in front of everyone. There was many photo shoots that we conducted with me, myself included in these photo shoots. There were many dances that they did together. They just had a nice relationship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was Mr. Bishop in a polygamous relationship? Was there more than one wife that he had?
Well, technically, he's not polygamous because he's not married legally to more than one spouse. He did have, like girlfriends, women who liked him there, but he's not polygamous.
Okay. Was there one woman who was considered to be his queen?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tanisha DeLay, she goes by Queen.
Okay. Was there jealousy among some of the other women regarding her?
Regarding Queen Malia?
Yes.
Yes, there was. There was Janae. She was very jealous. She did compete a lot to go to, to get to the queen position. We held a queen pageant where it was Queen Malia, Janae, and I myself. We were all nominated to be queen. And Janae, she just wanted to be the queen, so she did a lot of stuff to try to get that spot.
Okay. All right.
Maybe you should just try to mute it
Was
instead of
all
beep.
that recorded online or was just within the house?
Yes, the queen competition is recorded.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. A couple of questions about your beliefs that I have to ask you. Do you believe that Mr. Bishop is God?
Well, God essentially is a spirit, and a spirit is something that essentially is within every person. So I believe that everybody is God because they essentially have that same life force energy within them.
Okay. All right. When Mr. Bishop was at the house, did you guys have rules that if someone were to break, that there would be some sort of physical violence on that person?
No.
Okay. Were there scenarios where Mr. Bishop, if he didn't eat dinner, then nobody would eat dinner? Was that a rule?
No. If anybody was hungry, they would just go say, I was over the kitchen. I cooked a lot. I made sure that there was food made. And so I put it to the side. If anybody wanted to come and eat, they could just come and grab something, like say, for instance, this pot is here. There would be food there just sitting there for people to eat.
Okay. Okay, so there was no food was not kept back from the group.
No.
Okay. What about if he didn't go to sleep, then nobody else could go to sleep? Was that true?
And no, I would sleep all the time. When I got tired, I went to sleep.
Okay.
People could go to sleep if they want to go to sleep.
Okay. And if people disagreed with Mr. Bishop, would he do things to them, like isolate them, put them in a closet, beat them up, those types of things?
And no, he wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No.
I'm going to ask you because I'm sure the state's going to ask you. Have you been in regular contact with Mr. Bishop over the last year or two?
Yes.
Okay. Do you talk to him frequently?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you lie for him? Would you come in court and just say stuff on his behalf that's untrue?
No, I stand on the principle of justice. And Eligio is my friend, but I will tell the truth.
Okay. Has he told you what to say to that?
No.
Okay. Has he influenced what you said today?
No, I am a first-hand witness of everything that has went on. Like I said before, I've been with him for 6 years. So I've seen a lot of things that going on. So what I'm saying today is the truth of what my account of what happened on all of these events.
Okay. Do you care about him now?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live here in Atlanta now still?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you talk to him on a pretty frequent basis?
Yes, I do.
Daily?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure the state's gonna ask you this. Where you stay now, is the rent paid on your property by him?
No.
Okay. Do you have income of your own?
No.
Okay. Where do you get income from?
Essentially, there's people who look out for us or they donate to us. I reach out. My sister, she sent money for us to pay out the rent and stuff like that. And just people who are concerned with us, they send us money to pay their rent.
Okay. Couple more questions and I'll go sit down. The April 7th, 2022, were you at the house that day?
April 7th.
When Mr. Bishop was arrested?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did everybody have a phone in the house? Was phones frequent or were they kept from people?
Yeah, everybody had multiple phones and devices.
Okay. And so were people able to call their family members if they wanted to?
Yes, if they wanted to call anybody who they wanted to call, they could.
Okay. And during the 6 years that you have been in the group, did people's families sometimes come and visit them?
Yes, Kayla Buckner, her family visited on two separate occasions. One back in 2020, she came over for a get together. Her mother, her grandmother, and her brother.
Okay.
In 2000 and I'm not sure, but I believe it was in 2021. They came over at the 2993 Arbor Chase address, and we had a get together with a lot of people there. It was a lot of people, a lot of different family relatives, just people who came.
But if a person wanted to stay in contact with their family, they could.
Yes, and there was many occasions where my sister reached out. She, and even if she did, she reached out online. And we did a live on there. We were talking in front of the public. And then she calls me afterwards, and I talked to her some more.
Okay. So going back to April 7th, 2022, the police, did they question you on that day?
April 7th?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I did demand to know what was happening on multiple occasions from the detectives, and they did not tell me what was going on.
Okay, so you were not interviewed that day?
No, I was put into a room, and I was told by Monica Pinocchio.
No, you can't talk about what someone else told you.
Okay. I was put into a room, and I was waiting for someone to come and talk to me. I waited for some hours, and then once somebody came by, I asked them, when am I going to be questioned and when am I going to be let know what's going on? I was moved to another room for questioning, where I waited another hour and no one ever came to question me.
And so you ultimately were released after that?
Ultimately, after that, I was released.
Okay. And within the house, the devices that were within the house, they were typically devices that were used by the youth in order to make music production and video production?
Yes, there was a lot of cameras, equipment. People had tablets, cell phones, computers. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Stacey's gonna have a few questions for you.
Carl? Good afternoon, Ms. Slade. Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, just a few questions for you. So I think on direct examination, you talked about witnessing the Chris Rock slap. Yes?
Yes, I did.
And that was funny to you all?
Yes, it was.
And you thought that would get you all attention?
Yes.
Because it got Chris Rock attention?
Yes, it did. Among other things, we do notice that from our experience with more than just the Chris Rock slap, but before that, we noticed that our numbers go up in the room as soon as there is some sort of drama or an argument or some sort of something that somebody can look at and pay attention to.
And you realize the Chris Rock slap was March 27th, 2022, right?
I'm not aware of that.
So it was after this incident occurred.
Okay.
All right. So when you joined Mr. Bishop's group, and you're still a member, right?
A member?
Yes, of Carbonation.
No.
Okay. Are you not a member of Carbonation anymore?
Carbonation, that is just a very touchy subject. I was affiliated with Carbonation, a member. I don't know if it could be called a member technically, because I mean, we were just a group of people that joined his life. We just wanted to come and meet with him.
Fair
So
enough.
I don't know if I could call it me being a member.
Okay. You're still in his group, joining his life?
Yes.
Today?
Yes.
All right. And when you joined his group, you had to sell any belongings that you had?
Can you repeat that?
When you joined his group, you had to sell any of the belongings that you had?
You said myself?
Not yourself, any of your belongings. You had to sell them to get money.
No.
Okay.
No. I didn't sell anything to get money.
All right. When you came to the group, did you have money?
No, I didn't have any money.
And while you were in the group, you weren't allowed to work, were you?
I wasn't working before I came to the group. I wasn't working for about 5 to 6 years prior to me joining the group.
And other folks in the group, they weren't allowed to work, were they?
If they wanted to leave and work, they could.
Outside of the group, they could work?
Outside of the group, they could.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the rules. Mr. Bishop had rules for the women.
You said roles?
I want to talk about rules.
Rules. Okay.
There were certain roles for women, right?
Rules.
Rules.
Spell, are you talking about role, R-O-L-E, or rule, R-U-L-E?
I'm talking about general rules, R-U-L-E-S, and then the roles are O-L-E-S of women, okay?
Yes.
And he thought women were less than the men, right?
No.
Y'all were on equal footing?
Yes, and I just want to say most of the things that he does say online are for a wow factor. But he doesn't, he probably did say that one time in his videos that he felt that women were beneath him. Essentially, no. He had said in many other videos where he thinks that women are his equal and that women are essentially above him because we are, we carried him and men, children inside our wombs.
Okay. And he thinks women are property, right? His property.
He doesn't think that all women are his property. If he believes that if you're in a relationship with him, that you're his woman. And it's not to say you're his property as in like a tag or something like that. He's not saying it in that type of term.
And he tells you all how to dress, right?
No,
He didn't tell you how to dress today?
no.
He didn't tell you to make sure you wore something that was different from what you normally wear?
A lot of people give me advice on what to
Ooh.
wear because I'm a public figure. So I get many phone calls every day. People
Not a
telling me,
public figure.
don't wear this, don't wear that. Essentially, it's my choice on what I want to wear.
But I'm asking specifically about Mr. Bishop and what he told you and the other wives, girlfriends, women that he's in a relationship with. He told you all what to wear to come to court, didn't he?
He didn't pick out my outfit. He doesn't know what I have in my closet.
Now you.
She said, okay. That's the same way I tell people when I already know the truth. I say it just like that. I'm sorry, I can't keep interrupting. Child, Portia, baby, they have him calling y'all from the jail. See, Portia is a witness, so technically she's not supposed to be watching the trial, and I don't know if she has consumed all of the parts of the trial. Because she's speaking. I know you need to explain your answers, but mama, you're overtelling.
You're overtelling, yes.
Where is Mr. Booker?
Where is Mr. Booker?
You gave this, your testimony today about Janae coming in the room. They smiled at you, they asked for a moment. You testified to that on direct, right?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure, sure. On direct examination, when Mr. Booker was asking you questions, you testified that they asked for a moment.
Yes.
And that you were in the bathroom the entire time.
Yes, I was.
And you have never given that statement to law enforcement, ever, have you?
I was never asked by law enforcement. And when this all happened when we were arrested on April 7th, was it April 7th? Nobody was ever asking me any questions. So I don't know the legal process. And I was reaching out to several different people to, help me on what should I do. But essentially, no, I didn't give this to any officers, but I did give it to Booker. And I believe when he first came onto our case as a lawyer, I gave him this same story.
Okay. And just a couple more questions. Mr. Bishop would often tell you guys that outside was hell.
You said that he told us that outside was hell?
I don't know if I said Mr. Booker, I meant Mr. Bishop if I did. Mr. Bishop would often tell you guys that outside was hell.
Well, our beliefs are protected under the First Amendment rights. We don't believe that outside essentially is hell. We believe that this is the earth, and we wake up every day, there's another chance and another opportunity. Hell is a mental state. So if you are living where you did something wrong and you feel guilty and you feel regret for that, then we would say you're in a hell state of mind.
She couldn't find a better example for a hell state of mind? You couldn't say you can't stop consuming cigarettes, so you're in a hell state of mind? You talking about if you did something that you feel guilty for? Girl, get the fuck off this stand.
And you believe that Mr. Bishop is your Lord?
No.
You don't believe he's the Messiah?
Yes, he is the Messiah. He does bring a certain message for a general group of people.
And because he is the Messiah, you can't say no to him, can you?
Yes, I say no to him a lot, actually.
And there's consequences when that happens, right?
No, I don't know. There's no consequences when you say no.
You just say no and everything's fine. He's fine with it.
Yeah, essentially he'll ask, well, why? And then you say, well, I just don't want to. Then it's like, okay.
All right. Now, social media, you all had an online presence back in March 2022. You still do, right?
Yes,
And Mr. Bishop had a Twitter page,
yes,
and he was the only one that controlled, or he was one that controlled that Twitter page.
no,
Nothing was posted without his consent.
no. There were things that were posted without his consent. There was things that I posted, videos that I posted on there. But then if mainly those were that was his page. Mainly he was in control over his own page. But there were times where I would post something on there that I liked.
And the videos of Janae, you didn't post those, did you?
I posted one because I am in the video with her.
Are you admitting that you just posted pornographic videos of Janae on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bloop. 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 Bloop.
But then it's not Bishop though. So this witness on the stand. Let's finish up. Let's finish up, and we're gonna come. Let's finish up.
You heard what she said, Tender Catering.
Because I'm in the video with her.
You know that's a crime, right?
No, it's not a crime when the person agreed for the video to be posted. And I'm actually in the video with her, with several other women that day, and we were teaching a class after.
Bitch, Ghislaine Maxwell was in a couple videos. R. Kelly had some other bitches in some videos. Just because you're in the video while the crime is being perpetrated or while the crime is going to take an after effect does not. Let me stop. I am not a lawyer. I don't know.
Press play. Press play.
His Twitter page is open right now. There's multiple videos that show the date that those Twitter videos were posted. It was posted before she left. She was there. There was many videos that me and her did together to promote that we were posting on Twitter. There was one post that we did where we were sitting, me and her, sitting on Mr. Bishop's lap with our butts showing. So yes, she was well aware that we posted the videos because I was in the video with her.
Okay. So you're saying you posted one of those videos?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, let's just talk about your contact with Mr. Bishop since this trial's going on. Y'all talk every single night, right?
Yes, we do.
And when y'all talk, it's you,
Yes.
Malia, or Tanisha DeLay,
Yes.
and Kayla Buckner.
Yes.
Every time y'all talk, it's the three of y'all.
Yes.
And he's called Miss DeLay's phone 59 times since last week, since this trial has started.
Yes.
And he's called your phone 18 times since this trial started.
Yes.
And he's called Ms. Buckner's phone 5 times since this trial started. So y'all have talked in the last week at least 82 times.
Yes.
And in those conversations, he gives you updates about what's happening in the trial.
Yes.
He tells you what people are saying.
Yes.
He's telling you what Janae is saying.
He doesn't tell me what Janae's saying.
But y'all talk about the trial, right?
Yes, we talked about the trial in general. We don't talk about specifics all the time of the trial.
That's all happened.
Can you redirect?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right, is she be excused?
Yes, sir. She can remain in court.
She can remain in the courtroom as long as there are no outbursts.
She's not gonna have an outburst.
Okay, she can remain in the courtroom. All right, next witness, y'all doing okay? And we still have that person on Zoom.
Did you ever do that wrong?
I don't know, let me see.
Who's on Zoom chat? Yeah, we need a moment. Cause what the just happened? Child, they cut the feed and everything. Cause what the hell just
God, Mama, I'm gonna let you handle this recap, and I'm just gonna be here to chime in because we all know anything I got to say is an NAB perspective. Oh, look at this goofy! Look at this goofy! Oh my gosh! Go ahead, God, Mama. I'm gonna rewind it for you, baby. Go ahead.
just get to the girl? I'm over here rambling and I'm on mute. Uh,
My bad.
let's get to these goofies because listen, she fumbled and dumbled in the 89 calls in a week. 89 calls in a week. Girl boo. Girl boo. Mr. Bishop, Mr. Bishop. If you even had a fighting chance, that right there might have put your ass under the bus, sir. Because you over here calling and coercing, and that's what they initially said that you was trying to get them to do to the said victim, getting people to call and coerce her to not to retract her statement and da 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 da. Da. And you telling these hoes what to wear to the courtroom, Bishop? Like, bro, I know you gotta you. I, oh my God, press play because I'm about to. I gotta.
Hmm.
Eligio about to have me cussing. Nah.
Hate nature boy. I mean,
I don't know. It does seem like that.
you're letting it show, Judge. You're letting it show. And you're taking it out on the lawyer. It's not his fault.
It's not his fault.
I
But
everybody getting some time
he's
with
not
hip
in the
hop. Okay, Mahaya.
Bishop is not in the seat. So
Right.
okay, gotta catch that
Mahaya.
smoke.
So much.
Oh, I didn't know if that was Max V or Mahaya. Oh,
That's
okay. Hey,
that's
Mahaya.
I gotta get it. Somebody gonna get it.
I think Max V has a darker tone, but okay.
Mhm.
I recognize the gentleman. I just didn't couldn't put the name to it.
And
And
Vic,
Hey,
she
we ain't
most definitely showing what team she on.
Oh, I recognize the voice. I recognize the
yeah,
voice. That's
yeah.
Mahaya for sure.
Vic, we ain't forgot.
Joe,
We about to go see what you
I think that's
said
pretty
shortly
clear.
thereafter.
And I hate when judges do that.
okay, we swear the witness in.
I am 25.
25 years old. Okay. And where were you born?
Sorry,
Where were you born?
Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay. And did you go to high school in Nashville?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you graduate there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any college afterwards?
Yes, I went to Center College. It is a private liberal arts school in Danville, Kentucky. I did 3 years there.
Okay. And what years were you there in school? Do you remember?
Not really.
Okay. That's fine.
Oh yeah.
What was your major?
Psychology.
Okay. All right. And do you have parents?
Yes.
Mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Do you stay in contact with your mom and dad?
Yes.
Okay. Where's mom live?
Nashville.
Okay. How often do you see your mom?
It varies. I wouldn't say it's a consistent pattern. Just whenever we cross paths.
Okay. How often do you talk to her?
Maybe like 3 times a month.
Okay. So a few times per month.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you ever go to Nashville and visit her?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you've been to visit?
I think last year.
Okay. Has she been here to visit you?
Yes.
Do you remember the last time she's been here to visit you?
I think it was 2021. We had a get together at our house and she came over.
At the house in Atlanta?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was it typical? So how long have you known Mr. Bishop?
I've known him for 6 years.
Okay. And when did you first meet him?
I first met him in 2018 in Palenque, Mexico.
In Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in person?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get there?
How did I get there?
Yes, sir.
I flew.
Okay. And were you a student in college at that time?
No, actually, after my last semester of my junior year of college, I actually left school and then started to do my own thing, started to have my own soul business, and yeah, then I met this vision.
Like a soap, a cleansing type of soap?
Yes, natural herbal products. I started my own business.
Okay. Are you still in business?
No, I no longer do that anymore.
Okay. All right. And you were only, I guess, 1 year away from a psychology degree?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 2018, you ended up going to Mexico, and you have been around Mr. Bishop since that time frame?
Sorry.
Since 2018, have you been around Mr.
Yes.
Fisher? Have you lived with him since then?
Yes.
Okay. In 2018 until now, have you come across anybody named Velvet Marquez?
Yes. That's his baby mother. They have a daughter together.
Okay. Have you come across a Kendra Carter?
Yes, I have.
Okay. What was her name?
Kendra Carter.
What name?
Oh, her name was Sheila.
And Brianna Jacobs.
Yes.
Okay. And did Brianna Jacobs have a name?
Yes, I think it was Syrian.
Syria? Okay. So I'm gonna start with Brianna Jacobs.
Okay.
Was Brianna Jacobs around you guys for a long period of time?
No.
Okay. About how long do you think she was around?
I would say a couple months.
Okay. And what cities was she around?
When we went to Las Vegas, she was with us in Las Vegas and Mexico.
Okay.
That's it. Then she left.
Okay. Did she ever reach out to the group after she left to try to join the group back again, if you recall?
I think she reached out to someone. She called back, but I'm not sure who.
Okay. All right. And then Kendra Carter, was she around the group as long as you?
She was actually there before me.
Okay, so before 2018, Kendra Carter was there?
Yes.
Okay. And she left the group in 2022?
I think around that time.
Okay. And then Velvet Marquez, she was around the group for on and off times as well?
She had just had a baby, and but she left and come back a lot of times because of she struggled dealing with polygamy. So
Okay. So she didn't like the fact that Mr. Bishop was with a lot of different women.
yeah, he would always she knew that he was polygamous when she entered, wanted to be with him. But once other women started to come in, she would just get really upset out of nowhere. And I thought it was really dangerous because she would just try to walk off in the middle of nowhere because we live in nature, live in the jungle. You drive 45 minutes just to get to our home. So she would just try to walk off, not call anyone to get a flight, not take the proper precautions to actually.
What you over there doing, girl?
That wasn't me. That was him. I'm on mute. I'm being a good girl. That was him.
And when she tried to leave with the baby as well?
Yes, with no clothes on the baby, no clothes on her.
Okay.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And this was when she would see Mr. Bishop with other women, she would get upset with this.
Yes, she would try. She would try, but she would still just get upset.
She would try to keep her control.
Yeah, she would try to be in a polygamous relationship because they had a beautiful relationship. Like they loved each other very deeply, and she couldn't deal with her jealousy.
Okay. Do you ever remember seeing her parents come to Mexico?
Yes, they did come in Mexico.
Okay. Did they come to the house you guys were staying in?
No, they didn't come to the house. Their baby, they actually went out to get her checked up, and they ran into her family there, and we seen it. Mr. Bishop, he was actually live that day,
Okay.
and I seen them. They were in the car. They went out to eat to a restaurant, and they were just getting to know each other, and they was making sure she was okay. She was just letting them know that everything was okay.
Okay. And this was all recorded on live as well?
Yes, this is all recorded.
Okay. All right. So I'll address that right now. So on live, was that something that happened frequently?
Yes, that's actually how I found him on live on social media. So I seen that he taught on social media, and everyone else had their own platform to teach on social media. And when I arrived, that was we was pretty much live all the time. Like everything was online.
Okay. Before I forget, I'm gonna Now, for the show the witness, judge, 2 photos.
Yes.
You take a look at those. You recognize those?
Oh, yes, this is,
Well, just say if you recognize it.
oh, yes, I recognize it.
Okay. What are those?
These pictures, one picture is, May 15th. My mom, she came down to see me, for my birthday. I don't know if it was May 15th, but the year is 2020. She came down to see me. She met Mr. Bishop. She met everyone in the family. She's very familiar with everyone in the family.
Okay.
And then the second one.
These pictures, have they been edited or deleted or modified in any way?
No.
Okay. Judge, I move the 10 of these 2 photos, which I would mark as defense exhibit 3 and 4, which are photographs you identified.
Any objection? All right, they're admitted.
So I'm going to give you back the photos. These are pictures of you and your mother?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And these photos were taken, according to you, where were they taken?
One was at our house in the Decatur address, and the other one was at another house in Atlanta, I believe.
Okay. And can you read the dates on the bottom of those 2 photos?
Yes, the first one says 2020, and then the next one says 2021.
Okay. And do you recall where you were in 2020?
Yes, we were here in Atlanta. The first one we were staying with someone, and then this one, this was at the house that the police actually came to detain us, the night of this whole situation.
Judge, may I pass this to the jury so they look at that?
Any objection? Go ahead. They'll have it back here during deliberation. So I don't want them, are you done with the witness?
No.
Okay, all right, you go ahead.
Okay, so mom came, she came to visit you, you guys took pictures, she knew where you lived at.
Right.
Okay. Did you have a phone during that time frame?
Did I have a phone?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I always have a phone. Everyone has a phone.
Okay. Were people able to call their family if they wanted to?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody has their own social media platform and had open communication with not only their family, but everyone on social media with the world.
Okay, because everybody's watching now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you required to use the bathroom outside? That's been something the state brought up. Were you required to go outside and poop in a hole?
Was I required?
Yes.
No. Mr. Bishop, he teaches how to be more connected to the earth, but he doesn't make anybody do anything.
Okay.
He doesn't make anybody do anything. And the thing about Mr. Bishop is that everything that he believes in, his lifestyle, he posted it all on social media. So everyone who watches Mr. Bishop online, they're very aware of his diet, how he eats, how he sleeps, and how he lives his life. So,
If he were asleep, could other people be awake or vice versa? Was everybody required to go to bed at the same time as him?
no, he just, like I said, everything that his lifestyle and the journey that he took upon himself, he decided that he wanted to go to sleep when it was dark.
Hold on.
Well, it's starting to get
What's the-
responsive once I object as well. Without the objection, as long as it stays responsive.
Okay. Go ahead, finish your answer.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
Did you have autonomy within the group to do what you felt like you needed to do?
Yes, I did, yes. Everyone believed in going to sleep when the sun goes down. We were living more in human nature. And you could go to sleep whenever you wanted to. Everybody was adults and knew what they were doing and could do what they wanted to do.
And it was all recorded every day?
Everything was recorded.
And was the platform, was it something that the world could see inside the life of Mr. Bishop that was with him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were in the 6 years, did you ever see anybody, did Mr. Bishop hitting anybody or acting physically violent way toward them?
No, I never seen Mr. Bishop do that. I have seen women actually abuse him. I've seen that. lot of videos online of the abuse and violence that people brought in his life. It's just that he gets blamed for everything because he's the initiator of the movement and people came into his life, so everybody puts the blame on him.
But you never saw him direct.
She's pouring it on thick.
I have to explain that before I answer because we did start a documentary before this whole case occurred. We were making a documentary. So we made videos for content to grab people's attention online so that we can show them the real teachings.
Well, she got the attention of law enforcement.
So we did that for like content, like for attention grabber. So yeah.
But no one off camera was being.
She's on the big stage now.
No.
You didn't see anybody in a park being body slammed for 45 minutes.
No.
All right. So let's jump forward to Mobile production. So in the group, what was your responsibility? Did you cook, clean, do acting, dancing, singing?
Yeah, I love art, so I did a lot of painting. I did a lot of painting, dancing.
She's hitting that mic a lot. I saw Tasha K do that in the federal trial, and that was kind of awkward.
I did a lot of presentations. We did this thing one time. It was called it was a woman empowerment thing, and I was kind of over it, and I would like teach the women how it was important to be in tune with the earth, embrace their natural selves. So I feel like just teaching. I like to teach.
Were you on camera frequently?
Yes.
Was Velvet Marquez on camera frequently?
Yes, very frequently.
What about Caleb Buckner?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, not Caleb. What about Kenya Carter? I'm sorry.
Yes, everybody who was in his personal life was
on a daily basis.
Yes.
All recorded.
Yes.
All right. Could you leave the house?
Two things. He doesn't know who's on the fucking witness stand, and I guess homeboy hip hop gave up on the beeping.
Hallelujah.
Yes.
Could you go to the store, for instance?
Yeah, me and my sister, we actually had the car by ourselves and would go grocery shopping.
Okay. Yeah. So that wasn't an unusual thing?
No.
It wasn't that you had to stay there at the house and only the guys could go anything like that?
No, it was just that when we lived in the jungle, like we had a car, and if we needed groceries, the guys would just go and get it, so we could stay at home. But it wasn't like we weren't able to, or we were being held somewhere. It wasn't that.
And in Atlanta, were the women, or was it just the guys that got the groceries?
In Atlanta? Both. I remember both because when the police kept doing wellness checks, I remember one. We were actually in a car. They had came to us in a car. They were like, "We obviously see that y'all are in the car. He's not even around y'all because our what we call online critics. We have hate groups because we're on social media."
Non-responsive.
Okay.
Sustained.
Sure. So, did you have groups of people that didn't like you?
That was the objection wrong.
What's the relevance?
Well, Judge, we've gone through the same scenario with every witness.
Well, then it's cumulative.
Okay. Well, I'll answer.
Okay.
The police officer that you came across, were you in a car coming from the grocery store that day?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did the police officer come and do a wellness check on you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you well?
Yes.
Okay. There was no one arrested for falsely imprisoning you or anything like that?
No, they would, the online trolls or the hate groups would.
She had the right to explain her answer.
What?
I can't explain.
Okay, but how does she, what's the foundation that, well, I'm going to sustain the objection.
I would ask on what ground I was saying.
That there's no, I think she still needs a foundation to be able to explain why she believes she's saying these things. So that's the ruling. Well, oh, no, don't say anything. You can ask another question or ask it differently.
Were there groups that would falsely report things that were happening?
Yes.
Okay, Ike, what is happening here?
He is
Ike, what is happening here? Because they're trying to get something in, and the judge's like, nah.
The only thing they're trying to get in is they're trying to get in the hate of online trolls so they can get in that video. But it's, I mean, I don't know. The judge is not allowing anything that's close to hearsay, anything that's got no relevance to this case, none of that. Um, and that's her right as a judge to rule and preside over the case. So Booker just going to fight through it. I think they back.
Able to leave as you so desire, right?
Yes, actually, left a couple of times.
Okay. And when you say you left going to visit your mom or other places?
Yes.
Okay. And were you gone for extended periods of time?
Maybe a couple days.
Okay. All right. Okay. So everything's kept online. Everybody has their own device, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving forward to March 24th, 2022. Were you at the house that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What do you recall happening in the house? Let me ask you that question. Let me go back. Janae Mule. Did you know Janae Mule?
Oh my goodness.
Actually, real close friends.
I missed it.
And what was the name that she went by?
Okay.
How long was she in the group for? Or was she in the group on and off?
She was in the group on and off for about maybe 2 years. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Estimately.
Okay. So
but I remember she had started like her own journey in Thailand and stuff even before coming.
Okay. March 24th, 2022. Was there any guests or visitors in the house or anything like that?
Yes, we had one guest.
Okay. And can you tell me what you remember about the interaction between Ms. Newell and Mr. Bishop on 24th?
Their interaction?
Yeah, when did you see them together? Was Ms. Newell leaving the house?
Yes. I can explain the night. Okay. So we had a guest over. And one thing about Natiri was anytime we had guests over, she would be like, in my opinion, she would be like overly flirtatious or like you're my soulmate and like I love you, you're my soulmate. It was like overly it would be different from how she would act when we didn't have guests. So I remember we would just bring that up to her, how she would kind of change when we had company over, and it was kind of like a disregarding, like everyone being overly flirtatious, like to a point that was like, wait a second, you know? So once we made that a point, I apologize. Once we made that a point, she got upset. She got really upset.
Mic control. Mic control.
And she was like,
who was she upset in this situation?
well, her energy was like frustrated and like attitude because we were just telling her she was pretty much upset with everyone who spoke upon like her behavior.
And who spoke upon her? Was it males, females, Mr. Bishop?
I believe I did. I know I did, and Portia. I think Queen Malia did.
I don't like the way this is going right now.
Was just agreeing with us, if I can recall. But I remember that once we started saying, like, addressing her behavior, she was like, her lip was going up, and like she was getting attitude with us.
Attacking the victim is not a smart strategy, I don't think, Counselor. What do you think?
It's because we did have a guest over. Because the nature of
There's no objection.
was everybody pushing towards to be a
Well,
better
it's
person,
his witness.
to be a better character. So if he, if
Right, the prosecution can object.
upholding, the morals that we live by, we just address it. So
Okay. So, but did you address it in a confrontational, violent type way with her?
Well, it it was, I wouldn't say it was confrontational. I would say just making a point, like a certain point, because Natiri, every time she left, she would go online to our hate groups and talk down on us and defame Mr. Bishop's character and says he's this and he's that, and really disrespect us. And then she'll apologize, and then she'll come back. She's like, I love y'all, and, y'all are my family. I apologize. And she did this, I would say, over 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I
So
forgot a
with
beep.
her,
I forgot a beep.
Mr. Bishop is a very loving person. A lot of people take advantage of him because he's so forgiving. And so when she came back that last time, we were just holding her accountable for her actions because she constantly blatantly disrespects, everybody online.
Okay. So by keeping her, I guess, accountable, did anybody, including yourself or Mr. Bishop, punch her in the head or face or stomach or anything like that?
No, nobody punched her.
Okay. Did Mr. Bishop direct anybody to her or anyone?
No.
Okay. So does she decide to leave?
Yeah, she did. So after we, addressed her and she started to get attitude.
New Eden.
When you're in Central America.
Anytime we had guests over, she would be like, in my opinion, she would be like overly. It was, I wouldn't say it was confrontational. I would say just making a point, like a certain point, because Natiri, every time she left, she would go online to our hate groups and talk down on us and defame Mr. Bishop's character and says he's this and he's that, and really disrespect us. And then she'll apologize, and then she'll come back. She's like, I love y'all, and, y'all are my family. I apologize. And she did this, I would say, over 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I
So
forgot a
with
beep.
her,
I forgot a beep.
Mr. Bishop is a very loving. I think it was Zoka. I was watching her leave out. Zoka was like, "Is that your charger? We need our charger back, please. When you leave, just take what's yours and don't take any of our things." And she was like, "It's just a charger." And then she was like, she tried to go upstairs. She tried to go upstairs. She said that Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat her like this. Since the women, like it was an altercation with the women. So we were like kind of in a conflict at that time. So she was like, Mr. Bishop wouldn't treat me like this. I want to go upstairs and say something to Mr. Bishop. And so Queen told her to go back downstairs because she was just bringing a lot of energy, like being disrespectful. So she went back downstairs and she went to her Uber.
Okay. Did she come back inside?
Yeah, she did.
Did you witness her coming inside?
Yeah, so what happened was when she left, I went back upstairs to Mr. Bishop to tell him that she left. And we told him that she tried to go upstairs to say bye to him. She tried to come upstairs. And then he was like, well, she was trying to come upstairs. And we was like, yeah, what does she want? He said, what did she want? He was like, we don't know. He was like, okay, tell her it's okay for her to come upstairs then. And so we had yelled out the window, like, call Poppy. Like, Poppy's calling you. So she came back upstairs, and then when she came upstairs, he was sitting, as soon as you go up the stairs, there's his room. He was standing like right in front of the room, and she came up to him. I was standing on the stairs, and she went up to him and they hugged, and she was like, I love you. He was like, I love you too. She was crying and they were like hugging. He was holding her. And excuse myself, me and Queen Malia were standing right there and we were watching, like, because they were having an intimate moment. So it was like we were just sitting there watching, and it was for like 3 minutes. So I was like, should I walk away? Because I felt like we were interrupting their intimate moment because they were like hugging and crying, telling each other I love each other. And
Where did you go to? Did you stay there?
I stayed there because before I left, they actually walked into the room. I imagine because they probably felt weird too that we were just standing there. So they walked into the room, and yeah, after that, when I went downstairs because there was a lot going on. Later that night, I seen her. We like crossed past each other, and she had a different outfit on. Well, before she went in the room, me and Queen looked at each other like that's what you wanted this whole time, like to get his attention. Like you made that outburst to get Mr. Bishop's attention because that's something that she always wanted. She wanted attention, and she wanted to be queen to have attention. So, in my opinion, when I seen her, she had on a different outfit, so I assumed she's staying. And I kind of looked at her like you got what you wanted. And she like was kind of
Objection, here, sir.
What the fuck?
This whole case is
I know this man. I'm sorry for the extra sound effects. Again, this is not coming straight from me and Godmama.
All right.
Wow. This whole time she been talking about hearsay. Now you want to object?
So after you communicated or she communicated with you, did you guys?
This whole case is hearsay.
yes.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Harper, let's sheriff's department do their thing. Okay, go ahead.
Coaching from the peanut gallery.
Afterwards, did you guys go to bed?
Yes. So after we passed each other, she like was blushing afterwards. After they had their moment, she was blushing. And it wasn't really nothing to be said because it was kind of understood, that she pretty much got what she wanted. Because we talk a lot, and she always said she wanted.
You can't talk about what she said.
Oh, I apologize, but after that, Mr. Bishop, he was live in his room, and I don't know if she was in the room with us. I think it was me, but we were kind of sitting in the closet, picking out our outfits for the next day, and she was like sitting down for a minute, and then after that, she went to the bathroom to go to sleep. She slept back there with Zoka and Sheba, I believe, and then me, Mr. Bishop, and Portia and Leah, we slept in the other room.
Okay. And
then we woke up and she was gone the next day.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. So the reason she had a charger was because she had a cell phone.
Yes.
Is that fair? So that means she had a phone that she was using herself.
Yeah, she had a phone she was using herself. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you is, and the state's going to ask you this, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it this time. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is God? Do you explain what that means?
I believe that I live by the laws of my yard. And one of the laws of my yard is all things are consecrated from the divine. So I see God in everything. I believe you are God. I believe everybody in this room is God, broken up into different pieces, different vibrations and frequency of the oneness that we all come from.
Okay. So when you use the word God for him, you're not giving him, you're giving him the peace of God the same way you would be.
Yeah, it's a piece of God, and for our documentary, it was part of our documentary to like make him God.
Okay, is that where the three God character came from?
Yes.
Okay. What are other characters that he had as well outside of
Yes, Mr. Bishop has a lot of characters on social media. He has Three God, he has Dr. Bishop, he has Totally Todd, he has Leroy, he has Uncle Fernando. He has a lot of different characters that he plays on social media, and I feel like he's very misunderstood. And I feel like people try to put him in a box and paint him as something that he's not. And I feel like we can interpret a lot of misinterpret stuff from social media. And I feel like the Three God character really did bring a lot of attention because this is why this whole case is happening.
Okay. Now, going back really quick, almost done. March 24th, you were there, April 7th, once the police come, are you there at the house that night also?
Yes.
Okay, did the police question you?
No, it's been 2 years that I haven't spoke about this case until today.
Okay, so the statement that you've given today, you wouldn't have given that statement before because the police never asked you, right?
The police never asked us. In my opinion, this case was very one-sided.
Okay, not your opinion. Just answer the question.
Okay. Did the police take your side? Did they ask you your side?
No, they asked me, did I want some water?
Okay. They never asked you anything else?
No.
Never asked you were you being falsely imprisoned?
No.
Or were you a witness of anything about March 24th, 2022?
No, we didn't even know why we were there, and we didn't know what was going on until we came back to the house and seen the warrant on the table. We were very shocked at this case and charges.
Okay. Were there a lot of people there at the house that day on April 7th? Were there other people outside of you?
Yes.
When he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other thing is the state's going to ask you in a minute, so we can save them question. Since this case is going on, you've been in contact with Mr. Bishop, correct?
Yes.
You talk to him frequently?
Yes.
Like every day?
Yes.
Sometimes more than one time a day?
Yes.
Okay. Has he told you or influenced your testimony in any way?
No.
Has he told you what to say?
No.
Has he told you how you would create what you would say around what other people would say?
No, I'm saying exactly what happened that night, and I'm saying exactly what the accuser said as well. She said that.
No, she said.
Yes. And ultimately, you're here to tell the truth and let your story be told. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that.
Is that a question? Does that require an explanation?
Let me ask her a different question, because the state's going to ask you this in a minute, so we'll go ahead and say it in a minute as well. Do you believe Mr. Bishop is the Messiah?
What do you mean? What is Messiah?
I have no idea. They're going to ask you some time to save some time. But do you believe he's the Messiah? Whatever that means.
Well, I don't know exactly what that means. I do know that he is. He just started the movement of going back to nature.
Okay.
And teaching the importance of being in tune with nature.
Okay. I'll let them ask you the question about the Messiah.
Tear her ass up.
I really hope the woman.
And then the
She does
last
good.
thing.
I like her. I like the woman prosecutor.
Yeah, I like this little McConaughey meets Olivia Pope vibe. Yeah, go ahead. Y'all go ahead and tag team these by natures.
Were there rules in place and roles in place for women that they were beneath men in the group?
No.
Was there equality between the men and women?
You said equality?
Equality. Were they on the same equal playing field?
Yes.
Okay. And if the women, for instance, didn't do what Mr. Bishop said, were there physical injuries that would happen to them if they didn't do it?
No, I grew up with my mom being in an abusive relationship growing up, and I wouldn't be defending or associating myself who abuses people.
Thank you.
Cross.
Here we go.
Left to join up with Mr. Bishop and some other folks when you were 19, is that right?
I was 20.
You were 20, and you had finished 3 years of school?
Yes.
College?
Yes.
So you started college when you were 17 then?
I believe I was 18. I was 18.
And you have been with Mr. Bishop, I mean, other than the days where you go to visit, you know, family or whatnot, for since then.
Yes, yes.
Safe to say you've sort of grown up with him.
No.
See, I'm saying like your formative young adult years have been with Mr. Bishop and his associates, right?
No, I wouldn't say that. 3 years in college, I feel like that was more so my adult years. In my last semester of college, I actually studied abroad in Mexico, where I lived in Mexico for 3 months with a Spanish-speaking family. So I'm well developed in who I am, and I want to say that I spent most of my adult years with Mr. Bishop.
But yet at that point you were sort of looking for something, right? Mr. Bishop offered that, some sort of spiritual guidance.
Well, I was, after I came back from that trip in Mexico when I stayed abroad, I felt like I actually got more into more nature on my own. And it was a very enriching and beautiful experience for me. I feel like it opened my mind a lot to a different culture and, you know, all the things in the world. So when I did come back to college after my trip, that experience just stayed with me. And that's when I eventually seen Mr. Bishop online, and he was teaching the importance of the human being having their bare feet on the earth, how it gets rid of all diseases, and how it's supposed to be in a tropical environment, breathing the best oxygen and taking the best food for our optimum health and, you know, happiness.
And you ended up, in the time you were there, you had mentioned Brianna Jacobs, that she was there for a little while.
Yeah.
I think you had said a couple of the places that she was with you, like Mexico and Vegas. She was also with the group in California and Hawaii.
Oh, she was with us in Hawaii. I apologize. She was with us in Hawaii, and you said California?
Yeah. Which I think would have been immediately after Hawaii, before.
I think so. It's kind of big.
And you talked about, I mean, obviously for a while you all have been in Atlanta, but back when you were sort of moving around the tropics and whatnot, the main thing that you all looked for in a place to live was isolation, right?
No.
It wasn't important to be sort of away from urban society so that you could be more in touch with nature?
Well, we were like maybe 30, 45 minutes from, like, I would say, the town. We were surrounded by nature. Yeah.
And so that was an important part of what the group was doing at that point, right?
I wouldn't say isolation. I would just say being in a space where you're not bombarded by billboards and stuff going into your mind. You know, we were like in an environment where we were surrounded by nature and practicing being more indigenous to the land.
And around that time, when you're in Central America or Mexico, I think it was around 2020, there was a time where you were considering leaving the group, right?
In 2020?
I believe it was 2020.
I'm not sure. I know my mom came in 2020. I don't know if that was the year.
Do you remember a time when you were in a Jeep driving around? Mr. Bishop was with you. I think a couple other folks were with you. He was live, and he was talking to you about your sort of indecision about leaving or staying.
I don't recall that.
He was telling you, hold the camera up in the video.
Oh,
because,
that one?
yeah.
That was another thing to get the people's attention.
And that was before you all moved to Atlanta, right? I mean, that was when you all were somewhere tropical, because you're like literally driving on the side of the cliff with like forests and trees. All right.
That was in that video. What was that in? was in Puerto Rico, because in Puerto Rico, we weren't necessarily doing the three God, but we were doing like the other characters, like totally tied and doing different things to like get the people's attention. But when we did come to Atlanta, that's when the full character of three God.
So, I mean, let me just say, like, anything that is online that looks bad for Mr. Bishop because he's telling someone to slap someone, or he's just demeaning you for 45 minutes in a car, or like in that video, that's all acts, right?
Yes, stuff like that, those are acts. Sometimes we really did have disagreements sometimes. And then we had what's called a real, excuse me, but real.
Yeah, she could explain her answer.
Well, I think we're beyond explaining the answer, we're just in narrative at this point.
I agree. Go ahead,
Okay.
ask your next question.
So, I guess we're, at this point, like, the outside world, it was seen as failure of some of us, right? Like, they were a failure within the group if they had to.
No.
You weren't going to your lower self.
We just acknowledge that the industrialized society takes from nature more than it gives. Like it cuts down trees to make buildings. We just acknowledge that. I wouldn't say
What does
that
that have to do with the group?
Oh, sorry.
Finish your answer.
No, you can go ahead.
What does that answer have to do with how the group felt about someone leaving? Because they were going back into the industrialized society.
Objection argumentative.
On their higher self, right?
I feel like a lot of
Overruled,
people,
Counselor.
well, when you come back into nature, I feel like a lot of I don't know if anybody's familiar with generational curses and like things you have to work
Can you
on.
answer the question first, please? Sir? All right. No, let me finish. Answer the question and then you can explain your answer. Okay, so repeat the question, Mr. Kennedy.
Was it viewed as failure when somebody left the group because they failed on their attempt to become their higher self?
No.
Your loyalty doesn't have an expiration date. You said that about with respect to your feelings about Mr. Bishop, right?
My loyalty doesn't have expiration date.
Exactly. That you will remain loyal to Mr. Bishop, correct?
No, I'm remaining loyal to everything I want to do. I'm a grown woman. I don't feel like these questions have anything to do with Mr. Bishop.
Well, you don't know, that's not part of your answer. You just have to answer the questions.
She's answering, Judge. Let us explain.
So you said before that your loyalty.
What the heck is happening, Counselor?
My loyalty doesn't have an expiration date.
Okay.
Talking about.
He's not protecting his witness.
Is that true or false?
That's false. When I'm talking about my loyalty, I'm talking about my loyalty and what I believe in as far as being more close to nature. I'm talking about my loyalty with human beings being a part of the ecosystem and not going against the ecosystem. I feel like we as humans have come so far away from nature, and I feel like my purpose is to be here and to teach. If you go on all of our channels, we are teaching about our lifestyle. And I feel like that's what I've decided to do in my life, and that's what I'm doing. I wouldn't say that it's a loyalty to a certain person.
You live in teachings from Eligio Bishop, primarily.
No.
All right, anything else for her?
He was definitely reaching.
Any other evidence or witnesses for the defense?
How about lunch, Judge? Can we get lunch?
Okay, all right.
Comfort break.
We're gonna, I'm gonna send you guys 2:30, I'm gonna ask, and remember, I said I'm willing to go late tonight, so we're gonna keep plowing through. Go ahead and have your late lunch, be back at 3:30, and we'll resume, at that time. Okay? Thank you so much. Same rules remain in effect.
All right, I'm gonna mute that until the good sis gets back. Okay, she's back. So they went to lunch. As you can see, we're a little bit behind. But again, what'd she say, 3:30?
Yeah, we're not too far behind, Godmama.
No, so they, let's
Mm-mm.
see, it's 2:47 their time, so we've got a little bit of time, until they're
Yeah.
back.
Okay,
Uh,
cool. So before we take our own intermission, where do you want to go ahead? Tell me where you want me to go. Do you want to go look up? Well, y'all, please forgive me. Joe Bob's in the background, so you might hear him. But do you want to go see what we missed from Nick at Night? The police officer's testimony?
yes,
Do you want
because
to?
I've heard that, Mr. Booker ate him up. That's what I heard.
Okay, let's go to Nick at Night real quick. And then we
Oh.
still have more. Like we have more. We have more. We have more. We've got a show for y'all today. So get comfortable or not. If y'all have already seen this, go ahead, move around, float around, do as you do. This is
We'll
what
be
me
back
and
at
Godmama do. Okay. Mhm.
court should resume close to 3:30 EST. So if you float around but you don't wanna miss the trial,
Mhm.
keep your eye on the clock. Keep your eye on the clock.
Mhm. And we'll be right here. I can't guarantee we're the best streamers, but damn it, we're here. Okay.
Education.
Ew.
To show them what we learned.
Oh, this audio's atrocious. What is this? Lead detective admits not looking at all evidence plus more. Okay, let's rewind a little bit. This audio, I forget. We have to turn up audio, turn down audio. So I will be on mute this whole entire time just to save your guys' earbuds. Just because it's gonna be low, you're gonna have to turn your volume up. Mm-hmm.
How do you spell your first name? Eligio. You know my name. Yeah, well, I know how to spell it. Come on. We gotta make sure we have everything right. I'm a controversial figure, but everything I'm doing is documented, it's acting. Everybody's son will agree. So let's get through this real quick. Eligio? Yes, sir. In Bishop? Yeah, yes, sir. What's your birthday, sir? 4/29/82. This is crazy because I know about the girl saying that revenge, but that's just silly because I have the whole video of her consenting. Like I literally have the video in my phone. Like we planned to do sex education for black people to show them what we learned through Egyptology. So literally, she's in the video, like, so come on, bro. Like we're not even that kind of vibe. Other people around are on that kind of vibe. Like we're not even those kind of people. Yeah, I said, Malia, be nice because Malia got a little attitude problem. She thinks she a gangster. She thinks she a little thug. So she said, I said, why you telling?
Okay, turn your volume down real quick, guys. I was just instructed to fast forward. Now my dog's in the backyard doing the most. Listen, this is the audio background of a real life NAB. Okay, let me see. You think where, Godmama? Hold on. Okay, we've already heard his testimony. So over here on the C.C.C podcast, we've already aired Bishop's testimony to the police. We want to hear the police officer that's on the stand, right?
Correct. We wanna hear the
So
examination of the witness.
we're going to fast forward to that part. And if you guys haven't caught it, Nick at Night, feel free to go lurk and dig, or if not, catch our last show.
You finished your complete investigation. Did you?
Okay.
Okay, I'm not gonna deny that.
Thank you, Detective.
All right, Cross.
This who is this? Good mama.
This
I'm
is
sorry for yelling. Who is this white lady?
this is the lead detective. Okay, when they did their
The
hearing
lead detective on what?
on the rape case, on this case, she's the lead investigative detective.
How
Every
old is this lady?
I don't know, but every bond hearing, she was there with
This
her little
white
face.
lady.
Mhm.
Hmm. Hmm.
Mhm.
Hmm. 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 Okay. Well, let me buckle up and take off my let me take off my Karen biasm.
Okay, yep, get started.
Good morning, Detective. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, my name is Robert Booker. I represent Eligio Bishop, and I just have a few questions for you, okay? All right. So when you do an investigation, you do it based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you've been a detective, I think you said today, for about 3 years, 2 years?
A little over 2 years.
A little over 2 years, and this case is about 2 years old, right?
A little less than 2 years old.
A little less than 2 years. Okay, so this defendant was arrested in April of 2022, right?
Correct.
So we're 22, 23 months, right?
Something like that.
Okay, so when you first got this case, you had been a detective for just a month or two, right?
A few months, yes.
Okay, and what were you prior to becoming a detective?
Uniform patrol.
Okay, all right, and so you are trained to be a detective, to look for reliable evidence, right?
Correct.
Consistency.
Yes.
You were trained to interview witnesses.
Yes.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you interviewed my client. That was played before the jury, right?
With Detective Moore.
With Detective Moore. Okay. Detective Moore, I think he said he was like 26 years in this. So he's been doing this for a while.
He, at the time, I believe, was 22 years, and he had been in the Special Victims Unit for 9 years.
What if I told you that instead of setting up a green screen, you can
We
just
love us
click a
a
button
good
into script
midnight
and
monetized
Okay.
video,
So he's
baby.
very experienced.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And when you do an investigation, you rely on what you would consider to be the best evidence for purposes of your investigation, right?
Correct.
Okay. That means you question people firsthand, right?
What do you mean firsthand?
Well, if you want to ask me a question, you come ask me. You don't ask someone else about me, typically. You ask me first, right?
If I'm looking for an answer from you, yes.
Okay. All right. And prior to this case, you had worked on cases before, right?
Yes.
As a detective?
Yes.
How many had you worked on in the 2 or 3 months you had been a detective?
I don't know off the top of my head, probably at least a few.
More than 2?
I could not tell you the stats.
Okay. So is it possible that this is the first case that you worked on when you became a detective?
No.
It's not possible.
I specifically remember while being in January of 2022 working with Detective Moore on a case.
So it's possible this would be the second case that you had worked on as a detective?
More than likely, it was more than that. Since it had already been a few months, we do get a few every month.
Okay. So it's fair to say you were still in a single digits, and we'll go with that. Hadn't done much.
I couldn't tell you. We work in DeKalb County. We're busy.
Yes, ma'am. And you are the primary detective on this case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So that means what other people do in the investigation, that you direct them to do it. Correct?
Correct, for the most part.
So if a uniform officer decides to do something in an investigation, you've instructed that person to do it, correct?
If they are helping me in the investigation, yes.
Yeah, you're basically the manager of the case, right?
Correct.
The project manager.
Something like that.
Everything runs through you, right?
Should be, yes.
Okay. And if a search warrant is done, you do a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Because you talked about a search warrant in this case, correct?
Yes, we did.
You talked about that, and in order to do a search warrant, you have to get an affidavit, correct? You have to do an affidavit?
Yes.
An It was a sworn testimonial document, correct?
That is correct.
And in that sworn testimonial document, you make certain assertions in front of a Superior Court judge. Isn't that correct?
Assertions or testimony?
Testimony.
Yes, I made testimony in front of a judge.
Okay. And that judge would allow you to do certain things like search phones and things like that, right?
That is correct.
Search houses.
Correct.
Okay. And do other things that would typically not be permissible by law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So we'll come back to that. Now, in this particular case, you spoke to all the witnesses involved, right?
What do you mean, all the witnesses involved?
Well, we'll start with you spoke to her, right?
Correct.
Okay. You interviewed her, right?
Yes.
That was a recorded interview, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. And that recorded interview, so far we haven't heard that in this case, but it was recorded by you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you went down to wherever she was in Fayetteville and did a recorded interview with her?
That is correct.
Was the other detective present when that interview was done?
He was.
Okay. And was that the only time you had been given a recorded interview?
I believe there were phone conversations later on that may have been recorded, but I apologize. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. But in this one, you did specifically interview her for roughly an hour, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you asked her specific questions about March 24th, 2022. Is that correct?
I apologize. I'm bad with dates. If that is the date that she advised that the incident occurred at, then yes.
Okay. So let's talk about how you went about the on direct real quick though. On direct, you indicated that, well, let me start back. Did you do a search warrant on the cell phone?
No, we did not.
Did you ever look at the cell phone?
She had gotten a new one by the time we spoke with her.
I know I said I wasn't going to pause, but can we get an amen for the silence instead of the
Right?
beeps? Ah,
That's
if
what I was
this
sitting there
ain't,
thinking. Neat got me spoiled, baby.
Nick got me spoiled. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and I'm bless her one more time because ooh we. Thank you, Nick. This is so much softer on our ears. Thank you, Mama.
Okay. Did you ever ask what happened to her old one?
No, we did not.
So you never looked at her cell phone?
No.
Okay. Do you know who Kelly is? She's a witness in this case as well.
No, I don't know that name off the top of my head.
Okay, you're the primary detective in this case. You know the people that you would have met and interviewed, right?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, so Kelly.
It's been some time, unfortunately.
Okay, I'll refresh your recollection. Kelly is the person that Ms. said she was texting and calling on the evening of March 24th, 2022. Okay. Have you ever met with her before?
No.
Have you ever talked to her before?
No.
So if she said that she provided text messages to you, then that would not be true then, would it?
Honestly, if she provided them to me and they would have been in the record, but I don't have that in front of me.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. You can take a second and look at these.
That'd be great, thank you.
Do you recognize those?
Now that I'm seeing them, yes.
Okay.
I apologize for that. Before, apparently I did look at his phone or his phone.
Okay. Is it possible that we can put State's Exhibit 1 on the screen? So you said you did look at her phone, correct?
That would be how I would have gotten these.
Okay. By
From
looking at his phone.
Yes.
Okay. On the screen is State's Exhibit 1. Okay. Is that the same text message that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it start by saying, "Hi, Kelly, are you up?" question mark in the top left?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you take a look at the top of that screen? You said just now, based on your cross-examination, that you got this from his phone, right?
That would be the only logical place that I would have gotten it from.
Okay. At the top of the screen, do you see the time that's up there? What time is it up there? Top left.
11:51.
11:51. Okay. I'm gonna change to State's Exhibit 1, the second page of it on the screen. Is it that follow along with yours? Does it say 11:51 up there as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's move to the third one. Does that say 1151?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the fourth, does that say 1151?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the fifth, does that say 1151?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the sixth, does that say 1152?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the seventh, does that say 1152 as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the eighth, does that say 1152?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the ninth, does that say 1152?
Yes, sir.
The 10th, 1152?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the 11th, does that also say 1152?
Yes, sir.
All right. To the 12th, does that say 1153?
Yes, sir.
All right. And to the 4th, does that say 1153?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is it fair to say that between 1151 and 1153, that's all the text messages that were sent?
Those were the text messages screenshotted.
They were screenshotted.
Yes.
Okay.
That would show the current time, not the time that the text messages were sent.
Okay. So are you aware of, so those messages that are there, they were screenshotted by who?
It appears to be Kelly.
Okay, I thought you said that you got them off his phone. That's what you just
I
said.
believe she was the one who sent us these because I don't believe I spoke with Ms. Kelly.
Okay. Is your email address your first initial, last name, and the typical following?
The typical following of DeKalb.
I was trying not to put your email address in front of the whole world, but yes, is that correct?
It's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Have you ever talked to someone from the official tmedia@gmail.com?
I have received emails from her.
Okay. Is it possible that those messages that are there right there in front of you came from an email from the official t@gmail.com?
Like I said, unfortunately, I just don't have the memory to remember how I got these specifically.
Okay. Judge, the state has provided a copy of her email. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I haven't marked these yet, but I will in a second. I'm going to just show you something. If you'll take a look and see if you recognize that. I'm going to take Stacy's one right here so we don't mix them up.
That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
Would you like me to look at them all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
And welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
May I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to look through those emails?
Yes, sir.
Are those your emails?
Those are emails exchanges with me.
With you. That's your email address?
Yes, sir.
Has it been edited in any way?
Does not appear to have been.
Do you think this is an accurate representation of your email exchange with the official tmedia@gmail.com?
It appears so.
Okay. Judge, I would move to tender for this as defense exhibit 1 as a collection of our emails.
Any objection?
No,
Stage,
no.
all right, defense 1 is submitted.
Okay. I'm gonna mark them real quick. So you would agree that you had an email exchange with the tofficial@gmail.com, right?
That's correct.
You're aware the T is a YouTube company, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the text messages that you received, that you testified to earlier, that you received from his phone from looking directly at it, that they in fact came as part of an email attachment sent to you from the t@gmail.com?
Not according to those emails. The first
Okay.
email was about a preliminary hearing.
All right. If I can approach Judge.
Okay.
Do you see here, right there? What does that say?
It just says she's trying to get text messages.
No, yeah, let's look at this again. As those texts were sent to me, third party, that means that she sent you those text messages.
Well, it looks like in my email, I sent it as a forward to about a video she had sent me.
So it's fair to say the messages that you testified that you received, you didn't get those from Kelly, you didn't get those from either, correct?
Like I said, unfortunately, I just don't remember exactly how I received those videos.
Well, your emails right there reflect that, but we'll move on beyond that. Is it typical for you to rely on a third party to be able to provide you with information in the case?
Sometimes.
So are you aware that the T is a group of people that their desire is, they don't like Mr. Bishop? I'll put it that way. Were you aware of that?
They do have documentation of Mr. Bishop and his actions.
Okay, so it's fair to say that they don't like him. You'd agree with me about that, right?
It's fair to say that, yeah.
Okay. Now, so that email exchange with the T, you actually emailed them after certain hearings as well, and they emailed you back, correct?
They emailed me first, yes.
And you emailed them back.
Yes, I always email everybody back.
Okay, all right. Now, you indicated as part of your investigative work that you went to the scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you went to the scene, in order to get into somebody's house, because we have this Fourth Amendment thing, you have to get a search warrant, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So when you went inside, did you attempt to collect blood while you were inside?
I did not.
Okay. Did you attempt to collect semen?
I did not.
Okay. Did somebody on your behalf?
There was collection of materials there that could contain that, but specifically blood and semen were not on the search warrant.
Okay. What about condoms that were used?
I would have to see the search warrant to be able to tell you if that was specified on it.
What about sheets that would have been used?
That would be specified.
What about spreads and comforters and things like that?
Bed sheets included, yes.
Mattresses?
No, sir.
Okay. Where is that data at? Who collected that stuff?
Our crime scene did, as
Crime
well
scene?
as other detectives.
Okay. Were you present when these things were collected?
I was not present. I had been there in the initial start of the search warrant, but because we had so many people, we didn't want to keep them waiting. We went ahead and started our interviews.
Okay. All right. So someone from crime scene attempted to collect certain bodily fluids and other things that would be indicative for purposes of sex in a house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's been done as part of your investigation?
Yes, as typical with sexual assault investigations.
Okay. And you also did a sexual assault examination, or you couldn't do one, right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you couldn't do one based on your direct examination because your testimony was, let me go back to it, that she didn't come to you until April the 7th of 2022. That's when you interviewed her, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that would have been more than 5 days after the time that she alleged that it happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, but are you aware that she did go to law enforcement within 5 days of it happening or allegedly happening?
When she filed the initial report,
Yes.
yes, but the initial report did not include anything about the sexual assault.
It didn't include anything about sexual assault. That's exactly right. It did not include anything about sexual assault. As a matter of fact, she never said anything about sexual assault, right?
Correct.
Okay, so within 5 days of the time that she alleged to have had sex when a sexual assault examination could have been done, she had not said anything to law enforcement about a sexual assault, right?
That's correct.
Okay, as a matter of fact, when she went to talk to officer, and I'm going to mess his name up, Huyde, she was on body cam. Do you have that body
Judge,
cam?
I'm going to object. I think we're going to start getting into hearsay statements. That question did not elicit hearsay.
I'm not asking for her.
He's not asking what the statement was, so go ahead, overrule the objection. Go ahead.
She gave over a 20-minute statement on body cam. Isn't that correct?
I believe so.
You reviewed that, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in that statement, she only told law enforcement that this was revenge, correct?
That's correct.
And that's all you guys, when you went to Fayetteville on April 7th, were reviewing for, right?
Initially, yes.
Okay, initially. Okay, so in your interview, though, with her on April 7th, at this point, there's a question about whether or not there's some sort of sexual activity that happened, right?
She had brought it up, yes.
She brought it up. Okay. Well, when she brought it up, did she say?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this calls for hearsay.
I don't think it does, Judge. It's during her investigation.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick break and we can argue about this outside the presence of the jury.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Booker is Mr. Bookering right now, and I'm kind of proud of him. Let's go, Book T. Because this was one of the major things in their case, right? This was one of the major things that they were fighting for is this police interrogation, this police interview, the initial interview, the lack of evidence, those things. So that's why I was very interested to hear what he did.
Mm-hmm. And y'all see my white boy over here again. This from the other day. Well, Booker, look at Booker. Go ahead, Booker. Somebody said, oh gosh, sorry, there's drilling at my house. You guys, again, please forgive my background noise if you can hear it. But somebody put in the chat earlier. I'm going through the chat right now, guys, to highlight some stuff that we missed. But somebody put who put Booker Bishop? Was that was one of the I'm not gonna call you an NAB today, but baby, it was one of the not Booker Bishop. Oh, there we go. Okay. Child, my bad, y'all.
Look at old wide hip Eligio. Oh, wide hip ass. That motherfucker's suit so wide at the bottom. I think somebody said he had Cardi B hips. Oh, wait.
I'm just waiting for the door to close. Okay. All right, go ahead. Yes, Judge. I do believe that this is hearsay. There is not an exception to it's part of our investigation. I think what Mr. Booker wants to get into is the fact that Ms. said we made love. I think they even asked if she consented, and she said, I don't really know how to describe it. Those are questions he directly asked Ms. on the stand. She admitted that she said those things. He cannot offer those statements as a prior inconsistent statement. He can't impeach her on that because when he asked, did you tell Detective Panosian that y'all made love? Her answer was yes. So I think this is hearsay and doesn't come in. Mr. Booker, I tend to agree with that.
I would agree with that, Judge, that I can't ask her and try to elicit. I'm sorry. I can't try to elicit a statement that Ms. already said, she did certainly concede that.
Right.
I think the state's position is that this is some sort of because she was forced or mentally forced in some way to do it, and I think they're trying to impinge the defendant on being able to do a thorough civil cross-examination. I still think it's within our right to be able to cross the detective on the investigation that did as a whole. If we're not allowed to cross the detective on statements that were made to law enforcement, I'm not sure what the purpose of the cross is.
Well, the thorough and sifting cross-examination does not mean that the rules of evidence are disregarded.
I'm not saying that.
So I think she's right legally that statement is, it's not a prior inconsistent statement. So I don't think you can go into that. I mean, the rules are the rules regardless if it's direct or cross.
Okay, I have other questions I can ask her around the judge.
Okay. Can we do that now outside the presence of the jury so that I don't have to send the jury back?
I would rather not have the detective or the state know what questions I'm about to ask. I think they just right into it. I don't want to do that.
Well, you might not have a choice. Let me go take a quick break and then I'll let you know what we're gonna do. I just don't want to send them in, you ask another question, and then have to send them out.
Okay.
I mean, that is Mr. Booker is doing his due diligence. I wouldn't want to ask my question in front of the witness either. You know, I would want to make sure the witness didn't hear what I was about to
I
say.
do want though to get a proffer of what you're gonna ask the witness so that we don't. Let me go take a quick break and then I'll let you know what we're gonna do. I just don't want to send them in.
Okay, you said what, Godmama? You said you think he doing what he's supposed to be doing?
Yeah, because he's like, okay, well, I'll just ask her it in a different way. And Miss Hydrick is like, okay, well, just ask it right now. And he says, no, I don't want to ask it in front of her. You know, he wants a raw he doesn't want her to have time to think about her response. And that's his job.
Mm-hmm. 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 I agree, but it wasn't Bishop. I mean, we forget Bishop was here. She go with her pearls again.
And this was, looking back, that she had COVID right here. Child, let me hush. Let me hush.
Oh, she did, right? Remember when she said I went to court with no mask?
Yeah.
She had her pearls on and her COVID just flaming everywhere. Yeah. Uh-huh. Anyways,
Yeah.
you right. Uh, Godmama, but real quick though, it's it again interesting to see how she's treating that from where she's at today.
Yes. And
I
I
said I
made
wanted to look back at her behavior. I'm seeing some of it. It's highlighting to me. Mhm.
Do you think it has anything to do with Bishop and his phone call and
I
you
think
know?
so. Yes. And the court stuff. We only get to see the stuff streaming. There's stuff going on in real time court.
Mhm.
That you and I have chosen to not side quest and uh, uh, stream.
Right.
But if for the people that are doing side quest and keeping up with a lot of the bishop drama, there's a lot of stuff happening outside the court, in the
Mhm.
court, outside the court. There's a lot. So, I mean, pay attention. When we wrap all of this up, we are going to um we've got some more in store for y'all, but let's get through this. You see how nobody in the chat, nobody feels any compassion. You see how everybody, even for us, Godmama, I don't
Mhm.
want to dive too deep into this, but real quick, you see how our compassion nozzle is even turned down a little. Because
Mhm.
when it was the victims, like there was a moment I was there, like really feeling it with the victim, and I was feeling some type of, you know what I mean? I don't know. We'll get into that, but it's not just turned down for the court; it's turned down for us too. And
Mm.
why is that? Is it because we don't have compassion for people in the cult? We have
Mm.
compassion, you know what I'm saying? They're all one and the same, but we'll get into that.
She got the bench muted. The bench
Are you
must
gonna go
be.
into the substance of the victim statement, I guess is the question.
Detective or the state know what questions I'm about to ask. I think they get right into it. I don't want to do that.
Well,
No,
you might not
Godmama,
have a
I did. I'm
choice.
sorry. There's people. I have
Let
repair people
me,
here. I'm
let me
sorry.
go take a quick break and then
You good, though.
I'll let you know what we're gonna do. I just don't wanna.
The same as she said from the March 30th. And that's not asking for what she said, that's asking whether it's the same as what she said in March 30th. That's a different thing.
The March 30th interview was with.
I'm not sure I pronounced his name.
Oh, yeah, okay, okay.
The responding officer.
Okay.
If it was the same, I think that's not hearsay.
Without asking what the substance is, okay.
Judge, and I think you just asked that. You just asked this witness, in her initial statement to Officer Hugh, did she mention sexual assault? And the answer was no.
No, it's true.
This judge is trying to ask questions that are going to lead to objections. I think we just need to leave her statement alone. He's asked the questions, it was recorded, it was an hour long. Any question he asks about the substance of her statement is inadmissible hearsay.
Okay. Mr. Booker, anything else?
I don't have anything.
Okay, I agree. So
Y'all
no
see
more
Bishop down
You've
here?
already elicited the fact that she didn't include the rape allegation, that it was different, and if there's anything else specifically about the statement you want to address, then
Okay.
let me know first, but,
Well, Judge, I'm sure the court, I'm not sure, I know you practice law and forgotten more law than I know. Judge.
I don't know about that, but I did practice for 19 years before doing this,
I don't
so.
know how much defense work, but a lot of times as defense, you're there and your questions are not always written on paper.
I understand,
So,
all right,
yeah.
let's just do this, let's stay away, you've already asked about the substance of the statement, that's already come in, so we don't want to be duplicative and cumulative. So just stay away from the substance of the statement, and if you feel like you need to go into something, just ask to approach. Okay? All right, but we've already covered it, so we don't need to do it again.
And Judge, I will just state that I think, I will just state for purposes of the record that that's an objection on behalf of the defense. I'm not sure how you handicap a defendant in a case further by limiting their ability to cross-examine the officer regarding a statement. And what I would request, Judge, secondarily, is I think we have Ms. President, she's under subpoena for the state. Since they have an objection, we'll be asking questions about it, that she's remained under subpoena. She can stay in the courtroom so she can hear it, but we're probably gonna call her in our case. So I would ask that she remain under subpoena.
Mr. Coveney, Ms. Thomas?
Since they have an issue with it, if we ask questions about her statements.
Okay. So meaning you want to keep her under subpoena, meaning you want her sequestered, is what you're saying?
I'm fine with saying that she's been here the whole time.
Okay, that's fine, all right. Then just know, Ms. You are not, you can stay in the courtroom, but you may be needed to testify again, so you're not excused.
Actually, Judge, I'd like her, I'll send you on.
She has a right to be present 1717.
She does have a right under the statute.
I'd just like the jury to hear she's been followed that she's been present in the balance.
You can ask her about that, that's perfectly fine. Okay, and again, I don't think the hearsay rules, your right to a thorough and sifting cross-examination is still subject to the rules of hearsay. So, anyway, so that's.
So that's why the victim got called back to the stand.
All right, let's bring the jurors back in.
All right, good morning again, officer.
You want to expound on that real quick? Do you want to expound on that, Godmama? Why?
Yeah.
the victim?
Yes, I think it was yesterday we watched the victim's recalled testimony. And again, we apologize for us being out of order, but it's out of order out here, period. But so, and we were kind of wondering where did this come from? And the defense recalled her back because he couldn't question the officer about her statement. So he wanted to recall her back so he could ask her about her statement. But if you recall, and you were here yesterday, you remember that video got cut short too, right? They were doing a bunch of blah, blah, blah questions, and he said something, it triggered the court, and it went off, and we don't know what else went forth from there.
Mm-hmm. We're at the 4 hour mark. Go ahead and hit the like for us, please, and thank you.
You still don't know? All right, just a few further questions for you. So before we left, we had talked a little bit about Defense Exhibit 1, and you had indicated to me that there was, or to the jury rather, that the emails that you had received, you didn't think that they included the attachments that were part of it, these text messages that are part of State's Exhibit 1, right? Do you agree with that?
I agree with that. Like I said, unfortunately, some time has passed, so sometimes my memory just doesn't stay with me.
Okay, can I approach the witness again, Judge? Yes. Okay, I'm going to show you again what Mark says, Defense Exhibit 1. And do you agree with me here where this email says Monica, is it Panosian? Panosian, I'm sorry, on March 12, 2000, or May 12, 2022 wrote, right? You would agree with me that's what you wrote?
That is.
Okay. And do you agree with me that you wrote an email to, see if I can find it here, the official T media at gmail.com, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your email says that I will make sure these get to the DA's office, who is in charge of prosecution. As well, could you send me Kelly's information, since she was the one who sent these to you? I would like to see if she has any other text, because she no longer had these texts when we spoke. Do you agree that that deals with text messages?
I do.
Okay. Do you agree here that there is a text message? Oh, I'm sorry. Here, that there on this page here, there's an email without reading the email because it's written by someone else, but it says, see the attached text messages between and a woman named Kelly.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so do you now agree, based on these text messages that would be in your email account that you sent and were sent to you, that you received those text messages not off a phone that you looked at, but off someone sending it to you? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, from the T, correct?
Yes, who got it from Miss Kelly.
Okay, and you know that because what? You I think you indicated you never spoke to Miss Kelly, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so how do you know they got it from Miss Kelly?
Just have to put a little faith in people, I guess.
Okay, all right. Well, you realize why we're here, right? We're putting faith in people we've never spoken to before, that you've never spoken to before.
That's
You're
true.
trusting them.
I'm presenting them, and
Okay.
like it was shown, it was through an email chain that were sent to the district attorney's office.
Okay, that you sent to the district attorney's office.
Yes, sir. I
Okay.
forwarded. Yes.
All right. Those are emails exchanged with the T, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you know that Miss did an interview with the T as well?
I found out after. Yes.
Okay. Did that interview address March 24th, 2022?
I couldn't tell you. I never watched the interview.
Never listened to it?
No, sir.
All right. So you can't say whether it's consistent or inconsistent with what she said?
No, I could not.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that when you got there, going back to the house, you said that you interviewed people there, correct?
Not at the house.
Well, there were so many people there that you guys were in a hurry to get through your search of the house, right?
No,
You were not in a hurry.
there was no rush to finish the execution of the search warrant.
Okay. So going back, crime scene was there present with you, and they'll be here to testify at some point about what they collected, right?
Correct.
And when things are collected by crime scene, that stuff is sent to the GBI for processing for forensic data, right? Or forensic information, right?
Not every time, no.
Okay. What happened to stuff in this case? Was it sent to the GBI?
That you would have to ask crime scene if they had it processed by the GBI or if they processed it themselves.
Okay. So you're the lead investigator in this case. What did they do with it? What did you instruct them to do with it?
My instructions at the time was to collect it.
Okay. And do they decide what to do with it once they collect it, or do you decide what to do with it once it's collected?
I decide.
Okay. So being that you told them to collect it, and then it's your decision based on what you just said on what they do with it. What was your decision on what they did with it?
Just to keep it for collection till we had further search warrants for the cell phones.
Okay, and
That
you got
was-
further search on the cell phone, right? Sorry. As a matter of fact, you searched based on my discovery that they gave us. 11 or 12 different devices, right?
I did not execute those search warrants myself, so I couldn't tell you the number that they did.
Okay, who did those search warrants then?
The
Tell us
district
who did.
attorney's office.
The district attorney's office did the search warrants on the cell phones. Okay, so they would have the data from the cell phones.
They would.
Okay, and they would have somebody that would testify regarding that part then.
They would.
Okay, so even though it's your investigation.
Little bites. I was going up the stairs.
Attorney's office did the cell phones.
Yep, I required some assistance.
All right. All right. So the cell phone that my client told you in his interview, though, the one with the pin that he gave you, the 8116 pin, that passcode he told you. Did you search that cell phone?
No, it was when we did the search warrants. So that was executed with the district attorney's office.
So the district attorney's office is responsible for looking inside his cell phone.
That was something that we were able to discuss and agree together that was going to be done.
Okay. All right. You never did that.
I did not do that.
Okay.
No.
Some other law enforcement officer did that.
As someone post-certified, I believe so, or at least an employee of DeKalb County.
Okay. So you indicated that there were several people there. So you interviewed other people that were on the scene, correct? About March 24th, 2022, right?
No.
Okay. So in your investigation, you don't have anybody from inside the house that told you that they witnessed any screaming, fighting, kicking, or anything that would show that there was some act of force in the room on March 24th, 2022? Some physical.
That was not what had told me had happened either.
Okay, thank you.
So there would be no indication of that.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Now, you agree with me that there were a bunch of, you did a search warrant to obtain and search cell phones, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there was an iPhone 6S that was searched, right?
If that was one of the ones collected, yes.
Well,
I don't have the list of the phones that were collected.
Okay. But you did the search warrant, right?
I did.
Okay. And so you would agree with me there was an iPhone 6S that was listed as device number 1 in your search warrant?
Not in the search warrant, in the property sheet after, once it had been collected, yes.
Okay. So you know what was there, the iPhone 6S. You agree with that, correct?
I would have to see the document to say yes or no.
Okay. All right. Do you disagree with it?
Like I said, I can't agree or disagree unless I see the document. Unfortunately,
Okay.
my
All right.
memory of everything that was collected, it's just not there without seeing the document.
So it's fair to say that you don't know that there were over 13,000 photos in the iPhone 6S that was collected.
No, I did not see that.
You didn't know that there were 315 videos that were collected in that phone.
No.
Okay. In the iPad Pro, which was listed as device 2 on your property sheet, did you look at that one?
No, sir.
So it's fair to say that you didn't know there were 82,459 photos in that iPad,
No, I would not know that.
or 1,120 videos in that iPad,
No, I would not know that.
or 4,653 pieces of audio data, recorded songs in that iPad that were new. Did you know that?
No, I would not know that.
Okay, because you never looked at it.
I did not execute that search warrant.
Okay, the next one you was device 3 was another iPhone 6. Did you know in that one there were over 3,284 videos in that iPhone, which is device 3?
No.
Did you know there was 75,857 photos in it? 1,897 pieces of audio.
No.
Didn't know that. Okay. How about in the iPhone XR, which was device number 4 that you collected? Did you look at that one?
No, sir.
Did you know there were 30,792 videos in that iPhone XR?
No, I did not.
That's a lot of videos.
That is a lot of videos.
Did you know there were 137,374 photos in that phone?
No, I did not.
Did you know there were 4,246 pieces of audio in that phone?
No, I did not.
Did you know there was an expert witness or alleged expert witness in this case?
No, I did not.
Dr. Ross, Rick Ross? I mean, he's not a doctor, high school educated Rick Ross. Did you know him?
I do not know him.
Okay. If he has 6 videos, half a dozen that he testified to, that he reviewed, being that so far we've talked about over 50,000 videos just between 4 devices, and I haven't even got to the other 6. Would that sound like a lot if you looked at 6 when you have 50,000 here?
Only if 6 were presented.
Okay, if 6 were presented. Okay. All right. How about in the iPhone 7 Plus, which was device 5? There were did you know that there were 2,460 videos in that one?
No.
Did you know there were 78,333 photos in that one?
No, I did not.
Okay, I will just skip on down. But in iPad Pro, which is device 6, iPhone 11, which was device 7, iPhone 12, which was device 8, they have respectively 72,726 photos, 119,859 photos, 252,827 photos, 10,911 videos, 2,051 videos, 10,075 pieces of audio. Those are just in those devices by themselves separately. And I didn't read every single one of them. You were not aware of that, and you didn't search it. Is that correct?
Like I had said previously, no, I did not.
There was an iPhone 11 there that had over 10,000 videos. This is device number 9. You were not aware of that?
No, sir.
Not aware there was 190,000 photos in device number 9, which is an iPhone 11?
No, I was
Never
not
searched
aware.
that? No. Okay. How about the iPhone XR, which is device 10, that had over 1,300 videos in it?
No.
Over 56,000 photos in it.
Oh, sorry. No, I was not aware.
Okay. There was an iPhone XS Max, which was device 11. Did you know that that device had over 200,000 photos of it in it?
No, I did not.
Over 5,000 pieces of audio in it that were created. Didn't know that?
No, sir.
This was all in the search warrants that you did, right?
Those were the search warrants for the phones after I had already obtained the first search warrant, and I did not execute those second search warrants.
Okay, but
like I had said before.
Somebody else executed those search warrants.
They obtained them and served them themselves.
Okay. And the last device, which was a Sony video camera, were you aware that that one was there as well, which is device 12?
If it had been listed in the property sheet, then I had been made aware of it.
And then there were 1,990 individual unique video recording productions just on that device.
No, I didn't know that.
Didn't know that. Didn't look at them.
No, sir.
So you wouldn't be to say if they said, take one, cut, things like that in them because you never looked at them, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, did you search within the cell phones themselves, the text messages?
No, sir.
So when in the text messages, if I ran a search through it and people used the word God when they were referring to each other, as in male or female, you wouldn't be able to testify whether or not that's true or not because you never looked at it, right?
That's true.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to testify that we ran a search through those cell phones.
Judge, I'm going to object if he's getting into statements and cell phones. That's hearsay.
I didn't say a specific statement, Judge. I just asked if she searched within cell phones.
All right, just leave it to that, please.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to testify whether or not there were any threats in the cell phones, correct? Because you never looked.
Not on those cell phones, no. Those were, like I said before, the search warrants executed on those phones were done by somebody else, not myself.
Okay. Do you know who did the search warrants on the cell phones?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Okay. But this is your case that you investigated, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now, in your interview of the defendant, you interviewed him. He came down without a lawyer present, and you and Detective Moore interviewed him, correct?
That is correct.
And it was an audio recorded interview.
Yes.
Okay. And the same way you recorded him, you also recorded an interview with Miss correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the body cam that Officer Hugh, now that I know how to pronounce his name, Officer Hugh, that was recorded and maintained in a database somewhere, right?
The body cam footage, yes.
And you can see Ms. live in person in front of you on that body cam, right?
Yes, you can view the footage.
You reviewed it.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you went out to her house in Fayetteville on April 7th, 2022, you went out there because you were doing an investigation for what was alleged to be revenge, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when you interviewed my client, he repeatedly told you that he was, quote, he was an innocent man. He didn't know anybody. Isn't that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
That he had nothing to hide, right?
That's fair.
That he told you that they sent him a letter that alleged revenge, and he was aware that she had made that allegation, right?
That is correct.
That there was a application for a warrant where a person can go and tell a magistrate somewhere that I want a warrant for a person, and they can apply for a warrant and come have a hearing about that. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so she had apparently gone down to the magistrate and said, hey, by the way, this guy, he put some videos up of me that I don't like, right?
She stated that she had revenge posted against her, yes.
Okay, so that would have been another time outside the time that she spoke to Officer Wee, as well as outside the time that she talked to you. I just said it we again, Officer Hugh. Officer Hugh, so a separate time from the time she talked to Officer Hugh and a separate time from the time she spoke to you, that she only said something about revenge, correct? If she went down and talked to a magistrate?
That's not correct, because when I spoke with her, she did not just mention the revenge.
Okay, so she
So
said,
you could say it was with Officer Hugh, but I cannot testify to what she told the magistrate court.
okay, so the magistrate court wouldn't be sending out a warrant application for a case with it.
Judge, I'm gonna object to lack of personal knowledge, and this questioning calls for speculation. Sustained.
Okay, so you said that you talked to her and she told you more than, right, or more than consensual, right?
What do you mean more than consensual?
This question calls for your we're getting into the substance now, Mr. Booker, so
Okay.
let's move on.
Okay.
Sustain the objection.
She gave you a recorded interview, right?
She did give us an audio recording, yes.
Okay. Do you disagree that in the section of her interview between 1447 and 1527?
Judge, I'm gonna object. Same objection. This is hearsay.
This is not regarding what she's already testified to. It's a totally separate issue, Judge. If I can ask my question.
Well, then it'll be hold on. Approach.
Okay. Any about whether or not she was going to go upstairs without telling me what she...
All right, this is a direct violation. Okay, so, all right, I'm gonna send the jury back out. We need to talk about this some more.
She's different from the others.
Ooh, and Miss Booker did a word in at all. Like at all. At all.
There's something.
Anytime Mr. Booker wanna say something, she's like, you know what? Never mind. Anytime he gets close to that damn statement, she's like, you know what? Never mind. We know that court is up to date and ready. If you would like to view it live and in action, the link to that channel is being dropped, but out of respect for that channel holder, we will be behind in the actual court proceedings. And from what it's looking like, it's supposed to be a long day. So, hello. Thank you for being here.
All right. If y'all ain't started drinking, then y'all behind because I'm Luke the Goosey. Let's go, Godmama.
Witness testified or not. And in order for it to be admissible, it would have to be a prior consistent statement or a prior inconsistent statement.
And this is a prior inconsistent statement. And if the state believes it's not a prior inconsistent statement, it could be a prior consistent statement. They can have either way. They just don't want me to ask about it.
Well, hold on. Let me see. What was the question?
The question had not even come out yet, and I would ask that the witness step out so she's not hearing the question in advance.
All right. I don't know what they have going on next door, so don't put her out, have her sit outside.
Eligio made sure he looked at that camera, baby, every time. I bet there was a bunch of times he was breaking his neck and the camera wasn't even on.
The question was just, did she say to you anything about that they didn't appreciate her and she tried to go upstairs to say goodbye? That was the statement that she made.
All right. How is that not hearsay?
Well, the state says it comes in under a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. She either said that or she didn't say that at the time. When I asked her question, she said that yes, I went upstairs, but I went upstairs because they said God was calling me. That was her testimony.
Okay.
In the interview, that's not what she says. In the interview, she says that she went upstairs and Malia told her to go downstairs. She went outside to leave. When she went outside to leave, at that point, they said, hey, God's calling you. She went back upstairs. So if she's going upstairs the first time without anybody telling her to come upstairs, Judge, that's her going up against the state's whole theory of the case is that she's going there because she's being forced to. But the first time in this interview, she says that she willingly went upstairs. She never said that during her cross-examination or direct examination. That's never been said at all in this case.
Response.
And Judge, I think Mr. Booker may be confusing the two times she went upstairs. One time she went up willingly, well, both times she went up willingly, but the first time was to pack her belongings.
That's not what she said. Listen to
Mr.
the
Booker, please don't interrupt.
I'm sorry.
The second time is when she went up because Zoka said God is calling. If Mr. Booker is intending to impeach something he said, he needs to ask her directly, give her an opportunity to explain her statement, and then impeach her that way. I don't know that he asked that specific question.
We didn't, Judge. We didn't ask it in that way. The interview says it differently. And so if they want me to interview or put back up, fine, we'll put it back up. And we'll address it that way.
All right. I think the proper thing to do is address this with,
Okay.
and not this officer.
Okay.
All right.
But asking, did she say anything about XYZ? That's not stating what she actually said. And I don't think that's hearsay. That's not what I was actually saying. I was just saying did she say anything about, hey, I went upstairs twice willingly? The state's whole theory of the case is that she was told to go.
Okay, so let me, and I don't need to cut you off, but are you trying to ask this witness, did she ever tell you she went upstairs twice willingly? Is that what you're trying to ask?
It is, right.
Do you have an objection to that question?
I don't.
Okay, I think it's just the way we're trying to say it. So you can ask her that question. Did she ever tell you that she went upstairs twice willingly? That's what you're trying to ask, right? Essentially, okay. And there's no objection to that question.
No, Your
Honor. Okay, perfect. All right, let's bring the jurors back out.
Shout out to Nika Knight and her court recap.
Child, not a little Bill sighting.
It's Monday.
All right.
You snuck in on me. All right, go ahead.
I didn't see you already. Sorry about that. All right. So I'm not going to ask you any further questions about the interview at this point. Now, well, despite this one question, in her, sorry, Judge. In her interview, she told you that she went upstairs twice on her own volition, right? Before she left. Not to pack, but to say goodbye twice on her own volition.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that was in her recorded interview?
Yes, her whole statement was recorded. Yes.
Okay, all right. All right. Now, Mr. Bishop told you in his interview that he sometimes does what he describes as radical things to get attention, right?
Correct.
That they would do what he called clout chase by smacking each other and all kind of things to get, as he described, drama, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, you said that when you went to the house that you interviewed people, right?
After they were brought to headquarters.
After they were brought to headquarters. Okay. Who did you interview from the house?
Forgive me because I can't remember names, but I believe we interviewed 4 of the people who have been at the house, 2 females and 2 males.
Okay. Do you know who they were?
I would have to look at my notes to give you names.
Okay.
I believe one of them she went by Malia.
Okay.
I believe another one went by Solar. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Like I said, I would have to look at my notes for specific names.
Okay. To your right, there's a big cheat sheet that the state put up there. You want to take a look at any of those names and see if they look like any people you would have interviewed?
The issue is I'm familiar with a lot of the names. I just can't remember specifically which ones were the ones that I spoke to, but if I could see my notes, I would be able to tell you.
Okay. Did they give you recorded statements when you interviewed them?
Yes.
Okay. And that was provided to the district attorney's office as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would have been on April 7th, 2022 as well?
No, was that the date that we executed the search warrant?
It was the date that Mr. Bishop was arrested.
Then yes.
It would have been that day?
It would have been the same day, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Bishop indicated to you that he knew his girl wanted to leave, that he hugged her. He said, okay, you want to leave, fine. They made love, and then she ended up leaving the next day, correct?
He didn't know exactly when she had left.
He told you that she left that night, did he not?
That night, but in her statement, it was the next morning.
Okay. Well, okay. The next morning, 9 a.m. the next morning was the next day, the 26th, 25th.
Yes, you said that night, so it would have been the next morning.
Okay. All right. He also told you that he had everything is on his phone. He records everything, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. He asked you, in fact, bring you his phone so that he would be able to show you his own evidence from his phone, right?
That is correct.
That he wanted to show you that right there at that time.
That is correct.
Did you have, and you had already gotten his phone, right?
It had been collected during the same time in execution of the search warrant.
Okay, and he was able to consent to you searching his phone, couldn't he?
Yes, but we would have still waited to get a search warrant to go through his phone because consent can be revoked at any time.
Okay, well, he could have, the same way he could have revoked his right to talk to you, Miranda. In this particular case, he's begging you, he's saying, hey, bring me my phone. Here's a passcode. He obviously didn't trust you guys because he was basically saying he thinks you got to plant evidence or whatever. But nonetheless, you never brought him his phone for him to show you what he wanted to show you on the phone, did you?
No.
And Detective Moore, the other officer, never did either.
No, we did not.
He basically said that you guys are detectives and you need to look at evidence, right? You need to look into it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sorry.
He told you that his house is public and that anybody could come to his house, right?
Yes.
He told you that he loved you and he would never do anything to harm her, didn't he?
Yes, that is what he said.
That we have nothing to hide. Isn't that what he said?
That is what he said.
But the device never got in his possession and he was never able to show you anything in the device, correct?
That's why we asked him where it would be in the device so we could expedite the process.
Okay, and so being that you collected 12 devices and over 1 million photos, maybe, over 500,000 videos, do you know why a witness would be looking just at 6 of those?
I'm sorry, a witness would what?
I would draw the question. Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Y'all bear with us. Yes, we are aware. We love you guys. We know what's going on. We see what's popping. Um, and welcome to the motherfucking shit show. Welcome to the Nature Boy sector, baby. My bad. You guys, you know how I get. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yes.
This is not me muting. This is the court.
Were you present for an interview of when she spoke to the district attorney's office?
No, I was not.
Okay, thank you.
Just briefly, Direct Judge.
Go ahead, thank you.
All right, Detective Panosian, Mr. Booker asked you several questions about where you got these text messages from. If you got them from, would that change your decision to take out arrest warrants on Mr. Bishop?
No, it would have been the same decision.
If you got them from Kelly, would that change your decision to take out arrest warrants on Mr. Bishop?
No, it would have been the same decision.
All right. And Mr. Booker also asked you about collecting sheets and comforters and mattresses and all that. In a case such as this, would it surprise you if Mr. Bishop's DNA was on the sheets?
No, it was not. It was his home.
And so in a case like this, would you expect to see DNA or semen from Mr. Bishop on those sheets?
Yes.
And if DNA or semen was present, would that give you any indication about what happened in that room?
No, it would not.
And Mr. Booker also asked you questions about photos and videos and audio recordings as it relates to phones and devices that were collected associated with Mr. Bishop.
Yes.
And at any point during your investigation, were you ever made aware of anything relevant in those phones?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, she may be excused. We'd like to keep her under subpoena.
She may be excused, Judge.
Please step down, thank you. Feel free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, call your next witness.
All right, guys, that's all for this video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I am all
And we did. And we did enjoy it, Miss Neek. We
We
enjoyed
did.
silence when the names were
Mhm.
dropped. We
We
enjoyed
did.
the silence when court was in session. Amen.
Mhm. And I want to recap on a couple things. But before we do, I'm going to be, because this whole trial has been a shit show. This whole
Mhm.
trial has been a complete, I don't know, just shit show, a circus, a fuckery, if you will. So let me address a couple things. And with all due respect to every single person who is doing better than me, as far as court streaming and getting their ducks in a row, I'm not here. Godmama and Lurker, Lurker and Godmama are not here to take any of your money, any of your views. We have done some things maybe a little backwards. We are willing to shed some light, share some streams, maybe a dollar or two. Um, we know that we're not there in court, and we know that we're not there with court press information. So we have no reason to beef with any of the people that are putting out these streams. That's not what we're here to do. And if we've mistaken and if we've misled our viewers to think that we're the first to get it and that we're here getting exclusive information, then let us correct it here for the record. Because I'm pretty sure we've been sharing other people's channels, we've been sharing other people's everything.
Mhm.
But if we haven't made that crystal clear, raise your glass. If you have a crystal glass and you're drinking a mimosa on this beautiful Thursday, raise your glass and cheers. Salute. Salute to those who went and put in their press pass. Salute to those who have put in the work of editing. Salute to those who have put in time and energy, not beforehand, but at the time of needing, right? It doesn't
Mhm.
matter who put in 7 years. It doesn't matter who put in 5 years. Did you put in 20 minutes or 30 minutes to put your press pass in to get this video footage,
I
right?
swear to God.
So let's pay homage. So Nick at Night, Hip Hop Man, Court TV. I mean, I don't know who all has the plug. Max V. I think
Mhm.
we've shared as much as we've come across, we've tried to share the original person that it's come from.
And
We're not here to
to
hold up. We're not here to hold up anybody's live stream. We will shut this down. We will put this on private. We will let you get your views. We have no problem coming back tomorrow. It has been 4 hours and 35 minutes with Lurker and Godmama. We have no problem shutting this down and putting this live on private and deleting it. If you don't want it on private, we can delete it.
Mhm.
We are not here for that. And if we came across that way, forgive us. And I don't know that gentleman. That's why I'm not speaking to him. I don't know him. I've never heard of this man. I don't mess with Nick at Night. Max V, I've heard of you, but I don't really know you like that.
Right.
TV Killers, I've never heard of you like that. There's been a few people that I've played that I don't know you. So I'm not reaching out to you personally. I'm not dropping you lots of money. I don't get lots of money.
Right.
I usually have, I don't know, maybe 8 people in my chat.
Right.
So this isn't a huge ordeal over here for us. I'm not here dropping we're not monetized and we don't want to be monetized off the Bishop trial. Let's set that record. We're grateful that y'all are here, but let's keep it a buck. Y'all ain't really here if I wasn't doing Bishop stuff. Let's keep it a buck. I don't want that man's views. I don't want that man's coins. I don't want anything like that. And if he feels that type of way, I don't know what to tell him, sir. We can delete, remove, and keep it pushing.
Mhm. Because it's never been about, and we've stated that from day one when we realized, when 11 Alive went down and we realized how this proceeding was gonna go, we made sure as far as a small YouTuber and as a YouTube channel that tends to use the Fair Use Copyright Act, we made sure we had all of our ducks, kind of in a row in a sense of having the channel links provided so this is where you could go to find the original content, making sure that content creators Cash App is circulated for people to show love to them. We have mentioned every single person that we've used content for. But we, as far as us, we're kind of just like a little section um, in even the Nature Boy sector that isn't really about the because we've dealt with this whole 6, 7 years now of the graphs for the Nature Boy fame, power, and this isn't anything negative towards anything, but this ain't our first show in this fucking rodeo. Hallelujah. So we we'll do what we have to do and um, get certain testimonies that we've missed because technically we've only missed we missed Malia's. Malia would have been next. And I think there was someone on Zoom, which might have been Zoka. Or Malia might have been on Zoom. I don't know. Um, but I don't think I have faith in the people who have been doing their job that they will do what they gotta do too to feed the people, so to speak.
Mhm. Well, and I just want to point out a couple things. Raise your champagne glass if you're with me. But I just want to point out a couple things. Uh, Nick at Night did check us, like the younger channels, not us by name, but she did say, like, hey, if you guys want your stuff, go do the work. And
Mhm.
we've discussed this, Godmama. We've discussed a couple of avenues. Whoop to whoop. So we knew what we were dealing with.
Right.
Um, and I thought we did our best to relay that to the chat.
Mhm.
Like, we didn't get our
Absolutely.
press pass, bitches. We
Right.
over here with whoop. But
Right.
with that being said, I still have to be an NAB.
Mhm.
Period. I am okay with Shitty Greg Gang, other people's content. At what
Mhm.
point are you copywriting a legal situation? Mm.
And I mean, especially if he's already doing the work for us, right? He's already beeping out the names, you know? So it's not like the court that because at one point it was thrown around that it was going to be told to the court and the court would handle it. But the court would
Mhm.
have to handle you first because we're just streaming
Mhm.
you know what I'm saying? So that
Mhm.
dog don't hunt. But at the end of the day, I'm not gonna play a power struggle with someone, um, and and
Mm-mm.
and I'm a baby YouTuber, okay? We maxed out at like 60 something people in the chat. We're babies in
Yeah.
the big sea of YouTube.
Well, and no, we can end this. We can end this. If our little community, we don't have active chat like that. Like we're literally just kind of
Because
listening
if
in.
I'm
I
gonna
don't know
keep
what.
yeah, because if I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep it a Imma just keep it a buck with the chat. Where we were streaming now for Mr. Hip Hop Enquirer, he has played and he I'm gonna be honest with y'all. He has played with the people and he jumped to closing arguments. So no one saw no other testimony, um, and they've jumped to I'm watching
Mm.
the prosecutor on the stand talk to the
Okay,
judge.
can we take a break, Godmama? Can we jump on? Can we take a break
Mhm.
real quick? Can we give like 3 minutes and come right back?
Yep.
Okay. Give us 3 minutes. I mean, y'all can trickle down. Y'all could do whatever. Y'all want me to replay some stuff? I'll do whatever. But for now, can you do?
Please hit the like. Thank you.
Hey, so fine.
You back?
Are we back? Oh, wait.
I was kinda feeling like that music right there. It was kinda
You picked that one.
I know it was giving what it needed to give for the moment, 'cause child, I'm sick of it. I'm
Hey,
sick
so
of it.
fine. Hey,
Hey,
Reeve.
Reef is here.
Mhm. Well, we might have to put this on private, y'all.
Mhm. If
This
you would
live
like
stream.
to, if you wanna
Mm.
see it and you know how to get in contact with us, if it goes down, holla.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause
If
we
you
got
want to
you.
see it, you know how to see it. Yeah, 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 yeah. There's a lot of unspoken rules over here. Not rules, rules. There was a lot of good stuff, but God Mama, should we end here crank up one more hour live stream just to watch how it started and then maybe talk to the people about how they feel about what they did get to see. So that way we're not in jeopardy of ruining this man's um, press pass. I don't know. How do you feel? Do you want to just stay live and rock with it? What do you want to do, Godmama? Because I do want to. There's two things I want to play. I told you, I need at least 30 more minutes before we end the show. So, do you want to start a whole new show, or do you just want to add on?
I think we should just. I think we'll just add on
All
because
right. Well, let's keep it
the
pushing.
numbers, to me, the numbers are safe right now.
Okay.
Everybody who needed to did. So thank
Yeah.
you. We appreciate you. 'Cause, we gonna get it to y'all regardless. Period. We gonna get
Mhm.
good.
Trust and
So
believe that. Hmm.
yeah,
And
we
we
have.
just dropped some coins today. So don't think that we're just over here bumming off people. No, we're not. We're we're not spending bukus of dollars. I know y'all seen me acting up and True Freeman was impressed last night, but we're spending money other places too. And we learned a good lesson.
Mhm.
Godmama and I learned a good lesson. So, all right. Well, there's two things I want to talk about, but Godmama, where do you want me to start, baby? Because
Wherever
you know
you go.
I'm about to take shot number 5, baby,
Okay,
here in about 10
listen.
minutes.
Let's go. 'Cause
Okay, well,
this
can we start with Court TV?
absolutely
Okay.
outstanding.
Outstanding. So, Court TV is where we're going to share where Bishop is like refusing to be there because of COVID. But in this little snippet, it's 21 minutes, guys. In this little snippet, we get to hear like how like the rest of America views Bishop instead of us just crazy lurkers and NABs and concerned citizens and freaking us, right? So it's really interesting to see him on like the big news stations and the stuff they have to say. But let's listen.
I will say this before we move in, so while we're listening, it can sink in before y'all get to say what y'all gotta say or
Mhm.
how whatever.
Truth tellers
We
here.
we
Truth,
know.
my lovey. If you hit me on Instagram, I'm sorry, my phone's on do not disturb. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about you. I mean, I did think about you, but I forgot about you. I
Hey,
didn't forget
True.
about you. Oh, my phone. Oh, he did. Oh, you are in my DMs. I'm sorry, Truth. Okay, well, for people who know who I am, I love Truth Teller. And Godmama said we can go here, right? Godmama, you said that?
Mhm. Yeah, I
Okay.
just want the people to chew on while we're listening to Eligio's little, his outburst this morning is what they're calling it, his outburst. Chew on
Mhm.
the fact that they are giving closing arguments right now. So we could have a verdict as early as
Tomorrow.
tomorrow because
Tomorrow.
they're willing to verdict watch until 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Are
So
we
we
not
may have a
thankful?
verdict tonight.
Are we not
Yeah.
thankful?
Where is my phone?
I know some of you people aren't thankful, but to me, because I like to read a book and then reread a book.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
that's just where my energy's at. Because I'm gonna
Mhm.
read this book and I'm gonna reread it. Okay, the link is dropped for Truth. My brother Truth, King Truth. I love you. I was waiting for you to come over. Okay, well, we're gonna play this until King Truth comes up, and then we're gonna have a very deep conversation. I hope. I hope.
There's a defendant sitting with his attorney. His name is Eligio Nature Boy Bishop. Yeah, he calls himself the Nature Boy. He's accused of raping one of his followers and then distributing revenge porn after she tried to leave the cult. Now, court resumed on Tuesday.
Is that you, Lovebug? Hold on. Is this you, King Truth, with the
Hello?
echo?
Eh,
Ah,
you,
there you are. Hi,
well, hold on.
daddy.
Hey, what's going on, Lurk? What's going on, Godmama? Hold on, let me move out of this room because you know I got a bunch of shit going on right now. I'm
Mhm.
trying to get this motherfucking footage. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. God, Mama, is it okay if we take a pause for the cause?
Please take a pause for the cause.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
Trying to get some of this. I'm trying to get some of this footage. You know, I haven't really been posting the footage, but
Mhm.
but I wanted to get some of that footage that was going on today as far as the defense. You know, but yeah, what's going on, Larry?
Hi,
Ain't
baby.
shit. What's going on? Ain't shit.
Oh my gosh, is this not a mess? What is going on? Is this not a mess? Truth, King Truth. What? No, listen. I don't want you to say nothing you don't want to say, but I'm just asking, from an outside perspective, is this a mess?
Yeah, you know it's a mess, but we knew what it was going to be. We knew what it was going to be before it even got to this. Hold on, let me pause this shit because I need to step away from my desk and I don't want to record nothing while I'm away because I don't know. I don't want this guy to stop his stream and then hold on, let me just pause this and let me just pause
And
this.
and for the
All right,
people in
perfect.
the okay, hold on. Let me introduce you. For the people in the chat who don't know, Truth Teller and I go back way back, but he's like into Bigo. He's into a lot of things. Um, but Truth Teller is him and I go way back from when he was dropping government names of people who were going against Bishop. So him and I have some wonderful history. And now we bump heads. Don't think I'm up here sucking nobody's whoop whoop, okay? And he ain't sucking nobody's whoop whoop. He speaks freely, and so do I.
Yeah, Truth Teller has always been known. It may irritate some people, right? But he's always been known to speak his truth, baby. Period.
I do.
Yeah, I know
So
what it
Truth,
is.
what did you get to see Aya when she stood up there talking about malicious?
Yeah, I'm recording. I was in the process of recording that right now. I was
Oh, we
right in the.
watched it. We watched it live. We watched it
I
live.
saw. I was watching it, but I wasn't recording. And then I decided. I said, you know what? Let me record because I'm gonna be honest with you. I was watching the what's that guy? Hip Hop Inquirer. I was watching his shit too. And so when he stopped his stream, that's when I had to pause my shit and do what I was doing because I was actually recording his stream too. And then so when he paused it because he said people were streaming it, so then I had to go back and
Yeah,
So yeah,
he's
that's what I'm
upset
working
with
on right
that.
now.
Yeah, he's upset with that. But you know what? Let him be upset. If he got a gold mine, then let him have his gold mine. We're not here to take it. That's
Yeah,
not
nah,
what
nah.
we didn't come here to take anybody's gold mine. Truth, what are your thoughts, babe? Because I went and lurked because that's what I do. But you've been too busy posting Bigo bullshit. Nigga,
Yeah, I have
what
right.
no, run it back, nigga. Run that shit
Listen,
back. What are your thoughts
listen.
on what you've seen so far? Don't
I'm gonna be
sugarcoat nothing.
nah. I'm not gonna sugarcoat nothing, and I'm gonna tell you the truth, Lurker. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I haven't really watched none of the shit. I haven't really watched none of the testimony because what I've seen, what I did see, the parts I did see was a bunch of bullshit. Now
What
the
well,
only
hold on.
testimony,
What parts did you see though? What parts?
very little. Like I saw probably very little.
Who?
I saw probably a couple of seconds of True, and I saw a few seconds. I saw like a couple of minutes of True, and I saw a couple of minutes of what's the other one? Solar. I haven't really seen nothing else because the only testimony I was really interested in hearing was Nate Tibby's. Now let me ask you a question. Did Nate Tibby testify?
She was the
Mhm.
first. They
She
called
was
her
the first
first.
witness.
Oh,
Yeah.
because I haven't seen her testimony. I want to see that.
Because it was put on private, but I got you if you want it. I got you.
Yeah,
If you
that's the
want it,
only
I got it.
testimony.
It was put
Oh,
on
okay.
private due
And then they
to
recalled her.
privacy. It was
Mhm.
yeah, oh, yeah. Her first testimony, first day, she was the stream was asked to be recalled because her name was being put out there. They don't want the victim's name. So you said it right, Nateri. They're upset with the government names and blah 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 blah. Even though they put up a whole um chart and then showed it to the public and then showed it to the juror anyways, not neither here nor there since you haven't seen it, but I can show you Janae's, but they recalled Janae after what? They called the police officer? They did the police officer? No, no, no. They did the lead detective, you said, Godmama.
They did, the detective that took her initial statement, not the white lady on the stand, but
Oh,
the one
okay.
she recorded the,
Oh, right. The
revenge porn
officer
to.
that was in full uniform, he had on full
Mhm.
police uniform like he works the streets.
I'm,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna be totally honest with you guys. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Another reason why I really haven't watched none of it is because I want to watch it without commentary. Like all of the channels that's covering it, like they all got commentary, they all got their name, they all got their names all over the screen. So I'm really not interested in watching nobody else's commentary. I just want to see the footage. I just want to see the trial. I just want to see the testimony dry. I don't want to hear nobody talking over it. I don't want it. So that's really the biggest reason
Well,
why I haven't watched it.
I'll send you Janae's because we did fast forward through people's commentary, but I don't have fully edited. So
Yeah,
maybe you'll
'cause
want to
you'll have.
wait. Yeah, maybe you'll want to wait because we are getting a copy of the full court transcripts. But I can
Yeah,
send you what I have.
because that's what I want because that's what I asked. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I was just talking to Aya and them the other day. I'm like, yo, I need that link. I need that courtroom link. I don't want to watch this shit through nobody else. I need the courtroom link. They haven't been able to provide me with a courtroom link, so that's the reason why I haven't posted nothing on my channel because I don't want
Well,
to. I'm
truth, get with me in the background, and I'm gonna tell you how she can get that, but you can't air it. I'll tell you exactly how she can get it. I
Yeah,
have that.
I'm gonna tell her because I told her I said, listen, I need the quantum link. She was like, I don't she
But I
they
mean,
gave me 11 alive. I'm like, I don't want to watch this shit through no damn 11 alive. I want the courtroom link.
if the verdict come back tonight, we won't need no courtroom land. We'll have, we'll be able to request this court for.
She said tonight. There ain't no
Nah,
verdict coming
the
tonight.
child, nah,
Wrapping it
that
up
it's
right
not.
now.
It's child. It's definitely not ending today. It's definitely not ending today. And I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Nature Boy got something else up his sleeve because when I like I told you, I talked to I was just speaking with Aya and Malia and matter of fact yesterday, to tell you the truth. And when I told them that I said, listen, that's not a good idea as far as him, not sitting in the courtroom. I said I don't recommend that. I said I don't recommend him not being present in the court. And then Aya was like, listen, he knows what he's doing. So I just left it at that. I said, okay, if he knows what he's doing, they must have something else planned. I don't know if they're trying for I don't know if they're trying to push for a mistrial. I don't know if they're trying to push for something else. But he definitely has a plan. He definitely has something up his sleeve. And
Well, I mean,
let me
they're doing
let me
closing arguments right now, so.
let me well let
no,
me
those are that's the prosecution's closing arguments.
No, I
With
see
that
Mr. Booker up here talking, sir.
Mr. Booker's giving closing arguments?
Yeah, Mr. Booker talking. He's standing up. He running his mouth. Here, hold on. Let me turn the volume up.
Because I know the hip hop inquirer. What he
be
said was,
quiet. Hush, let her play it.
In 2020, and then she was still under the influence of the cult. Why is it in 2024 when the DA's office interviews her and she's preparing for this trial? Why did she say to them that he said to me, do it one last time, and whatever response was, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Booker up there doing his biggest one, Truth.
that's a closing. It's a closing testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, man. I gotta get back to my desk. See, I stepped away for a minute to go smoke me a split. I'm gonna have to
Okay,
get
well,
back.
real quick. No, you can leave
Give us
us.
what you
Hold
think.
on, hold on. Before he go, yeah, right. Yeah, God, Mama, go. Exactly.
Tell me what you think is, since we had closing arguments. What's this jury gonna say? Just
Oh well,
based.
as far as me, the case is definitely not guilty. They haven't proven nothing, and every witness they've called. Well, like I said, I didn't see the Neytiri testimony. But as far as as far as all those other witnesses, all their testimony is garbage. Their testimony has absolutely no merit on this case. The only testimony I really wanted to see was Neytiri's testimony. Now I don't know how. I don't know how the jury's. I don't know how the. I don't know how the jury's going. I don't know how the jury's going to view her testimony because I didn't hear it. But but if all they have is her testimony, because I also understand that he didn't allow her her first interview. I understand they didn't allow none of that to be played. Right. So yeah. So I mean, it's up in the air. But as far as I'm concerned, they haven't proven their case. They have. It's not without a shadow of a doubt. Even if you think he might have done it, you can't convict someone on a mic. The instructions to the jury, the instructions to the jury will be clear. If you cannot find this man guilty without any shadow of a doubt, you have to come back with a verdict of not guilty. I cannot see 12 jurors saying he's absolutely guilty of this. I can't see that. So if you ask me, I think, everybody who's hoping and praying and thinking he's going to get 30 years is going to get absolutely gagged when that judge says not guilty. When the judge has to read the jury's verdict of not guilty. That's my opinion.
He's looking at way more than 30 years. That was his plea. Now, mind you,
well, they offered him, to tell you the truth, they offered him 7 years. They wanted to throw out the rape. They wanted to do all type of shit. So how you wanted to throw out the rape charge, and that's what you held them on in the first place.
But they wouldn't allow that in court, though. So the jury doesn't know that.
Right? The jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know that. But what the jury knows, though, is that they don't have no proof. They have no evidence of rape.
Okay.
They have no evidence of force. They have no evidence of they have no evidence of not kidnapping, but holding someone against their will. And as far as they've already debunked the revenge porn too, because they've already showed how it was posted. It was posted before.
Truth. He's on trial for all 5 charges now. He declined everything. So none of those things matter. But Truth, I just sent you in the inbox. Do not share what I sent you with anybody.
I won't. Listen, let me tell you something. I got so much shit.
That's got homegirl's testimony.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna check it out.
To that while everything else closes up tonight and before we pop off tomorrow. So you can listen to that tonight before we pop off tomorrow.
I wonder if that's what IAM sent me, because they sent me a whole bunch of shit too. But
yeah, they probably got it too. Yeah, they probably got it too.
Yeah, they sent me a whole file of stuff, but I haven't been able to get to look through all of it. But
you need to.
You need to. And we did, and you know what? I'm gonna pat me and my sister on our backs because we did our very biggest and bestest of not.
Listen, I was gonna get with y'all. Listen, not to cut you off. I'm sorry. Listen, it's not to cut you off. I'm so sorry. But listen, I was gonna reach out to you, Lurker, because I said, listen, I gotta get up with Lurker and Godmama and have a real build, because like I can't. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't build about this Nature Boy shit with nobody on Bigo. I can't do it with nobody on Bigo because none of them know what the fuck is going on.
Well, hold on. I sent you a link privately. I didn't say anything. I didn't say, hey, how are you? I miss you. I just sent you a link. That was my code, like, hey, we're on it. But you didn't say nothing until the whatever you posted today. And I was like, oh, he ready. Let's go. Well,
listen, I want to do. Listen, I want to do a big panel with all the real Nature Boy people. I'm talking like I don't even care. Like listen. I know they hate me. Listen, I know they hate me. But look, I want to get them. I know they hate me, but I want to get them all together. I'm talking about from
stay up here with us. Stay up here.
I'm talking about. Listen, I want everybody. Because listen, this is what I want to do, Lurker. Because I'm not really. I don't like when I when I lost that first Truth Speaker, the Truth Teller channel, like most of the people who I was subscribed to or who I was following, I have no idea of how to where their channels are at today. So I'm talking about people like Ashe Divine, people like who it was Ashe Divine, Jazzy, who else was it? It was Ashe,
Yeah,
it was
yeah, yeah.
Jazzy,
Talk on
it
the
was
people that you know. Yeah,
yeah,
and I'll say
world,
the rest.
world news and like all those older people. Like I don't have no clue of where their channels are. Because all the,
Oh, they still here, Boosie. They still
Because
here,
none of
Boosie.
them talk about Bishop.
Well,
yeah,
World
no.
News
Old
has
school
nothing to play with
people don't
that.
talk about Bishop anymore. They
Please
done
don't
moved
do
on.
please don't do World News because he'll get upset. He has been reporting since day one, period, and
Li-
hasn't stopped.
listen, did y'all see World News stalking? What's the name? Chat. World News is stalking the Hip Hop Inquirer chat. He in there.
Well, news got, I think they said there were some issues at the courthouse.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, they had gotten into a little scuffle outside. I heard him and Jackson, whoever else. They said they got into a little scuffle out there.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
You may be waiting
Child,
for
but see, that's
for a
why you
while
up
on
in
that
the
one.
north. Truth up in the north. Truth ain't coming down here. Truth ain't one of he's one of Bishop's outside henchmen. He's not an inside nigga. Facts. Because he would have been down here in the south. Facts.
I
Am I
can't even see
lying?
the chat. What y'all talking about?
Nigga, I don't know what they're talking about. I'm talking about
Tracy
you.
just want to know if that she said you can come to her Bigo. Tracy got you.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Not
okay.
come to her
Tracy in the
Bigo.
chat.
Yeah, Tracy talking
I don't
about
never
come to
even see
her Bigo.
Tracy when she live. I don't never
Thank
even see
you.
her when she live.
Thank you. I told her that.
I never see Tracy. I never see her live.
Ever. And I got some Bigo coins that I need to finish off. And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'll be Tracy,
Oh
where
yeah,
you
but
at?"
back to what I was saying. Like it's hard for me to talk about Nature Boy with people from Bigo because they don't really know the backstory. They don't know the
Oh yeah,
backstory.
yeah,
So
yeah, 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 yeah.
all they know is the bullshit. The
Yeah, but
gossip,
you
the third party
know
shit.
this. Hold on. You know what's fun about talking to you? Truth. I know you're from switched over to Bigo, but hold on, baby. You know this. Look at my
Mm-hmm.
damn screen. Look at the fucking screen. You know this. Take your video off private so I can see the whole thing. Cause truth, you have it.
Should I ask for a strawberry? No. Huh?
No, my chief.
Don't you ever in your motherfucking life give me no motherfucking strawberry.
Oh, yo,
Truth
you know
has
what? You know,
Truth
pause that,
has
pause
this
that, pause that,
video.
pause that,
Truth
pause
has
that,
this
pause that.
video.
Listen,
You have
pause
this
that, Lurker.
video. I did,
Listen,
nigga.
listen. Listen. I just heard that testimony. Listen, I just heard that testimony when the prosecutor was asking Juju about if he ever watched Nature Boy physically assault another member or whatever. And when she said, "Did you see him slap Lawyer?" I said, "No, she didn't just say that shit." I said,
Mm-hmm.
"No." I
And
said,
she did.
"No, she didn't just say." Did
And
you
you
see him
have
slap
that
Lawyer?
video.
Not
And
only
you
do I
have
have that
that
video,
video.
but that shit's so crystal clear fake. That shit is so crystal clear with a fake slap. I
It
said,
doesn't
"How?"
matter. It
I
doesn't matter.
said,
You
"Come
have
on,
that
man."
video. You have that video.
He
Y'all
said,
have y'all have all of that shit. I have all of that shit. I got all of them videos.
You
I got
do.
all of them videos. I got all of them videos. You know every live Bishop ever did I have recorded. Ever since from years back.
I
So
know.
everything they talk about, I got that shit.
And we
Okay.
might
Well,
have to get a trip down memory lane, uh, one too.
I was gonna ask Truth if he's done his background as a background checking on Stacey Hydrick.
Mm.
No, I haven't.
Nothing. Okay, well, just nothing you need to answer today. We're in the middle of court.
I don't know. I haven't. But from what I'm hearing though, she's
The
I'm
judge,
hearing she's a
Stacey
bulldog.
Hydrick.
Yeah, Stacey, I'm hearing she's a bulldog, and she's not on Eligio's side. So, but it's a good thing that it's a jury trial and not a judge. But
Did you
even
hear
though she
that
still
too?
has some
Did
type
you?
of even though
Did
she
you?
still has some type of influence on it because like she's allowing certain testimony, not allowing other testimony. But at the end
Mhm.
of the day, I'm just glad the total decision is not up to her.
Well, did you hear it? 7 black women, 3 black men, 2 white men, 2 white women on the jury.
Yeah. There's no way. There's no way to come back on a unanimous guilty plea. There's no way. There's no way. There's
And
no
I don't
way.
know the ages of the jurors, so I have some homework I need to get caught up on because I don't know if the ages were introduced. They should be.
Listen, there's
But
no
that
way.
plays a
If
big
there
role.
was any, if
Listen,
there was any,
if the four white people are old, the two white men and the two white ladies, and they're old, oh, they not rocking with the new age, free loving. If your husband said get in the kitchen, get your ass in the kitchen. We don't care if you're white or black.
listen,
Those
in
old
a
people
way,
don't play.
in a way, I'm gonna be honest with you, Lurka. If he had a decent lawyer, if he, let's say he had pay like 30K on the lawyer, this shit wouldn't even be this far right now. This case would have been done and dead with last year
That's a
sometime.
lie. That's a lie. He refused to take his first plea. He
No,
refused to take his 11th hour plea.
listen, forget
So
about a
no.
plea. Forget about a plea. Forget about a plea. A real
saying that
lawyer would
Mr.
have been
Booker
dead
is
at this
doing.
case a long time ago. This
Alright,
this is
well,
a public defender.
let's
He's
get back to
always
go ahead.
the
Mr.
case
Booker
would
is
have
supposed
never
to
been this far.
take
He's a public defender who's taken his case. He's a listen. He's a public defender who's taking the case on a private level. Put it like that.
Gotcha.
Well,
That's that.
that's your boy. Why you didn't help him out? I didn't see a cash app in your bio to help out Bishop. Where's I heard Keys was doing the most.
Hold up, hold up now, hold up now, hold up now. That's hold up now. Let's speak on it because I'm gonna keep it a whole buck with you. I'm gonna keep it a whole buck with you. He was like he was talking all this shit about he's making Keys his manager and all this on this. So I'm like, okay, well, Keys must be getting this nigga a decent motherfucking lawyer. And when I'm talking about a decent lawyer, I'm talking about a paid lawyer. Listen, Lurker, it's a whole different game when you pay for an attorney. The judge is going to deal with you totally different when you're dealing with a paid attorney. They have relationships with this journey. So my whole thinking was Keys was getting this nigga an attorney and was about to get this nigga out. And this is why he was giving this nigga power, calling him some type of motherfucking manager. Because as a manager and as somebody who's projected to make a nice little coin, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 million behind a movie deal, because Mr. Bishop has movie offers on the table. Okay. Not only does he have movie offers on the table, he has TV specials on the motherfucking table. So as a representative, as his manager, Keys was supposed to kick out that 30, get him a decent lawyer, and this is supposed to be dead and done with. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. That's how I feel. Now I don't know why. I don't know why he walking in there with Mr. Booker. You know what I'm saying?
Did you and Keys have beef?
Nah, me and Keys ain't necessarily got beef.
No, I'm not saying right now. Did you in the past?
In the past, nah. I mean, we never really had no beef. Nah,
that's all I wanted to know.
Nah. As far as Brandon Keys has always showed me respect. So nah, we ain't never had no beef.
Okay, cool.
We've disagreed. We've disagreed on a lot of things, but
I disagree with you like every day, so it's fine.
Yeah. So he ain't never disrespected me. So
okay,
nah, we ain't never had no beef.
All right. Well, let's listen to a little bit more of this before I send you to go finish screen recording, plus the stuff I sent you. Plus, you need to go check whatever the wives sent you because they probably got better audio than any of us.
Oh, I got some shit. I'm telling you, I got some shit. I got some shit that ain't nobody seen. Like I got some shit.
Don't put that out yet. Don't put that out yet.
And that's the only reason I even get into it because they told me they was like, "Yo, truth teller, keep this. This is like some safekeeping type shit. This is some shit I got in the cut in case anything happened to Nature Boy or any other shit go on. Like I got some shit."
Well, I mean, the last time you and I spoke live, that was the day he got put on gag order. Remember?
Yeah. I remember all
That
that.
was the last time we went
Like
live.
even when he got put in a hole, even when he got put in a hole, he did 60 days in the hole. But they let him out of the hole. They actually let him out of the hole the day after Christmas, but nobody knew he was out of the hole. You know what I mean? But
All right. Well, let's watch a little bit of this before.
yeah, go ahead and play. Go ahead and play it, because I'm.
Question 3.
I make you get on your knees when I'm singing. See, they ain't used to a pimp. Oh, these niggas don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand.
Okay, so that's the video. Rest in peace to Loyal. That was like a very infamous video because video was
Oil in the face.
And we need to do know that. That's how.
He was doing too much.
Right?
On
6 squares of toilet paper.
live.
That's what y'all got.
He was doing too much. I don't know.
Truth, did you see this? Did you see this testimony? Truth.
Yeah, I actually liked his testimony. I actually liked his testimony. He was doing a little bit too much, like as far as when the prosecutor was asking him about do you look at Mr. Bishop as a father, this and that? So because I saw where that question was. I saw he lining this nigga up to say, oh well, that means you listen to what he tells you and this and that. Like when he asked him about did you talk to Mr. Bishop in the last 2 weeks, he just said no. But then I mean, even if they would have tried to pull audio of it or whatever, I said, well, I didn't remember that. They'd had to go to the trouble of pulling that audio to prove I was lying, because that prosecutor was straight up trying to lead him into the question. He said, "Oh, so when you talked to him in the past 2 weeks, that means he instructed you on what to say in court." And once that might be something that the jurors might be led to believe if they feel that, oh, he's this, scary guy, and everybody's, he's.
So ends up coming out from all the other testimonies that Eligio did talk to them every day. It even came out when Aya was on the stand that he talked to them 89 times since the trial has started. So even
Well, he
though they
talks to them every day.
right, it doesn't look good to the jury. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
it doesn't look good to the jury that you're talking
But
to people before they go on the
but I'm gonna tell you something. That 89 times they talked to him since the trial started is nothing, because they've also talked to him the 89 times the 2 weeks before that, and the 2 weeks before that, and the 2 weeks before that. They've talking to Eligio every day possible since he's been locked up. If Eligio had access to a phone, Eligio has contacted them on a daily basis, on a timely routine. This is why, like, I can call and speak directly to Eligio at any time, because I know what time he calls them. And then so whenever he calls them, all I gotta do is call, and they're gonna click me in on the 3-way immediately. You know what I'm saying? So this is like how I can have direct contact with Eligio. But he talks to them every day.
Yeah, I'm
He
not
talks to
saying
them.
that was out of the norm in any fashion. All I was saying is in this specific time, you would have
Yeah.
thought he would have said, well, these are going to be my witnesses, because I'm sure Mr. Booker probably advised against it if he is a good lawyer, right? He
No,
would
right.
advise against Eligio talking to them at least the night before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but for them to say,
Yeah.
"Oh, basically, yeah, we talked to him last night," or like, "What is that?"
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's the only part of the testimony that I didn't like. You know what I'm saying? So, but I mean, like I said, even with all that, at the end of the day, they still have no proof of no rape.
Yeah, I think that one is pretty difficult. That one is the hardest one, in my unbiased opinion, that the state is having to prove. That one is kind of murky out here.
Right. You know.
Well, do you guys want to hear from some of the court TV professionals together, or are you busy, or what do y'all have going on?
It doesn't matter to me. I know a lot of people are wanting to hear closing statements.
It's not there, Godmama. We're not even there. It's not even close to there. We're watching everything we
Got
watched. Mhm.
you.
So just a little hiccup. I mean,
No,
because
we can go to court
our
TV.
viewers, I mean, it's up to our viewers. It's up to you. It's up to you.
We watched all of
Mhm.
Aya's testimony.
Mhm. We heard the outburst. We saw all that. So we're a little bit ahead this time. Usually we're behind. But if you guys want to watch a little bit of this, this is just like random people who don't know carbonation. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch?
Let's go.
Okay. And truth teller, if we're holding you from something, I don't want to hold you from something. I definitely need you to come back after the verdict. But if you want to stay up here for a little bit, come chill.
Oh my gosh, his poor attorney. Did you see his attorney shaking his head? That tells me he had no idea, and he's disgusted by the behavior, as the judge was. I want to bring in my guests. Let's talk about this a little bit. I have with me Corey Pegues and Dr. Janie Lacey. Corey, defendants just never cease to amaze us, don't they? This guy's in jail on trial being accused of rape, and he goes live on Instagram from the jail.
Well, listen, truth be told, that's quite common now. If you look on YouTube, you see all these prisoners in prison with cell phones. I don't know if the protocols are lax in prisons around the country, but it's not, I'm not surprised, Julie. Janie, I'm not surprised.
And I'm wondering, how does it happen? They're not supposed to have phones there, right?
Right.
Who's slipping the phones into the jails and the prisons? This guy is something else. Dr. Janie, I just want to bounce a couple of facts off of you, please, and get your reaction. So apparently this guy calls himself Nature Boy. I thought that Ric Flair was the only Nature Boy, but that's beside the point. Eligio Bishop, Corey caught that reference, wrestling reference for any wrestling fans out there. So Ric Flair, he's the real Nature Boy. This guy, this defendant, thinks he's the Nature Boy. He's 40 years old. He created this cult. The tenets of the cult, Dr. Janie, are veganism, nudism, and polygamy. He also, before becoming the leader of this cult, worked as a model, as a stripper, and as a barber. Mr. Bishop seems to be an interesting guy. And now we're just getting word, Dr. Janie, that he doesn't want to be in the courtroom anymore. So he's just deciding that he's just not going to be there. The judge warned him about this the other day, said the trial will go on without you, sir. So we're getting word that after that little exchange about the IG Live, he just said, I'm going to go back to my jail cell. Maybe he's going to do another one. Dr. Janie, what kind of a guy do you think we could be dealing with here?
Well, when I'm hearing all these facts, Julie, there's definitely, with no doubt, a detachment from the seriousness of reality and the seriousness of the consequences of his action. When we look at people that join communities that are cult-like, there are a lot of people that are vulnerable, that are looking to be accepted, that are looking to be part of something. And I would probably go out to say that he took advantage of a lot of people that were probably looking for certain types of community and acceptance of people that were more of a vulnerable nature in many different ways, and uplifting himself in a very godlike figure to almost be in the place where he's in this fantasy world, that there's a seriousness nature going on. And yes, there's commonality. People have cameras, they can do all these other types of things on social media, but there's also this reality where there's empathy and there's compassion. And when we lack those types of dynamics in our personality, it says a lot about that people are objects and that they believe potentially that they are better than everyone else or uplifted higher.
Yes, Dr. Janie, this is so helpful. And as you're saying this, I'm thinking back to when this Eligio Bishop did an interview with police. And honest to goodness, he told police that he is God. We have the clip. Let's watch it together now.
What about the guys that and the girls that claim that you are God?
I believe I'm God. Okay. I do. I believe that I'm God. I believe we're God. I believe everything is connected. I believe that you're God. I believe that the way I treat you is how I treat God. I believe you don't treat God, we don't praise an invisible God, we praise each other. The way I treat you is how I treat God. I don't put God in my mind. I put God as you. And I love you as I love God. And my relationship with you is my relationship with God. We're not. We're all one. We're one earth, one source. We're all breathing the same air on this one rock in the middle of nowhere. And flying into the dimensions of the abyss of darkness. We're all on this one rock together. And we gotta get along. This is what I'm teaching. We can't keep fighting. The black people don't want to hear it. They don't, but I can break it through. I can break, see that, all that happening right now, that's gonna be on the news. That's gonna put my name on the news. And what they just want to do. So I'm looking at this like, okay, cool, this is good. This is what I need. I need press to get people to listen to me. Because they keep taking it as a joke. I'm telling them mathematics of the universe. I'm saying, listen, we need to eat this food, we need to get this much sunlight, we need to get out of the hood, put the guns away. This is what we need to do. Because we keep ending up behind bars. So we have to let them tool the lane. And this is my message to people.
Like I said, the tenets of the cult, veganism, nudism, and polygamy, and he says he is God. Dr. Janie, you told us all about this. It's like without even seeing that, you knew this is the kind of guy we're dealing with here, huh?
When you think about that, there are certain religious sects that believe that God is not outside of us, it's inside of us. But that does not necessarily mean that in this case, when we kind of potentially take someone that has some type of psychosis or some deep mental health challenges or deep rooted trauma and being able to kind of create this almost narcissism of themselves to be able to get acceptance and validation from their community is very distorted and is not necessarily something that people who truly believe in this religious nature that that they are God or God is in all of us necessarily take advantage of people. So there's definitely some different other things going on in this case.
Oh, for sure. Dr. Janie, this is so helpful. Thank you. I want to let you both know we just got another update here. So apparently after he decided to not be present, he reconsidered and returned to the courtroom. We want to show you a live look where now he's objecting to the judge being there. He's had a lot of back and forth with this judge who is very smart. She's been great with him on the law, trying to protect his rights, essentially, when he was saying the other day he may not feel like coming to court, he may fire his attorney, and she was very patient. Let's see how her patience may be tested here.
All right, have you discussed his ability to testify or not testify in that context?
And that's another objection that we would have, Judge, because obviously his ability to testify and to defend his case from the jail, he doesn't feel like it's a choice or an option that he has. He's happy to be in court if the CDC guidelines are followed, in his opinion, but if the CDC guidelines are not followed, he feels compelled to follow his own health and his own best interest. And so he is going to go to the jail and observe his trial there. He understands that his ability to testify, and I believe his ability to testify will certainly be encumbered if he chooses to testify. But at this point, I think he's going to take his own health over anything else. So I would advise him of his right to testify or not testify. I do think that he will not choose to testify under these circumstances, but you can certainly inquire of him and explain to him his right, because obviously that's what the court will do.
All right. Well, the trial is going forward. We've been through that significantly. We, just for the record, we did recess Tuesday afternoon for the rest of the day Tuesday and all day yesterday. We are back here. It is Thursday, and we are ready to go forward. We had a company come in and sanitize the courtroom. We have a machine, an air circulation filtration system going in the courtroom. I provided
Why they do us like that, cuz? Why they do us?
Oh, there goes my player again, remember?
Mhm.
Um,
It's
which
something about this Portia they don't like.
mhm. But it's just this portion. I'm not tripping. Or not this portion, but just this little video. because I've been all up and down their videos. Okay, I saw your note, Godmama. What did they say though? Has anybody given an official word from the court, or is there
No,
no
from what
official
I
word
can
yet? Like I'm talking about Medea. Anybody official yet?
We want to
No.
update you on the
From what I'm seeing, he's still in there. Mr. Booker's still in there pleading for Mr. Bishop's life. So,
Okay. So they're still
I
in
don't
active
think,
courts.
yeah, they haven't even excused the jury yet. They haven't, none of that.
Mhm.
Mr. Booker's still talking, and I think Miss Neek is still at Aya.
Okay. Well, look, like I said, we'll end ours here. It's
Actually, no, I stand corrected. I'm sending you a fresh link.
I was gonna say
And you might,
we've done our hours.
yeah. If
We still
y'all
have
wanna,
tomorrow.
we can poll with the chat. Do y'all want a verdict watch over here, or do y'all want a verdict watch with Neek?
Well, I think it's if we're gonna verdict watch with Nick, why wouldn't we watch it here? If this is the active one, right? Godmama, is this the real one? Oh, it is. Well, Nick, I've already sent you a little coin, sis. I don't know what to tell you. Godmama said, "Are we taking a poll?" No, we're just gonna watch it
Again,
real quick.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm
then,
over here.
oh, Truth. Oh, Truth dropped down. I'm sorry, Truth. I wasn't paying attention. My bad. I'm not a good host.
Our chat is saying here, thank you, Jay Solo, for the compliment. On our ASMR voices. Shout out to
Why
these
does
mics.
it say Monique in Hollywood, bitch? I'm not looking for no fucking Monique. What is
What are
this?
you doing, Fred?
That might be a prophesying. Not Shay Shay Club and Monique. That might be a prophesying. All right, let's go
Because I
back.
want
Come
to hear
on.
what the because I'll keep an eye out if I see Mr. and this is my vow to you guys in the chat. If I'll keep my eye open on another feed. If Mr. Booker stops talking, I'll let good sis know that we are on definite verdict watch. But we are about to watch some closing statements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
I don't
right.
think any of them testified. I think Aya was the last one. I think Mr. Booker was still.
I thought there was somebody on the iPad or something. Somebody on
I
Zoom.
don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll get the
Yeah,
information.
we might be missing a gap or two, but we're not far behind, guys. We've filled you in this much. Like, chill.
Okay.
And like I
Crayon
said,
said,
do better if you can. Just all you have to do is subscribe to Nick. And Nick at Night's not even putting him out chronologically correctly. But go do better or hit our Cash App and we'll try our best to do better. If anybody has any complaints, leave them in the comments so I can screenshot them for later. All right, let's watch this. What's this called? The closing statements?
yeah, but that's not what's on the screen.
Oh, it's not? Here, let me share this tab instead. Is that better?
Here we go. Here we go. I think Nikki said that it was over, but I'll go watch because she may be talking about something else. I'll be quiet now. Thank you.
I'll be quiet too. Thank you.
Having that out because now if you go back to the group because I saw that you and Eligio are back doing whatever, that's where the harassment comes in. Because now there's this confusion and there's just the humiliation and embarrassment that both Janae and Velvet had to describe of having that out there. So I don't really even think there's much dispute here. There was not consent. There's really no hint of consent for these photo videos to be posted on March 27th, which is the date they were posted. Electronically causes a video to be posted or transmitted. It was uploaded and shared on Twitter, which is an electronic message board, technically a website. It's an electronic means of transmitting something to other people. And causes, we asked pretty much all of the former members, did anything get posted on Mr. Bishop's account without him having caused it? And the answer was unanimous. No, he was in charge of that. Maybe Loyal and some other folks had, access and helped him out with his social media stuff, but he was the driving force. Nothing got posted without it having been caused by him. The videos obviously depicted sexually explicit conduct of an adult. I think also the harassment isn't really an issue. Obviously, she was harassed, and there's really no other purpose for these videos to have been posted, especially of her just 3 days after she left. When you heard Velvet's testimonies. So there's no legitimate purpose. This is an exception for if there's medical diagrams or teaching instruments, things of that nature that need to be shared for one reason or another, and there is some legitimate purpose for this images that otherwise may be sexual in nature. Yeah, this wasn't for science or medicine. All right, so on the counts 3 through 5, there's 3 different counts because there's 3 different videos. There are technically 4 posts, but 2 of them were the same videos, which are 3 different videos. They're separated in the indictment by their length. So 56 seconds, 28 seconds, and 1 minute and 8 seconds. That's what separates count 3 from count 4 from count 5. And there are 3 separate charges because there is a separate harm. There's a separate injury each time. There's a separate humiliation each time somebody posts a separate video. If you believe the defendant caused the posting of these sex videos of Janae without her consent and with the purpose to harass her, then find him guilty, counts 3 through 5, the revenge porn. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all I have for the first part. And Mr. Booker will address you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if I can have a second.
Yep, you sure can. Go ahead and plug in.
So far, I mean, I feel like Booker gonna do a better closing.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're here to decide the case of the state of Georgia versus Eligio Bishop. Eligio Bishop, we started this case a few days ago, last week sometimes, and we're here finally at the conclusion of the case. And so just like across this courthouse, across this city, there are jurors sitting to decide issues, whether it's an issue regarding a fence line, or whether it's about probate, or whether it was a car accident. Your job in this case is to determine whether the state wins or whether Mr. Bishop wins. And it's an important, bless you, it's an important decision for you to make. That's why when you come in the courtroom, we stand up. Because despite the fact that Judge Hodrick is Superior Court judge, and these are 2 very fine, smart lawyers here, we stand up because you are the most powerful people in this courthouse. Your decision impacts people that are in this county and in this city. And so we're going to ask, as you go back to deliberate and you consider this case, that you use your power and wield your power appropriately. Now, last week, we were here, you guys were out there, you were in a big group of folks, and you heard the judge read an indictment. And in that indictment, the very first charge was the charge of rape. And so I do this for a living. I'm a defense attorney, okay? I sit over there with people and I look up at the people that are there to the side. And the question that happens in my mind is, what exactly are they thinking when they hear the word rape or murder or something significant like that? Because many times we've already made decisions about people. We've already made a decision. You're charged with it, good enough for me. And so there it goes. The case is gone. You're already starting from behind. And that's why when we asked if you felt like you could be fair and impartial in a case, you felt like you would be able to look at the evidence and not make it a decision just based on the fact that there was a camera in here and that he was charged with this charge. And so the state questioned you, I question you, and we believe that you guys were the best group out of the people that were here. You were the best, that you would be fair and impartial, that you would listen to all the evidence, that you wouldn't make a decision before all the evidence was closed. And so that's why you're here on the jury, because we didn't believe you were going to go on a witch hunt, that you were going to make a decision just because Mr. Bishop was charged with the charge of rape. And I put rape up there because obviously it's the most significant of the charges that we have here. Now, in a case, there's a couple types of evidence. There's direct and circumstantial evidence. The judge was going to give you some instructions on the law, but direct and circumstantial evidence, there's two types. There's direct evidence, means that you have proof of something tangible right in front of you. And then there's circumstantial evidence. She will explain the difference in both of the two. Now, there's no legal difference in which of them you can have a conviction on direct evidence or on circumstantial evidence, but I would argue that this is a circumstantial evidence case. Now, the judge is also going to tell you, though, that for a circumstantial evidence case, the state must exclude every other reasonable theory other than the guilt of the defendant. That means that the state has a burden not only to prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but they must exclude every other reasonable theory of innocence. And I'm questioning for you is, has the state in this case proven or that every other reasonable theory of innocence is not true? They have not. They have not. Now, credibility of witnesses, I'm going to skip through because the state gets up. They're the government. They can get up and start. I jump in the middle, and then they get to come back and tell you how I'm wrong. And so I only have so much time, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on every single piece of it, because the credibility of witnesses section, you're going to get from the judge, okay? But you can consider credibility of witnesses. And what I like to use for credibility of witnesses is I have two children, Hannah and Justice. They're my children. 16 and 10, they're most important. If you show up at my house and you say, well, you're going to be the caregiver of my children, okay? And you tell me one day that I did this is my background experience. And then the next day you say, you come in and you tell me something different, you're not keeping my kids, because I can't trust what you say. Trusting what you say means you tell me something on Monday, when you come back on Tuesday, it's the same thing. And so I'm asking, when you look at the credibility that you have been given from that witness stand, it's not what I said, it's not what the state said, it's not what the judge said. The credibility comes from the witnesses. Have you been satisfied that Miss Newell, as she got up there, that you're satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that you can trust what she's saying? That's what you have to determine. Now, presumed innocent. Defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So simple, not a complicated thing. I'll use the same example I had when I was in law school. Professor comes in on the first day of school of the class, criminal law 101. I am scared to death. There's 150 other students in here. 149 of them are way smarter than I am, and they should be there, and I should. That's exactly what I'm sitting there thinking. And the professor goes up front, and I'm praying to God, please don't let him ask me anything. But he gets up there and he says, ladies and gentlemen, this is a presumption of innocence. He's wearing a jacket. And he simply just makes this really weird argument, but it's actually true. Person comes in, they're presumed innocent. This is the cloak of innocence. Until the state has removed this entire jacket all the way off the person, they remain innocent until the state has proven them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Bishop is still wearing a jacket. The state has not removed the jacket. When you look at this case and you go in the back, Mr. Bishop is still wearing his jacket because the state has not met their burden. They are the government. They're the ones who had access to these phones. They're the one who had access to all hundreds of thousands of videos. When you look at the evidence in this case, when you consider the evidence in this case, this is what we have as far as evidence. We have a case that's a rape case where these people were online every single day for years. Don't you think that if people were online every single day for years, they're on social media, they're on YouTube, they're on Facebook, and there's not one picture, not one single picture of a woman with a physical injury, not one video of somebody being slapped, but they're telling it because they want you to believe it. They've given it to you. You are the deciders in this case. If they got it, why don't they show it to you? Because they don't have it. It doesn't exist. They want you, he gets up here and tells you, oh, it's not because he's in the cult. They're so interested because it's not because he's in the cult. He's in the cult. The entire case has been about anything other than March 24th, 2022. We've had 3 other girls come in here and tell us that he supposedly raped them because they don't want you to look at the case. They want you to look at other things. Look at other things because if you look at those other things and you don't like them, you're going to convict them. That's the whole objective.
Good closing.
Now, he's presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's burden. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until every element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and the burden rests upon the state to prove every material allegation. And I'll go through the same way they did because I have to cover the argument and the law, but I'll go through the elements. But long story short, they have to prove the elements of rape. That's what they have to prove. They have
good
to prove
closing so far.
False imprisonment. They have to prove the elements of revenge porn, and we'll go through that. Now, before I was an attorney, this is my 14th year as an attorney. I was a school teacher for 7 years. I have a bachelor's and master's in education from the University of Florida. And so when I was a teacher, I loved it. It was great. But there would be afternoons at 2 o'clock when you got a bunch of 4th graders standing in front of you in Gwinnett County. You didn't know why you did it, but you loved it. They were very special children, nothing more unique and more powerful than kids in my mind. But one of the things I would ask the kids at the first beginning of school is, what's the most important ingredient in chocolate cake? I bet you don't know what the most important ingredient in chocolate cake is. It's chocolate. Can't have chocolate cake without chocolate. Unfortunately, kids will spend a lot of time bubbling around and say, cake mix, whatever. In this case, there is no important ingredient. The state must prove every single element of rape to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And again, the burden of proof is on the state. It never switches to us. It's not on Mr. Bishop. Okay, it's not on Mr. Booker, it's on the state. They brought this case, they charged it. Please don't lighten their burden. They must prove that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge will tell you that after considering if your minds are wavering, unsettled, then that is a doubt of the law. Use your common sense in this case and acquit Mr. Bishop. Now, prior statements, the judge is also going to read you instruction about prior statements. If a person's given a prior statement and they give a different statement later, you can consider that for purposes of credibility of a witness. Now, jumping to the point, Janae Newell, she says she's at the house on March 24th or March 25th, 2022. That's what she told you. That's uncontroverted. She says that she meets with the DeKalb officer, Hugh, I believe. I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. And she
Why should it mute out the victim's name right there? He just said it loud and proud. Or am I the only one paying attention? That's what I thought we donated $75 for, was to get that muted out. She didn't hear that part? What's the timestamp? 12 minutes something. He just said it right here. Y'all didn't hear it?
Of a witness. Now, jumping to the point.
It's been said
She
twice.
says she's at the house on March 24th or March 25th, 2022. That's what she told you. That's uncontroverted. She says that.
Okay, well, this has to, well, we putting this on private anyways for a little bit, but yeah, we can't be doing that. Yeah, okay. The chat's with us. Okay. Well, this is what we're paying. We just dropped another Cash App to Nick at night. Yeah, we went through beeps, we went through mutes. If we're going this hard, this is going to be put on private anyways, but that timestamp, what was it? It was 12. It was around the 12-minute mark. So let me send that over to Homegirl. Did y'all hear it before that? Because I didn't hear it before that. This is the first time I heard it, unless y'all heard it before that. Did y'all?
I heard it probably a few minutes before.
She said she wasn't worried anymore. What? Well, then why was this muted at the beginning? She said she wasn't worried anymore. Oh, all right. Well,
she meets with the DeKalb officer Hugh, I believe. I keep forgetting how to pronounce his name. And she also does an interview with the T. You've heard a lot about the T. I'm sure the T is going to be super popular after this. They're actually here in the courtroom today. She meets with the detectives, and she's interviewed in Fayetteville. They go out there. She gets pregnant months later by this guy, Courtney Townsend. And then she's interviewed by the DA's office here in this year, in February. And then she gives you testimony in court. And so I want to run through those real quick. So the first one is the first prior recorded statement of Janae Newell with this officer. She called police and she told police that this was revenge porn. This again goes back to credibility. It goes back to credibility. The first thing she told them was, hey, there was revenge porn that happened to me. This was on March 30th, 2022. She never said anything about it. Okay? Never said that. And in that interview that was recorded on body camera by the investigator, by the police officer, the state has not played that one single time. What is in that interview that you don't need to see? Why is that not played? Again, it's not Mr. Booker's burden to play any of the investigators for you. Why haven't they played it? When they get up here to close, when Ms. Thomas gets up, ask her why. Why hasn't the state played that evidence for you? The 20 minutes, because he was up here, the witness was up here, they could have put it in through him. Why didn't they play it? Again, it's sometimes evidence and sometimes it's lack of evidence. But the first statement that she gave was that she'd been a victim of revenge porn. She described Mr. Bishop as her boyfriend, and she was interviewed on body cam. Doesn't describe rape, doesn't describe fighting, doesn't describe false imprisonment, none of those things. It does she describe. Second time is the T interview. She goes on YouTube. There's a 6-hour-long interview on YouTube. 6 hours long. I can't talk to anybody for 6 hours. I love my wife. We go to Florida to visit my mom sometimes. She lives in Jacksonville. It takes us 5.5 hours to get there. We don't drive in extra car, which takes way too long. But we get there. My wife may say something to me between here and Valdosta, or Macon rather. She may say something else a little further off. We've been married for 24 years. Nobody talked for 6 hours about anything. But they talk for 6 hours about Mr. Bishop. None of that's played though. And when I'm trying to introduce it in evidence, obviously they don't want you guys to hear it. But she indicated in court that she was being truthful in this interview, is what she said. Now, what she also told you was, well, I was still under the influence. In 2022, I was trying to protect him, is what I was doing. You can't be one or the other, okay? Or you have to take one or the other. But think about this. If she was trying to protect him in 2022, and then she was still under the influence of the cult, why is it in 2024, when the DA's office interviews her and she's preparing for this trial, why in the world does she say to them that he said to me, can we do it one last time? And what her response was, okay. That's what she told them. Ask them why they haven't told you that. Because would she still be under the influence in 2024? I wouldn't think so. Because she wasn't.
He is on fire.
She describes in detail what happened on March 24th. She doesn't describe a rape. She doesn't describe being fearful of being falsely imprisoned or any of those things. Again, this is still the interview. These are some of the statements she made. Baba G, how you pronounce that, which was Eligio, would have never treated me this way. You bitches are jealous. Excuse my language, mama. But that's what she said.
Excuse my language, mama.
She looked Eligio in the eyes, and me being dumb, I got manipulated back in. I couldn't resist him in that moment. Not that he beat me or I was scared that some woman was going to do something to me. That wasn't said. Never was said. I was really vulnerable. And he knew exactly what to say to make me. He
doing a damn good closing.
In that moment. Those are her words.
They better pull it in with the girl.
But maybe she was under the influence. That's what the state wants you to believe, that she was under the influence of Mr. Bishop. He was so powerful. I wanted dick in that moment. That is so crass to say, but I'm sorry. I wanted dick in that moment, but I was stupid, and what I really needed was love. Uncontroverted, that's what she said. If she didn't say it, the state would have put it in and said, hey, do you remember Mr. Booker asked you this? Did you really say it? No, I didn't say it. But they haven't shown you that. And is that how somebody describes when they're being raped? No, it's not. More on the TV interview. I didn't want to resist him. Letting him manipulate me, I'm a sucker for fucking love. I felt like he was faking it. to just keep me. Why in the world would he be faking it? You're faking being with somebody, yet you're raping that person? That doesn't make any sense. Then she gives an interview with the detectives. They played Mr. Bishop's interview for you, but why didn't they play Ms. Newell's video for you? Why didn't they play that for you? What did she say to the detectives? The same detectives that was up here. She interviewed with them too. That's because she describes making love throughout the interview. She never uses the word rape. It's not until 20-something minutes into the interview that he asked her, well, maybe, would you really want to do it? It's not a discussion about rape. The
He is definitely on fire.
But the detective who was even there wasn't even called as a witness. They had two detectives there, a male and a female, but they put the female up. And you can tell how prepared she was. She didn't even know what she'd done as far as an investigation. Did you see when you ask her a simple question? Well, did you get this text message from such and such? Wouldn't you expect that people who are police officers, when they are making life-altering decisions for people in this case, in this state that we live in this county, they are responsible for it. They're making life-altering decisions, life-altering investigations that they can't even remember when you pick up the text message here, these emails here that she had, that she's emailing with the T, that she wouldn't know that the messages came from the T. Oh, I got it from Kelly Johnson's phone. Oh, no, I got it from the Terry's phone. No, you didn't. And you're up here under oath. Wouldn't you be more prepared to know what you did and what you didn't? I mean, it's a life-altering decision for Mr. Bishop. And despite whether you like Mr. Bishop or not, okay, because obviously there's apparently people that don't. And I really don't care if you like him or not. I don't have to like him. None of us have to like him. It doesn't matter. This is about the law and whether or not the state has proven him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a character assassination ultimately, but that's not what you're here to decide. Trial preparation, meeting with the DA's office this year. Now, this one, surely she's going to use the word rape. She has to. I mean, of course, she's not going to come in here and not use the word rape. She's not going to say that, avoid it here, because then she's going to be in front of the whole world. She's in front of you guys. She's caused all of that to happen. She's not going to say something different here. But in trial preparation, one last time and okay. Really? One last time? Okay. I don't think so. That's not rape. And nothing with them about force. Hey, I said okay because I knew he was going to beat the crap out of me if I didn't have sex. I had seen him beat up a bunch of women because they didn't have sex with him. That's not what she said. That's not the evidence in the case. That's what the state wants you to think, but they produce zero evidence of it. Please be from Missouri. Be from the show me state. Make them show you evidence. Don't just go back there and be okie doke because they told you, or because you don't like Mr. Bishop, or because the camera's here. Make them show you evidence. So, what actually happened? There was a disagreement in the group between the girls. You heard that. She described that she went upstairs at least twice. You don't really even get to compare her statements, because you don't have her statements in evidence. You don't really know what she previously said other than what I got to ask her, because we couldn't play it for you. And they didn't want to play it for you. But consider all that. This is what she ultimately said. She went upstairs at least twice. When she went upstairs the first time, Eligio, who's the queen, told her to go downstairs. Because that's really what this case is really about anyway. And she admitted, hey, I want to be the queen. I want to be the queen. Too many women. My mom used to tell me that my middle name is Lamar. Lamar, you have one girlfriend. My dad would say the same thing. One girlfriend. It is hard enough to keep one woman, I mean this in the nicest way, satisfied. I've been married to my wife. My wife's from Jamaica. Been married to her for 24 years. She is a wonderful woman. But I can tell you, I couldn't have even another half. I have two other people in the house that are women too. A 10-year-old and a 6-year-old. It's hard enough for me when there's enough estrogen in the house with me that sometimes I need to go sit on the back. Because it's just all too much. It's too much drama. I go here, oh, here comes somebody. I go there. It's so much drama. This dude has all these women around that he's having sex with. There's going to be some problems. But she admitted on the stand that she wanted to be the queen because she can show them how it's done. She can do it better than Malia. There was a pageant. The lady told her this day. There was some sort of pageant. And that Ms. Newell said, Eligio said that she could be queen. So this further upset her. And she ultimately goes outside. She wants to be the queen. They say, hey, Baba G, God, whatever the world they call them, hey, he wants you to come back inside. And she does. Isn't that what you do, that you go outside when you're trying to get away from somebody? You know, in the movies, when you go this weekend, you can talk about the case, and this case was finally over. Okay, and you're watching a scary movie. Okay, some scary movie watching on Amazon or whatever. And the girl goes to the door. She's running through the woods. The bad dude, you know, is running behind her. Do you think she's gonna stop? Because she's seen this before. He's coming with a chainsaw. He's got a mask on, or whatever it may be. He's scary. Okay, is she gonna stop and call an Uber? Hey Uber, can you please come pick me up? Because I'm scared to death this dude is gonna get me. It's not like I can just walk out and leave if I'm so scared. It's not like I can leave. Because would you wait for an Uber if you were afraid of somebody? I wouldn't. And what I wouldn't do, I wouldn't wait for an Uber, but what I also wouldn't do is get all the way outside to the Uber and say, oh, I'm going to go back inside. And go all the way back upstairs. I wouldn't do that because I'd be too scared. Because I've seen a whole history of violence. That's what they told you. It's been a whole history of violence. So, but no, I'm outside. I got my bag packed. I can get the heck away from this dude. But oh yeah, let me go back inside and say goodbye. It's fine. I'm gonna just go back inside and say goodbye because it's all good. Just use your common sense, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to be with him. It's evidence, which is also uncontroverted. The state is putting in nothing to show that this phone call right here, that there's no prior phone calls to. State's Exhibit 2. That you heard from Miss Eva Wilson, that she called Eligio Bishop after March 24th, 2022. Said, hey, Mr. Bishop, she wants to be with you again. She wants you to get in contact with her. This is uncontroverted. If it wasn't his phone number, don't you think these really good and really smart lawyers would have told you, hey, that's not Mr. Bishop's phone number? But they didn't tell you that. That's because this lady contacted. She has no reason to come in here and lie. She is here on Zoom because she came here the other day and we couldn't finish. But she has no reason to lie. She don't know Bishop. She don't know this lady that well. She knows her because she came and stayed in her house. But if she had a bone to pick with her, why would she allow her to stay in her house, read tarot cards or whatever that stuff is to her, and then come in here and lie against her? She doesn't have a motive. The state hasn't proven she has a motive.
She definitely had a
she's
motive.
lied. That's uncontroverted that lady called Bishop on behalf of Miss Newell. If somebody raped you, why in the world would you be calling? Why would you call and say, hey, I want to be with you again? Now, the text messages. The detectives already said these text messages came from a certain location that we know is not true. Not going to spend a lot of time on that. Text messages came from the T. Okay, you heard that the T doesn't particularly like Mr. Bishop. How did the T even get the text messages? Why would they have the text messages? I don't know. It wasn't until I was sitting at home one day and I decided, let me look at these text messages again. And I looked at the very top and I remember the young lady saying, that it was a long time between messages. But these say 11:51, 11:51, 11:51, 11:52, 11:53. That's not a long time. That's like 2 minutes. So I thought, well, how could that be? And then I looked at the time here, and that's like 12:58 a.m. That didn't make any sense. So somebody must have taken pictures of the text messages and they sent it to the T. And then I started looking and I said, that seems odd. Why would the T have text messages? And here's an email chain between the detective that testified and the T. Hey, by the way, here's some text messages from the T for Mr. Bishop. You can get him. It proves your case. Oh, by the way, here's some videos from the T. It proves your case. Please consider all that. Why didn't Kelly Johnson just tell the truth that she gave in the text messages? I mean, is that credibility? Is that an issue? What else was in their phone? I mean, was there more messages in the phone? We'll never know. The state never showed it. We don't have that.
Oh, look at me, don't ask.
The detective interviewed Janae again. Did they really go out? 2 detectives go all the way out to Fayetteville because they believed that this was just revenge porn? Because that's all she had reported at this point was revenge porn. She hadn't said anything about rape. The 2 detectives leave here in DeKalb County, go out to Fayetteville. They were there for what they believed was more. They were after Eligio Bishop. And so at that point, he suggested her that, hey, maybe he raped you. But you'll never get to hear that because we can't play that for you. Now, they did a search warrant at the residence. They searched 11 devices. What did those 11 devices show? You know from me asking the detective that there were hundreds of thousands of photos and videos. You know that the subpoena power of the court, that these lawyers right here, who are very, very good lawyers, who work for an extremely good district attorney's office. This is one of the best prosecuting offices in the entire state, not just the city. That they know how to get videos from YouTube, videos from Instagram, evidence off these phones. If there was a single video that existed, they would have got it and showed it to you. Where is it at? Ask her when she gets up, because she's about to get up in a minute, and she's going to say, Mr. Booker, he told you a lot of wrong things. I'm going to correct it. And I respect it. She's a very good lawyer. I've known her for a long time. She's going to do her job. But I'm not wrong, because they don't have it over there in that pile of evidence. And it's not for you to consider. Why is it not for you to consider? We don't know what the devices show. They did a search warrant for physical evidence in the house, and the detective said that she told the crime scene folks what to check for and what not. And then Ms. Thomas got up and said, well, you know, you'd expect his DNA to be on the bed. Okay, great. But I mean, if there was a rape took place or there was some physical evidence, why didn't they even check it? We got the GBI crime lab to determine if something like that happened. They didn't do that. Mr. Bishop's interview, he invited the police to go through his phone. He gave them the code to his phone. He described why she would be upset. You don't have any evidence that contradicts what he said. The phone that they had, they didn't even look at it. He gave them the passcode to all 11 devices. I thought there was something bad in there. Where do you have it? I generally am not giving people the ability to check my phone. Now that I have something bad on, I don't want people looking through everything I got. He was very concerned that they were going to set him up. There were 10 people in the house. Why didn't they search and interview any of those people? You've heard from some of them today. And they tried to contradict, oh, this is the first time you've ever told anybody about this. You know, look at you, young lady. You've never told anybody about this. But the fact is, nobody's ever asked. They've never called them and said, hey, by the way, what was your position on this? The police have never interviewed them. So Ms. Wade and Ms. Buckner were neither weren't interviewed. Who was in fact interviewed? Because they said they interviewed 4 people. Who was the 4 people that interviewed? Where's that evidence at? The detective said we interviewed 2 guys and 2 girls. Where's that at? Who was it? We don't know. What did they learn from it? I don't know. I mentioned you should be from Missouri. I know we're all Georgians. I was originally born in Mississippi. I lived in Florida for a few years. Never got the pleasure of living in Missouri, but I love when I see that plate, the show me state. There's a bunch of stories of what that really means. I won't waste your time on what that show me state means. But for me, I need you to not be from Georgia today. I need you to be from, unless you like a football team, Missouri's football team kind of sucks, but they're pretty good this year. But be from the show me state. Make them show you the evidence. Make them prove it. They haven't proved it to you though. Make them prove the evidence. Now, we have the allegations of revenge porn. I'm almost done. There were 3 porn videos shown. What dates were these videos posted? And were they posted and taken down? If you recall, Ms. Newell said that she consented to them being posted at a given time. These videos were posted, reposted, taken down. I don't know, but have they shown it to you? I'm not the smartest person in the world, but typically if I had porn from my wife, which we don't, but if I did on my phone and I posted it to social media, wouldn't it be on my phone? Wouldn't it be among those 11 devices that they said, oops, Mr. Bishop, we got you. Here it is on your phone that you just gave us a passcode to. It shows that you posted it to Twitter on this given day. That you in fact did it, because it was your device, you had it. They didn't do that. Or did they get a search warrant from Twitter to say, hey, Twitter, what MAC address, what IP address, what location? Because this really good lawyer here, he talked about something called venue. Venue means that it happened within the county of DeKalb. So let's assume you do believe that Mr. Bishop posted revenge porn. Well, what evidence do you have that he was within the county of DeKalb when he did it? How do you know, if he did it, that he wasn't just making a loop around 285, going to see all these girls or to do all this fake ideology that he's got? Because what people say he's a fake. And he posted it in Cobb County. Well, we don't have evidence of where it was posted at. How about it could have been done in Gwinnett County? We still don't have evidence because venue is the area where it actually happened. What evidence do you have? And I'm not advising you guys to go back in and watch the videos because I did my best to bounce to not look at those disgusting videos. But I can tell you that when you look at the videos, if you have to look at them in the back, take a look and see if they've proven to you where they were posted at, what county. Because Twitter would have been able to tell you and the device would have told you. Now, allegations of physical violence. I'm going to run through this as quickly as I can, but logically, if there was evidence of physical violence, they would have shown it to you. They told you that she was beat up. They told you, she told you, she was body slammed. I mean, could you imagine being in a park with 15 people around you and you're being body slammed and kicked and punched that nobody ever noticed it? That these people, they were live on social media every single day, and the state did not go and get that evidence and say, see, here's the girl with the black eye. Here's the girl with the busted lip. Here's the girl with the busted nose. That all those videos that were posted, they would have done it. They didn't do that because it doesn't exist.
Did you know that you can get $6,400 from the government for free?
I appreciate the opportunity that I've had to practice in front of you guys. I appreciate the consideration in the case. And I ask that when you go in the back and that you consider this case, that you return a verdict of not guilty on behalf of each and every count. Be from Missouri, be from the Southern State. I'm not a woman. I don't know how it feels to be in a position where you would be raped. I could never understand that. But what I do understand here is that you are given a responsibility and a role here in DeKalb County. And your role is to stand here as a citizen of DeKalb County and determine whether or not the state has proven this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there a reasonable doubt today in your mind that Mr. Elijah Bishop is not guilty of rape? Has the state proven that beyond a reasonable doubt? And that's when you go in the back and you decide who's going to be the foreperson, for a woman, for a man, whatever it may be. That you, whatever your position is, that you stick to that position and that you argue it vehemently, and that you don't give up on that position. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your time. The state's about to come tell you how I'm wrong and all that stuff like that. But I appreciate the consideration and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Headley, do you need to be connected?
Child, not naked night clapping. Lord, clapping. All right. That's the end of that video as far as closing statements go. There might be another one. I don't know if we'll get it tonight. Truth Teller is back in the building. Y'all, what did we think of this? What the hi Truth, hi baby. What yeah, the clapping. What was this, Truth? Godmama Truth. What happened? Come on. And Godmama, from here on out, as far as video footages go, I'm no longer in control. I have to hand that over to my co-host, so I won't be in control of any more video footage, but I'll be here for commentary. Just no longer video footage. But go ahead though. What did you think of that?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lurk?
Yeah, I can hear you, babe.
All right, look. I fell off before because my phone had died. But let me just say a couple of things real quick. First thing, I went and took a quick look at what you had sent me in the on Instagram. And I didn't watch the whole thing, but I just wanted to just like kind of skim through. Anyway, I only watched like 60 seconds of it. And I'm gonna tell you the 60 seconds I watched. I fast forward to like minute 24. And Neytiri, because all I wanted to do was hear Neytiri's testimony. And so I'm Listen, listen. Let me tell you
No,
what I'm
no,
gonna tell
no, no,
you.
no, no, no. Hold on. Before you finish your statement, my love, because I love that you're hearing this. I wanted you to come here, but I want you to know this is something you've said before in as far as like watching the cult. You've said something to me to this extreme. You said, "Well, I don't need to watch Bishop for so long. I don't need to be on the phone with him for longer than 5 minutes. I don't need those things." So when you say, "Oh, I just watched a clip," that's just on brand for who you are and who you've always been. But maybe, truth, you should explore a little deeper,
No,
baby.
I'm gonna listen to more of it when I record it because I'm putting something together with everybody's testimony. I just want to put it all together on one video, get everybody's testimony and then closing statements. I want to put it all together on one video. But anyway, what I was getting ready to say was I went to
Okay,
like
well,
minute.
before you do that, no, I don't care about that. What were your thoughts on the statement we just watched, baby? Just for now.
Listen. All right, real quick. All right, so I didn't like his closing statement. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it at all, and I'm gonna tell you why I didn't like it at all. Real quick. First of all, why are we rushing through anything? The fact that he's saying, "Oh, and I'm gonna do this real quick, and it's not gonna take me more than a couple of minutes," sir. A man's life is on the line. I don't want to hear shit about we're not going to rush through this. We're definitely going to take our time, and we're definitely going to break down every piece of testimony in this closing argument. We're not going to rush through anything. Okay, so I totally didn't like that. And see, these are things that you get from a public defender, somebody who you haven't paid money for, somebody who just wants to get everything done before 6 o'clock, before the end of the day. No, 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 no. We're not going to rush through this. I don't want to hear things like, I'm going to make this quick and give me a 2 minutes. I don't want to hear that shit on no closing argument on a fucking rape charge. Are you kidding me? Second thing I didn't like was when he said, "Oh, if we look at these videos," he mentioned him and his wife. He said he wouldn't dare go and look at the videos because he doesn't look at nasty things like that of that nature if the videos were available. But hold up, the videos weren't vulgar videos. The videos showed
Well,
lovemaking. So why wouldn't
what?
you and your wife
No,
watch
no, no,
videos
no,
of
no,
lovemaking?
no. Truth. Slow down. What is your definition of lovemaking? Because I don't want to see a circle of naked, topless females
There's none
with
of that.
one girl
I
in
can
the
show you.
circle.
Have you seen the
Please,
videos,
please
Lurker?
stop talking. Please stop talking because I'm interrupting as far as a person, a woman that wants to see a visual. I don't want to see that type of visual. So don't paint a picture for me that I didn't see for myself. Okay? Let's not do that, truth teller.
So
I'm
you
not
saw the videos.
I just saw them. Yes, I did. And I'm not the judge. I'm not the jury, and neither are you, babe. We're not the judge. We're not the jury. We saw
So let
some
me ask you, what is your opinion? So you felt the videos were vulgar?
every type of sexual correlated post that Bishop made way before the victim, way before all of them, I thought were vulgar. I thought it was vulgar when he said, I let a child, blah, 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 and I let
Oh,
a
Lord.
child breastfeed, and I'll feed a
No,
child.
no, no. We're not talking about that. No, no, no. We're not
We
talking
are.
about that.
No,
We're
you
talking
have.
about the Neytiri videos. We're talking about the Neytiri videos. We have to
I
stay
no, you're
focused.
saying there was vulgarity to me, and I'm saying yes, and I think that a few of other videos he's posted are vulgar as well.
Yeah, the Neytiri video was
Yes,
very
to
cringe.
answer your question, it's vulgar to me. Yes,
Can you hear me okay?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I switched my headphone situation, so to maybe fix that situation I was having with videos and not being able to hear. But yeah, I get what both of y'all are saying. And as far as the Neytiri videos go, they were cringe as hell. Like, to be real, they was just real cringe. He
Well,
says there's
is
sex
it
education.
is
Yes,
it
was it, but it was still very cringy.
but is it cringe enough to
What's
no,
cringe about
hold
it?
on,
I'm
hold
still
on,
confused about what's cringe. Can we
hold on.
explain the word cringe?
Exactly. Is it
To me,
cringe to
what was
you, godmama?
yes,
Is it
that's what
cringe
I'm
to me,
saying.
or is it cringe to so and so? Because some men, some people, that's not cringe to them.
Well, I mean, and again, this is going to have to go back to the juries and what their perspective of it is, right? Because to me, and again, I wouldn't have an unbiased view watching that video the first time, anyways, right? Because
Which
I
video?
already,
Which
because I
video?
already have um,
Which
prior,
video?
The Neytiri's revenge porn video, the
Okay,
sex
okay,
education.
okay.
Um, you know, and we'll stick to technical terms here, right? His prior bad acts in the sense of the kid and his other just cringeworthy videos. Um, seeing the look on her face in that video wasn't of like pleasure, it was weird. Uh, the other people in the room, it was just the whole and the way. I don't know, truth. I understand your stance. I totally understand your stance, but it's just again, it's
Well,
gonna have
I
to go
don't.
back to whether the jury is going to
Mm-mm.
see it that way.
I want truth to explain some things to me because, sir, are you recording in a dungeon with women topless and one's crying and they're all circling her? I mean, you and I have had multiple conversations, truth. Multiple. You don't think your kids need to be eating Pop Tarts. We've had multiple conversations, sir. But I need you to answer this to me, Mister. Have you watched the video? Have you? And how do you come back from that saying, mm, mm, it's okay? I'm shrugging my shoulder. I'm not cammed up, but I'm shrugging my shoulder. Are you? Go ahead, truth. And I don't want you to, incriminate yourself. I just want you to be honest, sir. That's why I brought you over here because I know you're not going to sit here and sugarcoat anything with me.
Okay. Just like Godmama just said that she wouldn't be able to watch objectively. I am able to watch objectively. Okay. I am able to watch with an unbiased eye. Okay. And as far as the videos go, there's no violence, there's no force, there's no coercion. There's no threats. There's no now as far as the lovemaking, you can look at it as cringeworthy. You can say, every time I see Nature Boy, my skin crawls. When I think of little boys touching his cock, when I think of him breastfeeding while having sex, all of that can turn your stomach to the end of time. What we have to focus on is the crimes that he's being accused of. Okay, he's being accused of rape, number one, which is a violent crime. Okay, he's also being accused of um, keeping some imprisonment, false imprisonment. Okay, and he's also being accused of 3 acts of revenge porn. Okay, now let's go with the 3 acts of revenge porn. The porn was posted before Neytiri even left. Okay, I'm glad what the defense did point out was the fact that the videos were briefly taken down because Neytiri did briefly have a problem with the videos at first. Okay, and the videos were taken down, but then Neytiri doubled back, like Neytiri is known for doing, and said, "I have no problems with the videos," and the videos were again reposted while she was still in the house. Okay, so there was no revenge porn because Neytiri agreed to them being reposted. Okay, and not only that, but she agreed to stay in. Hold on. She agreed to them being reposted. So and she was still in the house at the time. So there was no revenge porn. Okay, because this stuff was posted before she even left. Okay, so that debunks the 3 charges of revenge porn. Let's go into the false imprisonment. The false imprisonment has been debunked because she had left the house packed her bags, grabbed all her bags, got in an Uber, and then decided to say, "Let me go back and say goodbyes." Okay,
Right.
a woman a woman who's being threatened, a woman who has no control of her environment, a woman who has no control of leaving cannot do that. Okay, okay, that's number two. As far as the rape, once again, there was no violence in those videos. There was no threats in those videos. There's
Oh,
no
true.
coercion in any of those
Stop.
videos. So
Stop it. You don't, you,
it's an open and shut. You gonna let me speak?
truth.
I
I'm
sat
gonna let you,
patiently and I let you and Godmama speak. Now, if I can't speak, there's really no sense of me being here. I'm
well,
gonna be
go
honest with you.
ahead. No,
I
no,
sat
go
and let
ahead.
y'all talk.
No,
All
go
right, I'll
ahead.
talk. All
Go
right, look. All right, look.
Go ahead. My bad. I'm just saying, sir, it doesn't always have to be a
No, but you
bloody.
gotta let me talk because I sat here and
Okay.
tried to talk, and each time I try to talk, you cut me off. Like you
Well,
didn't even let me point out the fact that I watched Nativi's testimony, and her whole entire testimony was a sack of shit because she got up there and was crying, talking about that Nature Boy said, "Oh, I'm not gonna rape you," when he never said no shit like that. So her entire testimony, this is the reason why I can only listen to 90 seconds of it, because as soon as I played it, the first thing I hear is her crying, saying that Nature Boy said, "Oh, I'm not raping you." And she never said that shit. Her entire, this is the reason why he's being railroaded. This is the reason why they didn't want to play her first interview with the police. And this is why it's all the malicious prosecution. So, I mean, it's open and shut to me. It's open. It's clearly open and shut. And these are the things that would have been debunked and argued and should have been fought like hell for by a paid attorney, somebody who's in there and was set this shit down from the jump. Because even somebody who's never spent not one fucking day in law school knows that the prosecution has not proven their case. They haven't even provided enough evidence to even get in a fucking indictment. They got an indictment on a fake. How can you listen? Hold up, man. I need you. Listen, I have the utmost respect for for you ladies on the
no, we're
panel.
not here to say squat.
I have the utmost respect for every lady in the chat. Why has the prosecutor not damn, I lost my train of thought that fucking quick. Why has the hold on, just give me 2 seconds. Damn, I lost my fucking train of thought just that quick. Why has the prosecutor
Yeah, that's what you were saying. Why haven't they shown proof of the reference to the stuff the defense was displaying to them?
this is what I was thinking of. This is what I was thinking about. I have respect for everybody on the panel and everybody on the chat. You have to think, why are they not allowing? How can you get an indictment on a first? Listen, this is what I was thinking. How can you get an indictment on a fucking statement and then not allow the fucking statement in the court? How can you get an indictment on her going to the police and saying this and that or this and that, and did not allow the statement, did not allow her first 2 interviews with police? Explain that to me. Explain to me why her first 2 interviews could not be used as evidence.
Well, I mean, yes,
Godmama
ma'am.
and Lurker do not work for the office, so don't yell at us, babe. Please. We have to adjust microphones and sound volume. Please don't yell.
Do I sound loud? Because I'm on
and you're yelling. You're loud.
These headphones I'm on are the best in the world.
That's fine. Yeah, you maybe can just talk and not yell, but no, I'm with you. That's why I brought you over here. I want this side to be heard, but don't yell at us where we have to turn.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I yell. You know what I'm saying? Let me roll me another split. Let me roll me another split.
Roll you up one and let's see what the prosecution
they said you're
has
very
to come.
loud. Very loud, sir. They said you're very loud. So just keep your earphones in, but don't yell. Because when I got to yell like you say, you know what I'm saying? It sucks. Like
I probably gotta take these. I probably should take these headphones off because they probably magnify shit.
Keep them in. Just don't yell.
All
right. So while you rolling up, we're gonna see what the prosecution has to say.
Okay, let's finish this. Thank you, Godmama.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Miss Thomas. My apologies.
Oh, let me mute.
And don't mind me, y'all.
This case is not about winning.
All right. She already started off with a couple words better than the other guy. So I'm in the background. I'm over here working on my uncle's, and I'm double working. Like,
it's not about Mr. Bishop winning. This case is about doing what is right. This case is about getting justice for Miss Newell. Now, Mr. Booker proposed a number of questions to you all. Ask Ms. Thomas this, ask Ms. Thomas that. Why didn't we play the body cam? Mr. Booker knows the rules of evidence. They say if a witness gives an inconsistent statement, you can play the prior statement. You know why that prior statement wasn't played? Because it wasn't inconsistent. She testified, yes, I said lovemaking. Yes, I said I wanted the deed. Yes, I said that. So that is the answer to your question. Mr. Booker is very skilled. He knows the rules of evidence. He knows what evidence is allowed. If that evidence was inconsistent or contradicted something Ms. Newell said, you would have heard it. It did not. So he started talking about reasonable doubt, or he left off talking about reasonable doubt. The judge will instruct you that reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. That's your job. You're truth seekers. You decide what happened March 24th, 2022. If you have a doubt, it must be based on common sense and reason. It's not a vague doubt. It's not an arbitrary doubt. It's also a doubt as to the elements of the offenses. So Mr. Coveney already went over the elements of rape, false imprisonment, the revenge porn. So if you have a doubt in your mind, it's got to be based on an element. It's got to be related to an element. So it's not a doubt as to, well, when did Brianna join the cult? That really doesn't matter. It's a doubt as to the element. So keep that in mind when you're thinking if you have reasonable doubt or not. So I like to give examples. I know reasonable doubt can be a difficult concept to grasp. So let's say my job was much more pleasant than it is, and I have to convince you that this image on the screen is a dollar bill. Now, there are pieces missing. In this case, there's no video of rape. Obviously, rapists don't record themselves sexually assaulting someone. There are pieces missing. I recognize that. No case is perfect. But if you look at this picture, you look at it based on your common sense, life experiences, you know that's a dollar bill. Just like in our case, you take a step back, you look at the picture as a whole, and context matters. That's why we presented, I think, 11 witnesses. Get here. How? Because it defies logic. But there were 3 qualities he gave, or characteristics of a cult leader or a destructive authoritarian leader. No meaningful accountability, Eligio Bishop, because no one is above him. Thought reform, coercive persuasion. They come in, you unfreeze them, you change them, you freeze them again to make them believe what you want them to believe. And then the leader does harm. Mr. Bishop fits every single one of these. Mr. Ross told you that the group is more important than the individual. So all of these people, as I mentioned, thought they were serving a higher purpose. They thought they were doing this in the name of the group, in the name of Mr. Bishop. So they had to learn, or he forced them to learn, to be selfless. Don't think of yourself, think of the group. They all thought they were serving a higher purpose. Mr. Ross talked about, I think I asked him, why do people stay in these groups that are harmful? And he said there's just exit costs. I think Mr. Dixon showed some of that, some regret, some embarrassment. Like, how did I let myself actually believe this guy is God? Some guilt. Those things weigh on you. They stick with you. Even Kendra. Do you remember when she testified that when Janae was packing her bags and leaving, she was one of the ones hitting her, like corralling her, get your stuff, come on. You're weak, you're going to your lower self. You imagine how hard that was for Kendra? But there's exit costs. There's feelings of regret and disappointment of leaving. And again, group loyalty, they all want to defend Mr. Bishop. Amanda Blanchard, who testified as an expert in the field of domestic violence, said that most victims don't leave at the first sign of abuse. So it doesn't matter what Mr. Booker would have done. It doesn't matter. A lot of you know someone who's been in an abusive relationship. Y'all know it takes time. Ms. Blanchard told you that most times victims in these types of relationships, it takes 7 times for them to actually leave. And the most severe acts of physical or sexual abuse occur when the victim refuses to be dominated. In that moment, in that bedroom on Arbor Chase, Janae had enough. And in that moment, she refused to be dominated. And what happened? The most severe act of sexual abuse, rape. She talked about fight, flight, or freeze. And as Mr. Coveney said, we don't have to prove there was some physical struggle. Mr. Booker asked every witness, what did you hear? Screaming and yelling? That's not required for rape. All rape is not stranger danger, dark alley, let me fight back, let me rip your clothes. Fight, flight, or freeze. She says, I just said, okay. Acquiescence because of fear, because of intimidation, not consent. Janae's life has been just completely upended by this trial. She is the source of so much online drama. So I think she even talked about getting threats. She has nothing to gain by coming in here and telling you all what happened. Mr. Bishop wanted to control her before, who you can date, who you can love. During, he controlled whether or not she was going to give him what he wanted. And he's trying to control her now. Her voice. He doesn't want you all to believe her. He wants you to render her unworthy of belief. Do y'all remember in his interview how many times he said, oh, she's a prostitute? And so what if she was? Oh, you can't believe it. She's a prostitute. Does not matter. He doesn't care about her consent because we know she left. Consent because we know she left March 24th, March 25th. Those videos were posted days later. No means no. One time. One time. You don't have to say it 5 times, 10 times, 15 times. One time. No means no. And as Mr. Coveney said, I think something that is just huge in this case. If you find Ms. Newell submitted to sexual intercourse because of fear or intimidation, you can find it occurred without her consent. Sexual intercourse obtained through fear or intimidation is not consensual. Kendra Carter, she said something that was so powerful to me. She said it when she was finishing up on cross-examination. And she said, Mr. Booker asked her, well, weren't there some really good times? And she paused. Y'all remember that? She paused and she just broke down. And she said, I was never really happy. I wanted it to be good. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to reach humanity, to change the narrative because Black people mattered. You all remember what was going on in 2020. She was hoping that she could change the narrative. Mr. Bishop pretended he could be that person to change the narrative. I'm a Black male. Y'all come live with me. Let's push out something that's different. But he became their worst nightmare. He undid everything they were trying to do inside themselves. I thought that was so powerful. That's what Kendra wanted. That's what I think everybody wanted that joined this group. And he let them down. You want to know if he's guilty? I want you to listen to his words.
All of you bitches belong to me.
Go ahead, girl. Bring it home.
All of you bitches belong to the 3. And I will have my way with you as I see fit. When I want, where I want,
How I want.
And if any one of you disrespect me, into the abyss you go.
And I will have my way with you as I see fit, when I want, where I want, how I want.
She bringing it home, baby.
I'm going to take it anyway because I want it. How I want. So even if you fight back, even if it's not consensual, I'm going to take it. His words, not mine. If you want to know if he's guilty, look at his actions.
I'm not playing with you. She probably wants you to take that shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how women get. They want you to take it. You asking for the vagina. I don't know why you doing that, my nigga. Like, stop asking for pussy, man. Take that shit. If that's your woman, that's your pussy. Take it.
Take it. That's what he actually believes. And that's what he did to Janae Newell on March 24th, 2022. Stop asking for it. Take it. That's your woman. That's yours. His words, not mine. We are here because of his words and his actions. Mr. Bishop had a choice that day. He could have just let Janae go, let her leave the group, go on about her business. But he didn't. So your role is to determine what happened. This is your community. All of you live here in DeKalb County. Many of you worship here. You got kids that go to school here. This is your community. And so you get to send a message. That's what your verdict is. Your verdict is your voice. Your verdict is your message. And so what I'm asking you to do is go back there and hold Mr. Bishop accountable. I'm not asking you to say whether he's a good guy or a bad guy. That's not your job. That's not my job. But your job is to judge his actions. And I'm asking that you hold him accountable for what he did to Janae on March 24th, what he did to Janae by posting her videos on March 27th, 22. And I ask that you go back in that jury deliberation room and find Mr. Bishop guilty on all counts in this indictment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next step in the
Why does
process
she
is
keep
for me to give you
clapping?
what is called the jury charge, which is the
Why are you
law that applies to this case. And then after I read this to you, you can begin your deliberations. I am gonna kind of defer to you all as far as how late you want to go this evening. I'm happy to stay as late as you want me to. Does anybody need to take a comfort break or anything before I go down, I start reading you the jury charge? I'm sorry? I need to stand up. You can stand up? Okay, we can all stand up. Stretch. Make sure you're awake.
Your Honor, can we approach for just a second while
Sure. While they're stretching.
Okay. What y'all think?
She said, "What y'all think?" We don't know what to think. It's been a lot. Look, is that my Matthew McConaughey? Is
That
that my
last
Matthew?
testimony.
Oh, I forgot you were here too. Hey, Truth.
So where does that last piece of audio come from that she was playing with Bishop talking about don't ask for the pussy, just take it. Where was that from?
I told you had the clip. You don't have that clip?
I mean, I've heard. I mean, I'm sure he said that.
Oh, so
He
you got a
said
bunch
that
of
hundreds
clips,
of
but you
times.
oh,
He
okay.
said
Well,
that plenty of times. I'm trying to think about, but where are they getting it from? Because if he didn't say that directly to, I'm trying to think about like like what context, like who was
he
he saying
said
it to?
that before you doxed us, Truth Teller, before you came Team Bishop. He said that way back in I can't remember which country, but he said, "Listen, we take them." It was back when they had the tent
Why did they mute
wives
that?
and all of
Anyways,
that going on.
I
So
feel like
yeah,
they
I'm just trying to figure out why they were able to use that.
oh, they started using videos with the prosecution office when Aaron was up there. You didn't see that part?
No, I
They
told you I ain't seen none of it. I ain't seen none of it.
they played video. They started playing all kinds of videos. Yes, videos. And I just found this out. What Tuesday, Godmama? I said, "Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
they're
So
letting
so why they
video."
wouldn't let the defense play in the video?
The defense is, and the defense looks weird. The defense. This is all defense. Everything we've watched, except for like a couple things, are defense. Like, well, you haven't been here all day. Never mind. So yeah, the defense has been going hard all day. Mm-hmm.
But the choice of their videos were Aya's whatchamacallit, hold on, I think they're back. Let's see.
Pattern charge 1.51.20, it's titled Venue Special Circumstances, and we are requesting the last subsection, so to speak, of that
If it's quick, it gotta be not guilty.
charge, which deals with, it's called crime in more than
They
one
have
county,
she hasn't
but
instructed the
it really
jury
deals
yet,
with
I don't
crime where
think.
you're not entirely sure which county it occurred in, and I can read it off if the court wants, or
What's the one dot what?
51.20.
Okay.
If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. I believe that's tailored to the facts of this.
All right.
It counts 3 through 5.
Any objections, River?
If I could ask just a second.
Sure.
Sure.
All right, and then so in addition to the African American members of the jury, there
I
are
would object to it, Judge. And looking at the charge, 1.51.20, I think they're skipping over the homicide charge and outside the state and all those other pieces down to the last one where it says crime in more than one county. If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, it's proper to include in any county. The state has averted to try to prove that this happened in DeKalb County. They haven't alleged in the indictment that it was in more than one county, so I don't think they need to come in and now the indictment says that it happened within DeKalb County. That's what they alleged, and I think it's what they should be locked into.
Mr. Kevin?
It is what we're locked into, but when the part of the argument in closing is that the defendant could have been driving around I-285 and that we don't know exactly whether he was at his house or not, I just think it clears up that the correct legal standard is whether by direct or circumstantial evidence there is sufficient evidence to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime was committed in DeKalb County, and this is just clear because it makes it clear that if it cannot be determined what county the evidence was committed in, then this is the proper standard. I mean, it's in the pattern charges for a reason.
It doesn't, but it doesn't have to be alleged that way in the indictment, though, is the question.
No.
Okay.
I would ask for a case that says that, Judge, because I think it needs to be alleged. This is not a financial crime case where a person could have got a card in one county and used it in another or vice versa.
All right, let me go for the charges are back in the office. Do you know which ones they are? The book, the binder. What's the number? 1 point what?
51.20. 1.51.20.
1.51.20.
And it's the very last paragraph of it.
That's it. All right, let me just go take a quick peek.
all right. So while they're doing that, I think we have
I don't know if I know Neek was saying the prosecution drove it home, but I don't know. I think in my opinion they should have played more videos if they wanted to really drive in this picture they're painting of Eligio. Because even though most of us sitting on the outside are like, yeah, we agree, we're not the jury, you know? So again, what y'all thinking? Y'all think the prosecution did a good job, or they out here slacking? Am I talking to myself? Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Truth teller
No,
said
you're
he
Oh, I'm
heard you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
There
I was
y'all
on
are.
mute. I was on mute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I don't think she's driving home. And the fact that they came to get clarification on the law as far as the not being able to determine exactly what county the video was posted from, I think that they're looking towards an acquittal on all charges. That's my
Mm.
personal belief. If it comes back quick, I think
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be an acquittal on all charges. If they're looking towards going guilty, they're going to deliberate for at least a day or two. If it's something that comes quick, it's going to definitely be not guilty. If it's something that they deliberate over 2-3 days, then that's when it starts to look shaky. But if it's something they come back quick, I think it's going to be a not guilty plea.
Mm. I tend to agree with you on that. Quick is usually not. Long is usually guilty. I think they came back. Let's see.
And I have copies of the final charge for you guys. You can come up and grab them. Thank you. And I'm gonna add this last charge in on page 14 after the first paragraph. And I'm printing out a clean copy that's gonna have it in here, right, that we'll send out to the jury. All right, but we don't need to wait for that. I'm gonna go ahead and just bring the jurors out.
Are you going to?
They muted the audio on that part. I don't feel like jumping around. Chat. Guilty of this charge or that charge. Guilty.
Can y'all hear me?
Guilty.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, I can hear
I
you.
just saw somebody. Looked in the chat. I saw somebody in the chat say the
Most
fact
of
that it's
y'all
in
saying
Georgia,
guilty. A couple of
the
y'all
the the,
saying not
the,
guilty.
the fact that it's in Georgia is another thing that scares me. Is the fact that
Mm-hmm.
where the trial is. You know what I'm saying? In any other city, like if this case wouldn't even be taking place if it was New York. I'm gonna be honest with you. Not with the. Well, to tell you, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it probably would be taking place because a lot of people got convicted in New York. Matter of fact, wasn't Tupac convicted in New York of rape? But the fact that it's in Georgia, I think I'm not too sure about it.
And a lot of people told him, "Don't fuck around in Georgia. You'll get hemmed up." They told
After
Yes,
him.
this is
I think they're back. Hold on.
I would be totally fine with that. Okay. You're taking off? Okay, thank you. It gets really hot in here.
they're back already.
And I have all this stuff I
No,
need to
she's
do.
reading
All right,
jury instructions.
you will be getting a written copy of this to go over with you during your deliberations, so don't feel that you have to write down everything that I'm saying, okay? You'll have a hard copy to go over. You are considering the case of the state of Georgia versus Eligio Bishop. The grand jury has indicted the defendant for the offense of rape, false imprisonment, and prohibition on nude or sexually explicit transmissions. The indictment reads as follows. Count 1, rape. Grand jurors aforesaid charge and accuse Eligio Bishop of the offense of rape in violation of OCGA 16-6-1A for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb, state of Georgia, on or about the 24th day of March 2022, did unlawfully have carnal knowledge of Janae Newell, a female, forcibly and against her will. Count 2, false imprisonment. The grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of false imprisonment in violation of OCGA 16-5-41, with the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 24th day of March 2022 in violation of the personal liberty of Janae Newell, did unlawfully confine said person without legal authority. Count 3, prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. The grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 56 seconds with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for purpose of harassment, and such video served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. Count 4 of the grand jurors further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 28 seconds with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for the purpose of harassment, and such video served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. This offense constituting a second or subsequent violation of this law. Count 5, grand jurors aforesaid further charge and accuse Eligio Bishop with the offense of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions in violation of OCGA 16-11-90B for the said accused person in the county of DeKalb and state of Georgia on or about the 27th day of March 2022 without the consent of Janae Newell, the depicted person, did unlawfully cause the electronic posting of a certain video with a length of 1 minute and 8 seconds, with the knowledge that it depicted sexually explicit conduct of Janae Newell, an adult, for the purpose of harassment, and such videos served no legitimate purpose to the person depicted. This offense constituting a second or subsequent violation of this law, contrary to the laws of said state, the good order, peace, and dignity thereof. Now, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime as charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever. The burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is a doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are unwavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is the doubt of the law and you should acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you'd be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Members of the jury, it is my duty and responsibility to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you on that law. You are bound by these instructions. It is your responsibility to determine the facts of the case from all of the evidence presented. then you must apply the law that I give you in this charge to the facts as you find them to be. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based on the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes all of the testimony of the witnesses and any exhibits admitted during the trial. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, the opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness or by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a set of facts and circumstances that tend to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, by consistency with such fact or elimination of other facts. There is no legal difference in the weight you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. You will be authorized to convict only if the evidence, whether direct, circumstantial, or both, excludes all reasonable theories of innocence and proves the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury must determine the credibility of the witnesses. In deciding this, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their intelligence, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are those who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based upon that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it is properly entitled to receive. When scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might be helpful, a person who has special training or experience in that field is allowed to state an opinion about the matter. But that does not mean you must accept the witness's opinion. As with any other witness's testimony, you must decide for yourself whether to rely upon the opinion. In determining the credibility of witnesses and any testimony by them in court, you may consider, where applicable, evidence offered to attack the credibility or believability of such witness. To impeach a witness is to show that the witness is unworthy of belief. A witness may be impeached by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting their testimony to statements or testimony of that same witness before the trial started. It is for you to decide whether there is a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements and testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. Testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. The defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. You should evaluate such testimony as you would that of any other witness. However, the defendant does not have to present any evidence or testify. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. This defendant is charged with a crime against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime. It must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be in your discretion inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but simply means the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. You may infer, if you wish to do so, that 1, the acts of a person of sound mind and discretion are a product of that person's will. 2, a person of sound mind and discretion intends the natural and probable consequences of those acts. Whether or not you make such an inference or inferences is a matter solely within the discretion of the jury. For rape, the state must prove that the defendant 1, had carnal knowledge, 2, of a female, 3, forcibly, and 4, against her will. Carnal knowledge means sexual intercourse, which is any penetration, no matter how slight, of the female sex organ by the defendant's male sex organ. Force means acts of physical force, threats of harm, or intimidation. Against her will means without her consent. The state must prove that the alleged victim did not consent to the sexual intercourse. If you find that the victim submitted to the sexual intercourse only because of fear or intimidation, or because of force the defendant used, then you may find that the sexual intercourse occurred without her consent. Sexual intercourse obtained through fear or intimidation is not consensual. A person commits the offense of false imprisonment when, in violation of the personal liberty of another, he confines such person without legal authority. A person violates this section if he, knowing the content of a transmission or a post, knowingly and without the consent of the depicted person, electronically causes the transmission or posting of a video which depicts nudity or sexually explicit conduct of an adult, when the transmission or post is harassment, serves no legitimate purpose to the depicted person, and is transmitted or posted via any electronic means. A statement that the defendant allegedly made has been offered for your consideration. Before you may consider this as evidence for any purpose, you must determine whether the defendant's statement was voluntary, and if the statement was given in custody, whether the defendant was properly advised of his constitutional rights. To be voluntary, a statement must be freely and willingly given, and without coercion, duress, threats, use of violence, fear of injury, or any suggestions or promises of leniency or reward. A statement induced by the slightest hope of benefit or the repulsion or any necessity imposed by others. In determining voluntariness, you may also consider to what extent the defendant was informed of his rights as discussed below, if applicable. You may consider the legality, duration, and conditions of detention as factors relevant to the question of whether or not a statement was freely and voluntarily made. However, under the law, in order for a statement to be excluded because of illegal detention, it must be shown that the statement was in fact induced by such illegal detention. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the statement was voluntary, that is, freely and willingly made. If you do not find that the statement was voluntary, you may not consider it for any purpose. If you find that the statement was made while in custody and as a result of police questioning, you must also determine whether the defendant was advised of his constitutional rights and whether the defendant clearly understood and knowingly gave up such rights. The constitutional rights that law enforcement officers must explain and that the defendant must understand and voluntarily give up before any custodial statement is taken by law enforcement are as follows. 1, the defendant had a right to remain silent. 2, if the defendant chose not to remain silent, anything he said could be used as evidence against the defendant in court. 3, the defendant had a right to consult a lawyer before any questioning and to have the lawyer present with him at all times during any questions. And 4, if the defendant does not have money for a lawyer would have been provided for him to represent him before any questioning and to be present with him during any questioning. The burden of proof is upon the state to establish that the warnings of all rights mentioned were given, that they were understood and knowingly given up by the defendant. If you find, as mentioned above, that the defendant's statement was voluntary, that all of the warnings as to the defendant's constitutional rights were given, that the defendant did understand the meaning of what was said and knowingly gave up such rights, then you may consider it as evidence. If so, then you must apply the general rules for testing the believability of witnesses and decide what weight, if any, you will give to all or any part of such evidence. If you fail to find the defendant was properly informed of his rights and that he understood and gave up those rights, you must disregard the statement entirely and give it no consideration in reaching your verdict. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose or for some counts and not others. Such evidence may be considered by the jury for the sole issue or purpose and only for the counts for which the evidence is limited and not for any other purpose. In order to prove its case in counts 1 and 2, the state must show intent and may show motive. To do so, the state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider that evidence only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the intent or motive that the state is required or authorized to prove in the crime charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purposes stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offense or issues for which the act was admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. By giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. This is solely a matter for your determination. In order to prove its case in counts 3 through 5, the state must show intent and may show motive. To do so, the state has offered evidence of other acts allegedly committed by the accused. You are permitted to consider that evidence only insofar as it may relate to those issues and not for any other purpose. You may not infer from such evidence that the defendant is of a character that would commit such crimes. The evidence may be considered only to the extent that it may show the intent or motive that the state is required or authorized to prove in the crime charged in the case now on trial. Such evidence, if any, may not be considered by you for any other purpose. The defendant is on trial for the offenses charged in this bill of indictment only and not for any other acts. Before you may consider any other alleged acts for the limited purposes stated, you must first determine whether it is more likely than not that the accused committed the other alleged acts. If so, you must then determine whether the act shed any light on the elements of the offense or issues for which the act was admitted in the crimes charged in the indictment in this trial. Remember to keep in mind the limited use and the prohibited use of this evidence about other acts of the defendant. And by giving this instruction, the court in no way suggests to you that the defendant has or has not committed any other acts, nor whether such acts, if committed, prove anything. That is solely a matter for your determination. Evidence of prior difficulties or lack thereof between the defendant and the alleged victim has been admitted for the sole purpose of illustrating, if it does, the state of feeling between the defendant and the alleged victim, the reasonableness of any alleged fears by defendant or alleged victim. Whether this evidence illustrates such matters is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine, but you are not to consider such evidence for any other purpose. Now, you are only to be considered with the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. The law provides that criminal action shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. Venue, that is, the crime was committed in DeKalb County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offense. Venue must be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. If in any case it cannot be determined in what county a crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, economic or corporate status, for or against either party. If after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in DeKalb County, Georgia, did on or about March 24th, 2022, commit the offenses of rape and false imprisonment, and on or about March 27th, 2022, commit the offenses of prohibition on nude or sexually explicit transmissions, you'd be authorized to find the defendant guilty. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe the defendant is guilty, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant, in which event the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Now, by no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of the trial, has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with your fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you're convinced that it's wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of the other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messages, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous, that is agreed to by all. It must be in writing and signed by one of your members as the foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. We have prepared a verdict form. Very easy. You have to go through and make a decision as to each count independently. And your choices are either not guilty or guilty as to each count. Second page has count 5, and it has the signature line for the foreperson and for the date. You're going to have this with you. You're going to have a copy of the indictment with you, and you're going to have a copy of the charge that I've just read to you. All right, one thing. The law requires that the case be decided by 12 jurors. We have 13 of you. We have an alternate built in to the system, and in this case, the alternate is juror number 36. Where is she? Sorry. Now, we actually had 2 alternates. We've already had to use one because one of the other jurors had an issue. And there very well could be an issue where we need to excuse one of the members for travel if the jury doesn't reach a verdict by the end of the day tomorrow or by the time we adjourn tomorrow. So I'm not going to excuse the juror, the alternate juror. You can't participate in the deliberations right now, but in the event we need to bring you into the case, if we have to substitute you for another juror, then we'll bring you back in and you all will begin your deliberations again from the beginning with the new, with the substituted alternate juror. If any questions come up during the course of your deliberations, write them down on a piece of paper. There's a button in the jury room. You press the button, it'll turn on the light in here, and it'll notify us that there is a question. If you ask me, what did witness so-and-so say about such and such? I'm going to tell you, you have to remember the testimony based on your collective recollection. If you want to review either the audio statement of the defendant or any of the video evidence that was admitted, write a note, let us know. We'll have to bring you back out here and play it because we don't have the capability for you all to watch that stuff in the jury room. If you would like to order dinner and continue on deliberations this evening, we will take care of that. We can bring in pizza or something for you. If you decide you want to go home and start fresh in the morning, that's fine too. I'm going to let you guys go back there and talk about it for a little bit, and I'll let you get a guide for how long you want to stay tonight, and we will take it from there. So, I think that's all the information. So I'm gonna have the 12 of you go back to the jury room. And now you can use your notes and all that for your discussion. Select your foreperson. And if you have any questions or need anything from me, write a note, press the button, and the deputy will give it to us. All right, thank you so much.
All right. Then she instructed the jury. She explained all the, what they have to look at as the facts of the case, what testimony, what weight testimony holds as far as, the ex-members, all of them, whether they were defense or prosecution, how to weigh their testimonies in deliberation. The judge just basically broke it down to the jury. And if you're trying to decide this on a jury's point of view, I hope you were listening because it was a lot. I did a lot of yawning. Good thing I'm not in the jury box, but um, just I think they'll probably be like, "Judge, this is too much. Can we come back?" But who
Well,
am I?
and
Knowing the issue.
oh,
Hey, do you have the original indictment?
All right, it's pretty much it. So
I
Yeah,
don't know
they're
what
just
that is.
arguing about indictments. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm laid up in my bed. God, my bed. But no, I found
Ariana,
it interesting that she had to. Hello.
I'm
Hi,
seeing if that's okay. Go ahead, Lark. I'm sorry. I was making sure that was her.
it's me.
Oh, oh, hey, babe.
Hi.
No, I found it interesting that she had to break it down to. Well, I don't know. I've never watched a jury to this or a trial to this degree, but I didn't know that the judge had to break it down to like to every simple rule that could come out of this jury. She had to break it down right now because she's that. Or are we that? Not we, but we. Are we that retarded? That what?
No, no, jury instructions are super important because there could be, again, language. We always go back to language. There could be language in the jury instructions, something as simple as shall versus may, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Case, like I put in the chat earlier, Casey Anthony was found not guilty because of language in the jury instructions. The jury said, well, this is the evidence, but the jury instruction says this, so we don't really have a choice, right?
Right.
So
You're
jury instructions are
so
super important.
you're so good at putting Casey Anthony and for black people, O.J. Simpson,
Right.
Mhm.
right?
They also, that was jury instruction. Yes. And remember
Mm,
how long both of those deliberations took?
mm.
Not very long.
I mean, we won't get that luxury that we're not that big time, but yeah. Okay. So I was confused because I said, damn, Judge, what? You really crossing everything. She was like, make sure you don't do this, don't do that. Blah, 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 blah. Like, oh, Lord. Like,
Yeah,
y'all might as
because
well just go
also,
to jail with Bishop.
right. Well, also, if it comes up on appeal, the appellate court doesn't look at testimony. They don't look at evidence. They look at legal issues. Like, did the judge make a wrong decision? Did the lawyer not preserve the record? Legal issues. So jury instructions are legal instructions. So if something comes up on appeal, the judge has to make sure that the record is preserved, that the jury was instructed properly. It's all a
Okay.
bunch of legalese.
Yeah. Hmm. And I know nothing about it, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like I do. Uh, what were your thoughts, Nikki? What did you think about that last ending of the? What did you think about today? Because you had to catch up today. What did you think about
I
today?
did. I did a lot of catching up. I I I mean, I know y'all were watching me cutting up in the chat about everybody's clothes and everything. The outbursts had me falling over. Before I start, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. And that's exactly what everybody's been saying for the last couple days is, when they get up there, they're not going to be able to just say whatever they want. And they really thought they could. This is not a platform for speaking. You just answer the question, y'all.
Well, I know that's difficult for some of them, especially when they have been programmed. Well, I don't want to say
Right.
programmed. I don't want, but some you could see how the prosecutor witnesses went and did some things as far as on the stand, and then you got to see how the defense's witnesses got on the stand. It was two different vibes. I mean, yeah, it was two different vibes. So
They went in there defensive. It felt adversarial. Yeah, for
and
sure.
this is truly left up to the jury. Truth teller, are you still with us, Lovey? Did he drop down?
No, he's still here. He's on
Oh,
mute. There
okay.
you go. He's off mute.
Oh, okay. Truth, what do
I got it.
okay, so I think this is where we're closing off. Oh, Nikki, sorry.
I think
No.
that
I was just saying I'm gonna mute and listen.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Truth, because I think we're gonna hear from the jury tomorrow, babe.
yeah, yeah, you're not gonna hear from them tonight. I just want is the jury sequestered or not?
No,
No, let me
they are
look.
not.
No?
No, they are not.
Let me triple check. But
They've
she
been going
says
home
no,
every
but
night. They've been
oh
going home every
Lord.
night.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think I think that's a good thing if they're going home every night. But
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Truth.
but yeah, they definitely the day is over for today. So they'll go home and sleep on it tonight. They'll probably get start tomorrow with a full day of going back and forth as far as to deliberating amongst themselves. I'll probably see a what's today? Oh, today's Thursday, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, we won't get a verdict till at least Monday. I don't think. I seriously doubt we get a verdict tomorrow. If we get a verdict tomorrow, I would more than likely say it's not. It should be a not guilty plea. That's my opinion, but who knows?
Who
In
knows
my
at this point?
experience
That's how I
watching
feel.
trials, if the verdict comes back, like if they give it to them at the end of the day, because it's pretty late in the day. So today they may, like you said, just pick a 4-person, go through the paperwork and be like, all right, we'll do this tomorrow. But in my personal experience watching trials, if it comes back in under 3 hours, it's usually guilty. Just from my experience watching trials. In recent memory, we Vallow, Shabusiness, Murdaugh. I can keep going, but I can't. So I
Well,
think if
OJ
it
was
takes
2
long,
hours. They deliberated on OJ for 2 hours.
The glove does not fit.
Yeah, they got hung up on jury instructions, and that was it.
And that could be very well what happens here. They get hung up with the logistics and the legalities
That's
and the
right.
language
And
of it all because
don't
they
forget
took
about
in
the
a lot.
outside court stuff that they get to see that we don't get to see.
Right.
They're seeing
They took
court
in a lot.
outbursts.
We're also seeing all the arguments, and they don't get to see
For the
none of
first
that. Well,
time, though. Well, for the first time, it's not like they took it and it was like, oh, real nigga moment. It's like a juror, like, bitch, I don't even know you.
Right.
Right? Like, we see it and we're like, we get to break it down and be like, remember that one time they did this before? Like, the jury doesn't get that luxury.
right. That's why we're not on the jury. Not impartiality, not possible. I wouldn't be able to parse out what I knew before versus what I'm hearing now.
If he gets found not guilty, I have somebody. Never mind. Let me go on mute.
Girl, shh.
Let me ask Truth. Truth, let me ask you this question. Because the prosecutor brought it up in closing arguments. She talked about the experience when the victim was trying to leave. When Kendra took the stand, I don't know if you've watched that yet, Sheba. When she took the stand, she explained how when the victim was trying to leave, she was helping roughhouse her. She was helping verbally assault her type of things. And she brought it up in closing statements. How do you think the jury took that there were willing participants, that also participated in this abuse that a man is on trial for? Am
I
I saying
think
that right?
yeah, I got you. I actually think the prosecutor's closing arguments was strong, but I don't think she drove it home though. But I do think her closing argument was strong though, especially the part where 'cause I was listening to it and I was like, I believe it was strong, but I don't think that I didn't hear the part. I actually didn't hear the testimony where
With
they said
Sheba.
she yeah, I
Well,
didn't
that's
hear that testimony, but
yeah, that's what she was asking you. Did you hear the part with Sheba? And how do you feel about Carbonation members admitting
mm-mm.
to going along with it type
No, I
stuff?
didn't hear that. But you know what? No, I didn't hear that. But you know what
Well,
I
they
did hear? I did hear the I liked Aya part. I liked Aya's part today when hold on. Oh shit, come on, what's going on? I liked Aya part today when when
when
she
she
said
took
that
the heat off your
when she said she shared the video too.
when she took the heat off your tribe member and she said it was me
Mhm.
that posted the porn. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah,
You
when
tell her.
she was like I'm
Yeah.
the one who post. She said I posted the video, and the prosecutor was like, wait a minute, you telling us you shared porn? She said, yeah, I'm telling you I shared porn because I shared it every day, and she was in the video with me, and she broke it down how she was in the videos with her, and they had been posting the videos all week, and blah, blah. I like that part. I was like, okay, I am
So
holding it down.
Of
and see,
course you like that part.
just looking from a juror's
Fuck out of
perspective,
here, nigga.
though, as a juror's perspective, that,
Aya was
but
terrible.
do we know if they ever got to see these videos? Because the way Mr. Booker was saying they didn't get to see the videos. That's why they that's why they did what they did. We ain't shooting no shots over here, but that's what they did. That must have been why they did what they did with that account, because they wouldn't allow them to show the videos of said allegations, right?
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So as a juror, if I haven't seen this said video and there's another girl who said she was in the video stating,
Listen, it's like a
it's
murder. It's like if
hard.
you shoot somebody. It's like trying to convict somebody of shooting somebody and you don't have the gun.
Right.
Like what are we talking about?
Yeah. I mean,
Murder.
exactly. Even though she
Oh,
incriminated herself, she threw a big wrench in there, especially if the jury never got to see the videos of what he's being
Exactly.
accused for.
mm-mm.
Exactly. And the defense lawyer is the one who brought that up. Because he was like,
Mhm.
listen, the prosecutor's saying all of this and all of that. Why they not showing you the evidence?
Right.
I'm
Why
not
they
And
not showing you?
we've said that over here from day one.
I
We
don't think
really hope they
sorry.
don't fumble the case, because they didn't do what they needed to do either. Because even people in the chat were saying the prosecution should have had more videos to back up what other witnesses' testimony said.
They might have
Exactly.
they might have had fights about it in motions hearings that we didn't get to see.
Well, I mean, I pulled up all the motion hearings that are public, and I didn't see
Right.
anything,
Mm.
wanting to add in this video or this test, or call in Sybil because Sybil says she was there. She wrote a book
Was that
about
who
it.
was on the
You
screen
know,
earlier? Were you looking
where?
at her earlier on something else? Was she?
No,
There was.
Sybil hasn't appeared
Oh,
nowhere.
I saw some lady with like red lips, auburn hair, and a green jacket or some shit like that, and I was like, "That's Sybil." But I was watching. I had y'all on mute. I was watching something else.
Mm.
I was like, "Is that Sybil?"
Yeah,
I wonder.
it's kind of
Uh-oh.
without the evidence. You know what I'm saying? And if you're saying you have the evidence because you're saying that he shared the evidence and all of this other stuff, there should be absolutely no reason why the prosecutors weren't able to show that even to the jury, even if they did it in a closed session, but
Right under
behind
seal.
right behind closed doors, to at least show them the evidence. Like if the prosecutor wasn't able to show them that, I'm sure that's weighing on the juror's mind. Like, wait a minute, like why we haven't even been able to see this?
Well, okay, so what witness, like if they perhaps entered it under seal, which we wouldn't know about because it wouldn't be broadcast, obviously. However, we would still know that it happened because the examination would they would start talking about it, and then they would say we want to tender this as exhibit number 17 under seal as previously agreed to per motion, blah 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 blah. So we would still know that it happened, which tells me that they never came in.
No. And this is I wouldn't be, it's funny, Nikki, that you made the reference to
Because I know it was definitely
girl.
entered into evidence.
What
But
was
for
her,
the grand
Casey
jury,
Anthony?
yeah,
Yeah,
Casey
it's funny
Anthony.
you mentioned Casey Anthony because she was the first case that I watched
Right,
unbiased.
because you
I
were
didn't know
because you were
nothing
pregnant
about
and
her.
sitting there.
Right. And I just watching both sides, the defense and the prosecution, looking at it as a juror, I just knew she was guilty. And they
hmm
came back with not guilty, and I was crushed, like, oh my God. And
Everybody was
which,
crushed.
like I was pregnant at the time, so emotions run high. But so
Yeah, but
that
still,
kind of
everybody was
trained
fucking
me,
crushed.
right? That kind of trained me for you can't get your hopes up. You
Right,
can't,
juries are
they're
unpredictable,
unpredictable. Yes.
which is why lawyers spend so much time talking. Talking to people as though they are potential jurors. What do you think about this? Well, how did that make you feel? You know what I mean? Examining how us bus stop people, as they like to say, feel about things that happen in court, how we comprehend it, how we process it, so they can understand juries, because juries are so unpredictable and you're not allowed to ask what happens in a jury deliberation room ever. That's super private and secret. And so lawyers are always trying to get insight so the jury's less unpredictable.
Hello?
Did I kick myself
Yeah.
out? Oh, no,
No, you're
everybody's
there. You're
asleep.
there. No, everybody's not asleep, but I do have to drop down. No, not everybody's asleep, and I'm with you. I'm wondering how much evidence has been truly shed across their eyeballs.
It has to come in through a witness, so
I don't know. I don't know, Nikki. I don't know what we're gonna get out of this. And this has went so fast, considering how
yeah.
long it's taken to get here. It's gone so
Yeah.
fast, which is fine. I know everybody thinks we're like, oh, this is Nature Boy Surgery. This is a huge deal. It is a huge deal,
It is a
but
huge deal.
it's
It's
not
what we've
like
been working for like, 6 years.
it's not prime time crime, right?
Right.
Like, I'm just
No.
grateful that those are things I told Godmama I wanted to play. I want to hear the court TV reviews. I want to hear those people. I don't want to
The
hear us.
legal analysts.
Yeah, yeah. I want to hear them.
I know, I've been dying for a law tuber to pick this up, but everybody's on that Rust trial. It's driving me nuts.
I actually like the I found a little video that Court TV had did the other day, and I actually liked their little breakdown they did. I actually was going to repost it. It was something that was on their website. It wasn't on their it wasn't on their YouTube. It was something that was on their website. I was
Yeah,
actually going to
that's where
repost
we've
it.
been. Yeah, we've been on their website. We've kind of been here, there, everywhere. Yeah. They've posted more, I guess you would say, quote unquote, exclusive stuff on their website than their YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I don't want to sound like Latanya, but at the end of the day, this is just a series of unfortunate events to me. It's people who have gone through some weird lost boy vibes. It's some man that turned from stripper to porn star to the Messiah, and it was interesting to see the defense and the cult members stand up there live talking about, is he your God? Is he your Messiah? They were like, no, we've got numerous videos of you saying this is your Messiah while he was in jail, you goofy. Okay. We're not even talking about videos while he was with you. We're talking about videos. Free the three. The Messiah must be free.
But
We've heard all those.
everybody's God.
Everybody's God when you hit the stand. That's funny
Everybody's
because
And
we
see, I
were
God.
think
demons. We were demons to y'all.
and I think that's
You're
where
a
the
god. You're a
prosecution
god. You're a
low
god.
key dropped the ball is because when they said those things like, no, I've never said that, or no, I'm not a part of a member of Carbonation, they should have had those videos queued up, ready to go. Like,
Queued
excuse
up and
me,
ready to
is this you?
impeach. Excuse my favorite line. I need to get that tattooed on my fucking ass. Excuse me, this you.
I'm telling you, the prosecution knows something we don't. That's always been my inkling.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell?
Well, it looks like they have gone out for the day. All court
Mm-hmm.
everywhere I've looked, court feed is shut down, which is 7
We
o'clock
are
EST time.
we
So I'm
are
sure they
officially on
said
verdict watch.
yeah. So I'm sure they said, we'll come back tomorrow. Which hey, I am more than good with. We have been here 20 minutes shy of 8
There you
hours.
go. I know y'all are
Um,
fucking heroes.
uh, I appreciate you.
Rock
I am
stars.
exhausted. My children are calling.
They're probably
It's
so
time.
annoyed with you.
Oh, baby, listen.
It's time. It's time.
So we'll be back. We didn't get a time on when they'll come back, but we'll be back tomorrow when shit gets active. So
Yeah, we
We
won't know. We won't know when the jurors go home tonight. We will see them in the morning, and then we'll go back to verdict watch. Everybody got to show
yep,
up in the morning,
yep,
assemble,
yep,
and then
yep,
well,
we'll be back to this.
Godmama and I will be live tomorrow. We don't
hmm
know if it's going to be 1:30 p.m., 8:30 a.m. It doesn't matter. We'll be live
Well,
tomorrow.
We'll be live
I
tomorrow.
slept till
But
almost 1 o'clock this afternoon, so
truth teller, thank you for coming. Godmama, you always show up. Nikki
Well,
Crayons, I love everything you have. Come on through, y'all. Say your pieces. I'm out.
all right.
man,
Have a great
y'all.
night. Love you. I'm gonna drop. Aloha.
Toodles.
Peace.
Toodles truth. Thanks for coming up. I like your perspective all the time. Well, actually, I'll say usually, because sometimes, I'll be side eyeing you like, "Meow," but it's all in love. It's all in love. It's all in love, brother.
Oh, can
True.
y'all hear me?
I
Yeah,
I can
can.
I'm
hear you
sorry.
now.
I didn't even damn, I ain't even
You good? We can hear you
oh,
now.
I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Yeah, we on Vertical Watch. So listen, but Lurker, listen, it's crazy, but I envisioned all of this. Like when when all ever since like the Palenque days and all of that shit, I knew it would come to this one day, and I always
Mm-hmm.
said like I always knew it would come to this one day. I always knew it would come. Like I didn't think, but the only difference, what I really thought was, I really thought that they would use like more video evidence, like
Mm-hmm.
as far as because like everything Eligio did was on video. So like
Yeah.
I'm just surprised more of that wasn't on display during the trial. And
Me too.
yeah, so I guess we'll just wait for this verdict, and then that'll give something for us to debate about for another 5 years.
Oh, child, not 5 years. No, 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 no.
Listen, let me tell you something. Even if he's found guilty and they throw away the key, you think the Nature Boy story is over? No,
Oh
no.
no.
it's just beginning. I mean, we're talking about an appeal. We're talking about we're still talking about movie deals and book deals and all that. It's just beginning. This is just the beginning. So even if they come back with a guilty plea, Nature Boy Stories is just getting started. Believe it or not.
Just getting started. Well,
Yep.
hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow, Truth.
Yeah.
We about to shimmy on out of here.
Yeah.
See
Later,
y'all in the
Lurker.
AM.
Later, Godmo. Later, chat. Later, everybody. Peace.
Toodles.